I will concede to you. I will concede. I will concede. Talking from a position of weakness, I will concede. Okay, I'm learning here. I will concede that you are right. I know how to concede. I will concede you that. I will concede, right? I will concede. I will take that out of the table. I will concede to your points. I will concede to say, you know what? Rob was right because at least he's consistent.
When he goes, yeah, you're a better debater, I concede. He's right to concede, and it's one of the only right things he said all night, that I am a much better debater than him.
But this guy, he's an up-and-comer, gets massive views, great friend of mine. Love this dude. I would like to introduce to you for the first time, Fatty. What's up, man?
Hi, friends. How you doing? When you call me bigger, Jake, were you calling me fat? That's what you're doing right now?
That's what I was doing, man.
You know what's funny?
He's bigger than me. That's what I meant.
In the chat, I saw in the chat down there, I saw it said Fatty. And I was like, dude, the guy that's about to debate me is calling me Fatty in the chat right now behind the scenes. I was like, I can't get mad. It's true. But seems like awkward debate etiquette to just jump in with that right out of the gate.
No pressure, Rob. I'm the biggest one on the panel by far.
What I used to weigh, you don't have to tell me your weight. I used to be, well, I'm still 5'7.5", and I weighed 320 pounds when I was an alcoholic when I was in college.
Okay, I take back what I said.
I'm 260 now, though.
You already won the debate, and we already
I'm
started.
my former self, so
but
that's great.
But shout out to you, Rob. Yeah. I actually appreciate you. I don't want to ambush you, kind of like, because you not knowing me is kind of a like opportunistic type of thingy. So I'm actually want to give you your flowers because like my people say that you are the twister of the debate, like, and Destiny is the twister. Like, you guys are Buster Rhymes and Twister. You guys talk very fast, so yeah, I'm going to try to keep up since
I love Twister, by the way. That is one of the best compliments anyone's ever given me, so kudos to your audience. I don't think I'm that fast. I don't think anyone is, right? You know,
and I appreciate you. Thank you very much to Jake for having me. Just let me say one thing, friends. Since Jake is being extremely generous to us, we are going to close down the stream on the 30-minute mark of the conversation, and then we're going to send everybody to Jake with the redirect, and everybody goes to his side. Okay?
Appreciate you, Fatty.
I appreciate you too, Jake. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, one last super chat here came from Player One, which, by the way, Player One came from Fatty's chat right here. He donates quite a bit to Project VO Pod. Really appreciate it for Player One. Currently downing a Corona while reading the latest numbers on deportation. Have a great debate, guys. And yes, that definitely is going to happen between Fatty and Rob Noor. First interaction from either one of these parties. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Me too. Now, by the way, Jake, yeah, that is my editor. Is the first time my editor is actually rooting against me because he's a big
That's your editor?
Yeah. Player One is my editor. He's a big Trump supporter. First time he's saying, "Get him, Rob."
There we
I know you got him.
Yeah, true story. When I ran for Congress, my campaign manager is a Democrat, so he was hoping I won the primary and then probably got blown out. You know, in the general election.
That's funny.
I know the feeling. So
that's hilarious, bro. All right, awesome. Shout out to you, Player One. I really appreciate that, dude. All right, so here's the thing. People in the chat, they ask what's the topic. Honestly, I don't even know. The topic's going to be directly towards Fatty. Fatty has all the advantage within this particular debate sphere. Fatty, you can take it whatever direction you want, whatever it is. It's a debate.
Please don't do flat Earth. Like that's, if you feel necessary, we can. But
so, Rob, I'm going to be honest. I'm trying to insert myself in the debate sphere too.
Okay.
So I'm taking it easy. I'm actually going to use things that you said today while you're talking with Jake.
Fair enough.
Like a couple of minutes ago. And then we go more of a structure. I don't know, tariffs, whatever the conversation is like. Because let me, for example, like you, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't want to strawman you. You said that Barack Obama kind of caused the racial divide when it comes to like how both sides become so polarized, right?
I wouldn't say solely cause, but yeah, he was largely responsible for the acceleration of it. Yeah.
But like, other than him being black, right? Like, what did he do exactly to make a lot of the white population saying he's not my president? Like, other than him being black, did he did anything egregious that make like all these kind of silenced white voters that feel that they didn't got their way like, do you think that he did something egregious to cause that, or is just the product of him just existing?
Well, sure. One, it wasn't just him; it's the team that he built around him that was causing that
Mhm.
damage. But I could take the things that he specifically did. You remember the beer summit? You remember this? So there
Can you
was,
elaborate?
yeah, there
Hmm.
was this professor at some university, the exact university escapes me, who happened to be black, and police knocked on his door, or they saw him outside of home. I think he locked his door at one point, and police sort of was like, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Because it looked like a man trying to like climb through a window of a home. And this person alleged that the police were racist, and Barack Obama had the cop, and this person come and they drank, they were going to have a beer, and Barack talked about the impact of racism in our country and how it's still prolific, etc. There was a lot of things that occurred like that all throughout the Obama administration, where they were sort of promoting this idea that racial division and strife was rampant in this country and was a big threat. And they started to bring those things to the forefront of this country. It occurred in policies that not only you saw that they were advocating for, but also the people that were then working hand in hand with academia that were pushing those messages. So, for example, you could see that during the tenure of Barack Obama, you saw like an explosion in sort of critical race theory majors at college universities, where you saw the evils of whiteness and things like that. And I know this because even though I was coming in before Obama, those mentality became mainstreamed, and that narrative became mainstream during Obama, both because of some of the things he was saying and just because people saw it as advantageous during that time to do it. I saw it all through debate. I can't tell you how many rounds I lost because I was told that I didn't acknowledge my white privilege. That's circa 2005, despite the fact I'm probably the only person at the national debate stage that was literally working part-time at Burger King to pay my way through the cheapest school in Pennsylvania. So yeah, certainly during that time period, we saw the sort of, and the numbers back this up. If you look at polling that shows sort of what people's beliefs are, like black people's opinions of whites and whites' opinions of black, many of those studies show and statistics show that it was exacerbated more negative feelings during the tenure of Barack Obama.
I think that there wouldn't be Trump without Obama, but I think just like every group, white people love to play victims too, and it was their time. The same way the LGBT community plays victim, the same way black people play victim, the same way feminists play victim. This is not my president. Become white men are under attack. There's a large population of white men that the heterosexual white man feels like he's under attack, and it kind of is. This is right. Like the white man can say nothing without being canceled for the most part. But the reality is, I think Donald Trump did more to divide that country than actually Obama, because the birther situation, while, oh, he's not even American, show your birth certificate and all that, afterwards, he literally filled his cabinet with people that are either very close to the line when it comes to the far right, or straight up with Stephen Miller, Steve Bannon, all these people. I think he started what he kind of caused the division, but the person that put like he grabbed a bunch of gas and throw it to the fire, it was Donald Trump with the birther movement. Like I don't think if he didn't that.
What national politician first started the birther movement?
Who was it? I don't know. I know
Hillary Clinton. It was campaign opposition during the primary.
And very fair, because she plays dirty. The corporate Democrats are dirty individuals. They will do whatever it takes to win. I'm not even going to care for them. But the person that popularized it and the person that actually used it and kind of bring the flames up, it was clearly Donald Trump. Donald Trump was a strong advocate of it. And go ahead.
What I mean, do you think when people were calling Trump a Russian asset, was that Russiaphobic?
There's I'll answer that. Let's assume not assume, no, because since the Cold War, the sentiments between the United States and Russia have always been like this. Isn't that something that Democrats created? Russia always hated the United States, and the United States always hated Russia. So it's just a little chopstick into a massive flame that already was going on. It can weaponize it, but I don't think the tensions actually got higher because they were already there.
But that wasn't my question. It's not whether or not the tensions got higher. It's that, is it Russiaphobic? Is it inflammatory to the other side, even if the flames were already high? That's all my only question. Do you say, because it turns out, would you acknowledge this? It turns out that almost every claim that was made about Trump being a Russian asset has been debunked. Would you admit that?
Yes.
Okay, so then we had a bunch of people saying Trump was a Russian asset. And if I said, oh, they said that to inflame hatred against Russia, to further inflame it, even though the flames are already high, or they said that about Donald Trump because he happens to be white, you would say that's nonsensical.
No,
And yet,
that's
when it
fair.
comes to birtherism, you say, well, anyone like Trump that would have said,
Hmm?
I've read certain books that said in that book that Obama himself goes, or that like was autobiographies or biographies that he signed off of, that the foreword says that he was born, his brother saying that he was born in Africa. Well, you would only say that to inflame racial hatred. Maybe they really believed it and it wasn't because they're racist.
Yes, but both people are talking to their fan base. They're giving their fan base red meat. You associating somebody with the you no, but there's a point. I admit it. I don't have no problem with that. I don't have a problem with saying that. Yes, if I connect you with the Russian, like we have the example with Tim Pool and all those content creators that were caught in the middle of getting money from Russian assets to come in and to do like if you are going to be connected to these things, your and I'm sorry because it started playing. Your reputation is going down the drain because Russia is clearly an enemy of the United States.
Let's try different tech. So we're trying to talk about like which side's more responsible for the division. I say that it started with Obama a lot that we see. You're blaming Donald Trump. I would still argue that it's the Democratic side. So let me try to steal
Do
me.
you have a percentage? Would you give me a percentage? If we had to make sure that this existed, which let's assume is 100% Obama and Trump, even though you know that there's more sides to it. Which percentage would give to Obama? Which percentage?
Well, I don't know that I would put just Obama and Trump because I think that I could say that the institutions behind them are far more responsible than either of those two individuals. But let me say this: I'll lump in Obama and the sort of administration institution on his side versus Trump and the administration institution on his side. I would put it at least 80-20 for the Obama Democrat side being more responsible. Let me explain why. Let me steel man your argument here for a second. You're saying that even if Trump himself wasn't racist, that an inflamed division by him talking about birtherism. So the mere fact, would you admit though, that saying, hey, I think that guy was born in Africa and not eligible to be the United States, that's not necessarily a racist thing?
No, like saying there were both good people on both sides when these white supremacists walking around the streets is a little bit more dangerous in my opinion.
Well, you might say white supremacists globbed onto that, but the statement itself isn't really divisionary in a sense that it's setting up whites versus black. However, you've already admitted that the Russia collusion hoax was a lie. Is it inflammatory and causing division to say that one of our greatest enemies, Russia, has this guy Donald Trump in this pocket? Do you think that by its very own, particularly because it wasn't true, is inflammatory and divisive?
So I will agree with you. I will say that Trump positions when he came in office actually showed that he might not be on Putin pocket or Putin on his pocket, but he actually has this praise for Putin that he never had with other people. This man is calling dictators to Zelensky. He's going ahead and fighting with Greenland. He's fighting with everybody. And then when we say, hey, sir, since you call Zelensky a dictator, can you call Vladimir Putin a dictator? Let me be quiet and let me say only good things about this man because I don't want to hurt his feelings. We kind of can agree that even though there's no proof that this man is being paid by the Russians, he has clearly indications that he has at least sympathy for the Russian president at least. Would that be fair?
So no, I don't. And I think I'll get to why. But I think what we've done is interesting because most of the things you're talking about now are skipping over 2016 to 2020 and 2020 to 2024. And now you're just jumping in. You're skipping straight to Trump's second term. Would you at least concede to me that the Russian talking point that Trump's a Russian asset, et cetera, that started in 2016, not 2024? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So then the other part I'll say is, would you concede to me that actions are more important than words? So for example, if I would say, hey, I think you're a great guy, et cetera, but then I'm stealing your property, my actions belie my words. Similarly, if I'm saying you're a terrible guy, I hate you, but behind the scenes, I'm helping support you, giving you money to help build up your channel, the actions in both of those would be more important than the words.
Okay, let's go with that. Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
well, so then particularly when we look at Trump's first term, despite the fact that Trump wasn't out there saying Vladimir Putin's a killer, he's terrible, he's a dictator, Trump was more aggressive to Russia than any president going back to Ronald Reagan. He was far more aggressive to Russia than Obama. Remember when Obama, right when he was running for election, whispered to sort of his Russian, to one of the Russian ambassadors, whatever. After the election, I'll have more time to negotiate. Remember when members of his party, Hillary Clinton, who was his Secretary of State, her husband personally met with Vladimir Putin, right? And then was 2 weeks later paid $500,000 by a state-owned Russian bank to give a speech.
They are corrupt.
Meanwhile, following the Ukrainian one deal, right? These are people that Obama's tied with in the Democratic Party, and the people behind Obama are tied.
But that's not Obama. You can't attribute.
He picked her as Secretary of State.
No, because you can attribute things that George Bush or less Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was a massive hater of Donald Trump, and now he's one of his biggest supporters. You can't apply and say, look at what Marco Rubio did before, because that man flip-flopped.
But that's your argument. Now, wait a second. No. Let me finish, please. One of your entire arguments was, well, look at the people that Trump's put himself around, like Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon.
Are those
so
actions
let me finish. So how can you criticize Trump for his associates in that realm, but you can't criticize Obama for his associates of who he picked as Secretary of State?
Because he appointed them. Stephen Miller, Steve Bannon, Sebastian
Gorka. Who appointed Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State?
What?
Who appointed Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State?
And what does Hillary Clinton has to do with racial tensions?
Who said it? We're talking about Russia.
1 second, please. Remember the beginning of the conversation. You said that Obama stoked the divisiveness about the racial tensions. What does getting Hillary Clinton on his camp has to do with racial tensions at all? I think, actually, like you said, actions speak louder than words. And you might say there was both guys on both sides when there are people with tiki torches marching, but you appointing clear people that have clear connections to white supremacist movements is the actions that we're talking about. And it's not one or two, not three, it's several of them.
What's happening is we're talking about whether or not you put people that were appointed and you take sort of their rhetoric, their language, etc., their actions, and put blame on the person that appointed. Now, of course, we first started talking about divisions that started with racial with Obama, but then when we moved on and we're talking about Trump, and me thinking it's more divisive to call someone a Russian asset to suggest they weren't born in the United States. And when you start saying like, oh, actually Trump he showed that he was very pro-Russia, therefore it's somehow fair. And I'm like, well, no, clearly his opponents, the Democrats, were more pro-Russia by their actions. In fact, look, if we want to talk about Obama specifically, look at the actions he had specifically on Russia and the people he was appointing that were being personally paid by the Russian government, like the Clintons. And you're like, no, that doesn't count.
No, because it's a whataboutism.
It's not whataboutism. It's directly answering.
Listen carefully. The corporate Democrats are corrupt. They are being paid by the same people that Republicans are being paid. The lobbies, big pharma, all these people, they are paid. Their kids go to the same school. They are being paid by them. I never said that
is Obama
Democrats
included in that? That's all I'm asking.
I never said that Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yes. Because he came in, he said, I'm going to end Guantanamo. I'm going to do this and that. And he didn't do it. He is actually bought. He's a corporate Democrat too. But what I say is that just because he is bought by the same people, which is not the argument that I'm making, you appointing Hillary Clinton and the Russian gate and all that has nothing to do with racial tensions. The racial tensions are between Black Americans and white Americans, people that think that they are not being representative, that LGBT can shit on them, that the feminism, the Black Lives Matter can shit on them. Those are the people that voted in mass on Trump because they thought this system doesn't represent me anymore. So without...
Mexicans.
Well, so let me. So were you not talking about? Was the conversation not based on my comments that I made to Jake's question to me about division? You agree with
division.
That?
Yes,
No. Was Jake's question to me about racial division?
Didn't you mention racial division?
I did mention racial division, and I said there was racial division that we saw start with Obama that resulted in all of these other types of division, cultural Marxism, saying that we could divide people based on almost any agenda that you could say, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, right? Isn't that what I said? So the question was, the central question of all this was, where did the division come from? And what I'm saying then, when you say, okay, well, you said Obama and he's more responsible because of the division, because you specifically cited race. And I'm like, yeah, but if we're just talking about where the division came from, what's more divisive, saying, hey, I don't think this guy was born here because you blame Trump, right? Or saying, hey, you're a Russian asset when you're not. Because one, as an average American, take race out of it for a second, what would you think makes you more likely to hate someone and to use aggression against them? Thinking that they were born in a different country, or thinking that they are a puppet of a hostile foreign nation? I think that it's unquestionable. It's
I think both.
No, it's not even close.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So wait, so I just want to be clear. You would have
So let me ask you. Okay,
can I ask you real
so let
quick?
me
So you
go
would
ahead.
think that you would be equally perturbed if someone was born in Africa as if they were a stooge for a hostile country like Russia. To you, those things are equivocating of your anger towards them.
No, they are not the same. And for a particular a subset of the population, the Russian scare will actually be more powerful. But we're not in the 60s, we're not in the 70s, we're not in the 80s. Racial tensions are on all-time high. So if I can convince half of the population that you are from Nigeria or whatever he was saying that he was, instead of saying this man is getting money from Russian exits, there's a lot of the population that is going to be activated because go back to wherever you come from. You are not American. There's a lot of shady Americans in positions of power that get money every single day from these institutions, loan money, get loans from the China, get loans from Russia, and they still are walking fine and dandy with their nice suits, and they are applauded by the people. So once again,
it's not even close. But
Well,
I can
Fatty, you had a question though. Like before that, you answered Rob's
Yes.
question. You had a question for Rob, really quick. Did you want to ask that if you remember it?
No. We're having a fluid conversation. I just
Okay, cool.
I was just want to talk about something that he said on the show. So
Cool.
it's not like a ambush. Oh my God, Lord, this is ready for you. But
I don't think it's particular close, and I think it's a little disingenuous to suggest thinking that someone was born in another country would be as divisive and cause as much hatred and anger against them as saying, I think that you're a puppet for our one of our greatest enemies. But if you want to just focus on the racial lens of it, so be it. What do you think would be more damaging? Falsely claiming that someone, or believing but falsely claiming that someone was born in a foreign country, or saying that said Nazis were good people? What do you think would cause more division racially?
Nazis are good people.
Did Trump ever say Nazis were good people?
He said, he kind of said Proud Boys. Like, do you, one second, do you accept that like there's a lot of white supremacists that are Nazi-ish type of rhetoric, but they don't call themselves Nazis? Would you accept that?
If can we do a quid pro quo? I'll ask you a question once.
Oh no, yes. Okay. I'll walk.
Yes,
I'll
of course, there are people that we would say, because the problem is when we say Nazi, what we're really saying, labels are difficult. What we're really saying is there is abhorrent behavior that Nazis do. So if someone, for example, let's say I don't call myself a Nazi, I call myself a skinhead, but I believe like Hitler was a good people, we should exterminate Jews. It doesn't matter if I'm a Nazi or not. That behavior is despicable, and it wouldn't matter what the label is. So yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yes.
But who would you say circa 2016 were the biggest Nazi-esque influencers in this country? White supremacists, Nazis, etc. Give me a couple names that you would say were the biggest, worst ones.
I'm not, with all respect, I'm not American, so I don't know exactly what are the Nazis. I know the owner of Breitbart. I know several people that are connected. Oh,
No. That's you could make.
Well, Fatty can explain that. You said the owner of Breitbart. Fatty, you said Breitbart.
Maybe, yes. And this is what I'm talking about. If you look at Stephen Miller, if you look at Steve Bannon, if you look at various appointees of these people might not be outright racist. They might not say blood and soil, but they'll definitely be very like the dog whistles. They will talk to that crowd. They will push that crowd because they feel that they actually represent that person. And respectfully, like, what will be Rob? And I'll walk with you as soon as you can, right? Answer me this. We have a person that literally did the Roman salute, Nazi salute, whatever you want to call it, right now called Elon Musk. Nothing happened to him, like zero. There was rah, but nothing happened to him. Other than losing a little bit of money, nothing happened to him. Do you think if Elon Musk was my skin complexion, do you think that you will have the ultimate power that he has now on the United States? Let's be honest about it. Do you think if that man, the South African man that migrated to the United States, there's this double citizenship with Canada, that is doing business deals with China, so he has multiple allegiance even to enemies of the United States, do you think if that man was black, he could get away with being probably the second most powerful person in the United States on the planet, doing all he's doing? Do you think the American people will say, you know what, Go ahead, buddy. You got this. Do you think you'll have the same type of power and reception?
Yes, Obama was the most powerful person in the country. He's black. Now, to further get back to the point,
You didn't answer my question.
I did answer the question. You said if he was black, could he get
No,
away
but
with
you were
being the second
dismissed
most
and
powerful person
explained-
in the country? I said yes, he could, because the most powerful person was black, and America didn't have a problem with it.
But Obama is not South African.
So what? Who cares?
So you don't care about a foreigner coming to the United States and making laws over Americans, fire them, taking their money away,
No.
injecting money, running departments. You don't care about the foreigner doing that?
No, he's not making law. I don't care about him operating within a legal framework of getting rid of fraud and waste in our country. How many foreigners? But I'll come back to this. I will, but I want to get back to the point that I think that you erroneously said. I think you're libelous in saying that people like Stephen Miller and Steve Bannon are Nazis. Stephen Miller himself Jewish. Like,
I didn't say that.
seems pretty asinine to say that. And what you
They
seem
are-
to be
they are
suggesting
white
is because he
supremacists
talks about things like border security, that means that they're dog whistling to white supremacists. I would argue that the people that we could say were actually influential white supremacists are the people that are leading movements that we call, that blatantly we understand are white supremacists. So let me give you two examples of it. Do you think that the leader of the KKK would be an influential white supremacist?
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
who did David Duke vote for?
Enlighten me.
Democrats. Would you think that the most prolific white nationalist in the country in 2016, a man by the name of Richard Spencer? I've debated Richard Spencer. What party do you think Richard Spencer identifies with? Take a guess.
Let's go with the Democrats.
That's right. So can you explain to me? I'll explain to you. So can you explain to me why two of the most prolific, self-avowed white nationalist racists in this country are actively supporting people like Kamala Harris, people like Joe Biden, and going against Donald Trump? If he's such a racist dog whistler.
The same way Donald Trump was a lifetime Democrat, and all of a sudden, when he had an opportunity to influence people, he flipped. People flip all the time.
Your argument was because, let me finish. Your argument was because of the arguments that Donald Trump says, even if he himself's not a racist, it's encouraging racists to come out and support him. But when I talk about two of the most prolific racists in this country actually supporting the people that you support, the Democratic Party, all of a sudden you're like, well, that doesn't count.
No, but that was not the point, because we're talking about Donald Trump and you're talking about Barack Obama. Was Barack Obama that saw white supremacists in Charlottesville walking around with tiki torches and says, "There's beautiful people, there's good people on both sides"? Was Donald Trump or was Obama that said that?
No doubt there were white supremacists that supported Trump. There's white supremacists that
No. Who said that? Who said that word? That clearly white supremacists walking on the street. And these said there's both people on both sides.
That's true. There were good people on both sides.
Was he Obama or was Trump?
It was Trump, and what he said was accurate, and there's no problem.
When did Obama did, for example, something like this? When Obama says that, you know what, like, hey, there's these people over here that are clearly racist.
No. Is it your articulation that there were no good people on that side? Is that your articulation?
Do you believe that there's good white supremacists?
Do you believe that everyone that was there to protest the removal of the statue were white supremacists?
Everybody has redeemable. No. I'm answering. Everybody has redeemable qualities. I assure you, there's good doctors, good vets, good husbands on the situation. My question to you, Rob, and please answer that a little bit like straightforward. Do you believe there's good white supremacists?
It is a red herring. I'll answer the question, but it's a red herring because it begs the question that everyone on that side was a white supremacist, which isn't the case, and we have proof of that. Right? So you're forcing me to answer a question that's irrelevant because you're saying, clearly everyone on that side was a white supremacist. So are you saying there could be good white supremacists?
Yes.
My argument is, no, there were people on that side that weren't white supremacists.
So no.
But his question was,
one second.
Can there be a good white supremacist? That's his question.
Okay.
Here.
There could be
yes
a person.
or no?
The act of white supremacy itself is something that I find reprehensible if it's done in a cultural way. There are specific things that you could say particular races are more genetically inclined or culturally inclined to be better at. For example, it is not reprehensible to say black people are genetically more disposed to being more talented musicians. That wouldn't make you a black supremacist and evil. So in that definition of the word, you could be a good white supremacist and be a morally good person. Right? But it's still like it would be the equivalent. The reason this is a red herring is I could say, with Barack Obama, would you admit that there could be good rapists? Clearly, on everyone that voted for him is a rapist. And when you're like, whoa, I don't believe that. Not everyone that voted for Obama is a rapist. I would say you're not answering the question. I asked if you could be a good rapist. So you're begging the question. The more important point is not everyone on that side was a white supremacist.
And
Why does it matter if you could be a good
you know why you're changing it? You know why you're changing it? Because I heard you talk about, for example, the BLM people that were on the streets, and you didn't do nuance. You didn't say, you know what? During the BLM riots, there was 80% of those people that was not burning nothing. They wasn't killing nobody. They was just walking and say, oh my God, Black Lives Matter. You don't have no nuance when it comes to the Black Lives Matter riots. But as soon as we're talking about white supremacists, now you want to do the but. I have a very clear question for you. Let's assume that you are 100% right. You are telling me that Donald Trump go out of his way to not condemn white supremacists is not a clear dog whistle to them.
Again, another erroneous fact, and you're asking me a question based on an erroneous supposition. How many speeches did Donald Trump give after Charlottesville when he addressed Charlottesville?
I don't know. You tell me.
3. How many speeches did he condemn white supremacy in?
I don't know. You tell me.
3. All 3 of the speeches, he clearly condemned white supremacy. He said, I condemn white supremacy. He did it in the first speech. It was like a day after Charlottesville. He said, there's hatred, blah, blah, blah. We condemn racial prejudice.
Say both sides? Didn't he say there's hatred on both sides?
Let me finish. You clearly don't know the facts of the case. So he condemns white supremacy in the first speech. That wasn't enough because people said, oh, well, he didn't specifically come out. He sort of made this, we need to tamp down violence on all sides. Why didn't he just say the violence on one side was wrong? So he gave a second. Why didn't he specifically say the KKK? So he gave a second speech. He said, I specifically condemn the Nazis, the KKK, etc. He said that. The media said, why did it take him 3 days? So he's then on his third day giving a speech where, unlike Joe Biden, he actually took questions afterwards. So he gave a speech that was sort of on economics that he was talking about. He gives the economic speech, says, any questions? People start screaming at him. Oh, you know, white supremacists, Charlottesville, Charlottesville. And he's frustrated because the narrative that was being spun by the Democrats and the media, where you had these noble, good people on one side and these evil racists on the other side. And that wasn't true. The truth is both sides were made up primarily of a-holes that were there to engage in mutual combat that were disgusting. Antifa, the Black Lives Matter people that were there to fight were disgusting. The white supremacists that brought weapons as well and were there to fight, also disgusting. But the truth is that there were good people that were there on both sides. There could be good people against the removal of these statues. There could be good people that want to remove those statues. So Trump, out of frustration, said, look, there were good and bad people on both sides. And then as he's being interrupted, he says sort of in the next few sentences, clearly not the white supremacists, the Nazis, etc. I'm not talking about them. So in all 3 speeches, he directly condemned white supremacy. And in the statement that you're talking about, that again, we're talking about division in the country, that it's so divisive that you yourself have bought into the lie. He literally specifically says, addressing that exact point on that exact day in that exact speech, when I say good people, I'm not talking about white supremacists. They're despicable.
Yeah, so and this is what I'm talking about interpretation and damage control, right? For example, when Hillary Clinton was caught saying, I have a public opinion and a private opinion, there's no nuance about it. She did damage control too. She came out and said, oh my God, but this is not what I meant and all that. And everybody took her at face value. Everybody said, you know what, Hillary, you slipped. This is actually who you are. You are just doing damage control. But the reality is, once again, if we are going to close our eyes and we are going to pretend that Donald Trump for multiple times, and I'm not even going to talk about the people that he retweets that are connected to certain organizations, Elon Musk coming in and making sure he does exactly the same thing. If you don't listen to the dog whistles, I'm not going to actually push it forward because you can prove it. A dog whistle is a dog whistle. Only a dog can hear it. You are not going to be able to prove it. So you know what? I will concede to you. I will concede to you that Donald Trump never, once again, never supported directly or indirectly white supremacists. He is itself a man that doesn't know nothing about white supremacy. So him filling his whole cabinet with white supremacists is actually, or people that are very close to it, doesn't prove nothing. Just like him saying, I'm going to drain the swamp, and then he'll put in positions a bunch of billionaires, doesn't prove that he's actually against the swamp.
So this is sort of a scattershot response you have here that's sort of walking away from the argument that you had here. No. And once more, it's relying on the erroneous assumption that the people he's put in his cabinet are white supremacists because they advocate for policies that white supremacists might cheer for. Now, when I bring up the fact that Democrats do the same thing, people like Obama, people like Joe Biden, etc., and more prolific white supremacists have actually immediately gravitated toward the Democratic Party, you sort of brush that to the side. So I don't want people to lose sight of the specific thing that you're talking, where we both are talking
Yes.
about something that caused division, whether or not Trump said Nazis were good people. If it's a lie, it certainly was a damaging lie that caused a lot of division. You're unable to defend that statement. Now you're saying, this really funny. Let me finish. It's really funny something you said there. You said, well, it's a dog whistle and only dogs can hear it. In other words, only racists can hear it.
No, absolutely not.
No, wait. What do you mean when you say it's a dog whistle and only dogs could hear it? So who are the
It's
dogs that are hearing it?
let me actually tell you. Only the dog can prove it that he heard it. A regular person can prove it.
So who's the dog in this example?
A dog whistle is exactly that. You can prove it because you can hear it.
Who's the dog?
Who is the dog?
Right.
Racist people people that believe in racism, and people that are no 1 second, and people that are smart enough to actually read between the lines.
No. So first, I reject your assumption that I'm not smart.
How do you reject it? You ask me who are they, and I no 1 second.
If you let me finish,
you're not.
You're gonna. Yeah, once more, you're gonna.
You gave me that.
I reject the fact that only smart people could read between. That if you're not, if you didn't think it was a dog whistle, then you're not smart, and you can't read between the lines. I reject you implying that I'm not smart. Is what I'm saying.
No, I'm implying that you actually are smart. You're just plain dumb.
Well, I reject that then.
Absolutely.
I reject that. If that's your argument.
You see?
Okay. Nonetheless, dog whistle implies that you're saying something that only a certain audience could be. So the fact that you picked it up, maybe it suggests more about you being a racist. No, because when we look at the actual data, now let me ask you a question. Would you say that someone that's a white supremacist, you clearly talked about how bad that is. Do you think someone who's a black supremacist is equally bad?
If they have enough power, absolutely.
Okay, so
the ideology, I will concede, talking from a position of weakness and trying to get a level foot for everybody, is not as negative. As soon as they get power, absolutely is. It's like women wanted access to college. If they get 50% of the seats, I don't see it as negative. When they have 65% of the seats and they don't do nothing to actually bring the men out to the college so they both can share power, absolutely is negative.
I think that you may have an argument there when it comes to the practical nature of when we should voice concern over it, but as a moral matter, either it's morally righteous or morally erroneous, and saying that it's more immoral if you have more power, it seems to be fallacious. I think that the morality of it would be the same. The practical application of how bad it could be for society is what changes. For example, the homeless person on the street, it's as immoral for him to be racist against black people as it is for the president of the United States. It's just far more damaging to the country for the president than the morality of it's still the same. So I reject your premise. I think that the way that it would play out sort of practically would be worse if someone with power. So I don't think power necessitates the morality or immorality or the scale of immorality of racist beliefs. Would you also admit, though, while we're on the subject, that when you talk about Steve Bannon, Steve Miller being racist or Nazis or whatever, it's not that they're admitting it, it's that you're implying that they're dog whistling to it, but they haven't admitted it.
And that's the point. If I'm not call myself a racist, can you call me a racist? Yes. Sure. It's my actions. It's not my words. I will not say I'm a neo-Nazi, but if I walk like one, I duck like one, and I have a swastika right here, I might be one of them.
Okay. So I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No. Please.
Let me just say this. I look at racism on everything, sexism, whatever. Just like I look at everything, I'm a person that believes in pragmatism. If I know that most men are the homeless, if I know that most men are the one that commit self-deletion, if I know that most men are they going to be wrecked after divorce, I will put measurements to make sure that those men are protected. We can kind of call it a benevolent type of sexism because it doesn't include women. But if you are actually bridging a gap and trying to make sure that these people have a fighting chance, I don't see no problem with that. So sexism a lot of times is negative, but sometimes it's necessary.
Okay. Nonetheless, not to get off on that red herring, the reason I bring this up is because I think we can talk until we're blue in the face that you're just wrong, that I think you could have the beliefs that Stephen Bannon and Stephen Miller have, and it doesn't make you a racist. And if racists happen to like those beliefs, I don't think that should be used to impugn them. But when someone admits to such as being a white nationalist like Richard Spencer has in the past, or admits to being like a leader of the KKK like David Duke, that's clearly worse. Having said that, did you speak up about Barack Obama taking pictures with Louis Farrakhan, a self-professed black nationalist?
If you have a problem with Farrakhan, it's totally fine. I don't have a problem with that.
You don't have a problem with Louis Farrakhan?
No, I literally said, if you have a problem with Farrakhan, and you can prove that he's a racist, I don't have no problem with that. I'm not going to fight you back.
Do you think Louis Farrakhan's a racist?
Absolutely.
Okay, so when
Do you believe? No, don't stop there. Do you think Stephen Miller is a racist?
No.
What about Steve Bannon?
No.
What about Sebastian Gorka?
No.
Do you think anybody that Donald Trump had very close to him or is in his or in his circle is a racist? Anybody? One? Can you give me one?
Nothing that they've done publicly or the policy positions they've advocated for have shown that.
The difference between me and you. I'm not a debate, bro. I'm willing to concede on the points that you want to concede. You don't want to lose the debate, so you are willing to
what
say,
are you talking about?
Do you see any racists on the black side? Absolutely, I do. Do you see any racists on the white side? They didn't say
no. The difference is because I'm citing someone who's an openly admitted black nationalist, and you're citing people that are saying, well, because they're strong on the border, they must be racist.
No, that's not what it is.
And what policy? Let's take Stephen Miller. What policy is Stephen Miller advocating for that you think proves that he's a racist? We'll just take him specifically.
The Muslim ban, for example.
Okay, the Muslim ban that was suggested under Barack Obama. The countries that he suggested.
Did he imply actions speak louder than words? That's your words, Mr. Rob. You said 1 second. You said actions speak louder than words.
Yes.
People on the Democratic side talk about it. He actually did it. You are proving the point that when you do it, there's things that are different. So don't put them on the same side because one of them did it, the other didn't talk about it. Go ahead, you got this.
Okay, I'm saying that it's not a racist thing because clearly the side that you're thinking isn't racist in that way approved and suggested this would be a potential thing. I don't think it was a ban on people because they're brown. I think it was a ban on countries that they thought terrorism was coming from. Now, you might say, wait a minute, that's not good policy. You might say, wait a minute, those people happen to be of this ethnicity, etc. I happen to think that doesn't make them racist. And in fact, I think a religion's not the same of race at all. That doesn't mean that bigotry or bias against religion isn't something that we should be talking about. But your claim is specific that it's racist. I think there's far more example of actual racist policy that's been put by both Republican and Democrats, such as the Patriot Act, right? Like post 9/11, a lot of the investigations that occurred on mosques, that there was zero evidence that they were engaged in terrorism, I find to be despicable. Those were policies carried out under both George Bush, W. Bush, and Barack Obama.
Who created them?
It was created under the Republicans with the support of Democrats in Congress.
So there's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. Then we can talk about it.
I don't Trump.
No. I don't think he's racist. I actually think he's a way of controlling even white people the most, because now you actually can control everybody without having a warrant. I think the Patriot Act is not a racist bill. I think the Patriot Act is an extension of the U.S. government unlawfully going against the Constitution. That has nothing to do with racism, in my opinion. It was just an excuse.
But the way that it was used was often done in anti-religious ways that were directed at Muslims, just like we saw under the Biden administration that there were anti-Catholic things that were suggested. Does that make it racist? Is it racist against white people because there was specific language and specific targeting of Catholic groups? I don't think so. I think that it's bigoted against the religion, but I don't think it's racist. Nonetheless, when I ask for specific examples of Stephen Miller being racist, you cite a Muslim ban that I don't even know how instrumental he was in that was suggested by Republicans and Democrats, and Rob, it doesn't have to do with race.
Rob, do you remember when they leaked these emails, and inside of the emails it was I don't remember what was the publications, but they caught hundreds of emails, and it was always quoting the like some white supremacists.
Who's he?
Like
Steve Miller?
Yes.
No, I don't remember that.
So go ahead.
Who was the white supremacist he was quoting? I'm interested. Go for it.
It was a group called something Renaissance, if I'm not mistaken. It was a white supremacist, like just right where this kind of connected to the alt-right. And if Jake can actually go ahead and please verify it, there was a publication that was called something Renaissance that was clearly a white supremacist organization, and Stephen Miller was caught on his emails citing them a tremendous amount of times.
I mean, that means nothing to me. Like, there are people that
means nothing.
Well, how do I know that they're not here's what you want me to do. One, you want me to take my word that your word that Stephen Miller quoted it. Second, you want me to take your word that this group is white supremacist.
American Renaissance, by the way.
What's that?
American Renaissance and V there. Like
okay, so I'm slightly familiar with VDare, and there's certainly people on VDare that opposes, like I think Ron Unz was someone that posted, who happens to be Jewish, that oftentimes talks about how he thinks that Jewish people, and particularly the nation of Israel, have undue influence on the United States. But once more, we get back to the same sort of position, whereas one, are the people you're talking about openly avowed white nationalists, or are you going to say, well, they haven't avowed to be white nationalists, but they they've said things that are dog whistles to white nationalists. And so Stephen Miller quoting him is now dog whistling to quoting someone who's dog whistling to white nationalism, as opposed to Obama being with Louis Farrakhan, who calls himself a black nationalist.
And that's the point, but that's defeats your point, because directly Barack Obama didn't say nothing that was overtly racist. Nothing that you can prove that is overly racist. He acknowledged race, but he never said something that is actually openly racist. So it's actually defeats your original point.
What does Trump say?
If you have to say something, Mexicans are rapists.
That's once more.
There's not
once
racism.
more. Again, we're talking about division. You're citing examples that cause division in this country
That's
that
not
were
what I said.
erroneous. Let me finish. You're citing examples that are flawed that caused more division. No, what Trump said was they're not sending their best. They're sending rapists, etc. He didn't say that all Mexicans were rapists.
So are you sure?
Yes.
Yes.
So okay.
You find me the quote of Trump saying all Mexicans are rapists. Go for it. I'll stop that now. I won't say another word.
One second. So you believe, Rob, me and you, right?
Yes.
Because you believe that most of the immigrants that are going through the border are rapists.
No.
That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that.
So how do you defend a statement like that if not racism?
Trump's being slightly hyperbolic, but talking about something that is ignored by people on the other side of the ledger. That's a whole huge problem. For example, let me finish. Amnesty International said 1/3 of women that try to cross the southern border are raped. It's the numbers are something like 1/4 of children are sexually trafficked to come across. There is a huge problem. What he's making is this point, which is when these countries intentionally send people, right? They're not sending good people. They're sending undesirable people, criminals, rapists. He talks about mentally ill. Is Trump bigoted against the mentally ill because he's constantly said they're opening up the insane asylums and sending people here? No, it's just sort of the way Trump talks. It doesn't exhibit any expression whatsoever of his feelings towards people that are mentally ill. And again, what you're doing is you're taking the sort of bait that we've seen of the people. It's like, I bet you also believe that he made fun of a reporter that had cerebral
Absolutely,
palsy.
there's video on it.
Right.
He did yes.
Right.
And he said,
did you just make fun of that guy too?
Absolutely.
So you're making fun of that reporter?
Absolutely.
So what's your criticism?
Rob, I'm not running from shit. Everybody can get smoked from Ferry. The disabled, the black, the white, the tall, the short, the fat, the woman. I will admit him. I'm mocking the it's me mocking the disabled. Can you admit that now?
No.
Can you say with me?
Okay, let's say I did that when referencing that guy, and let's say I did that when referencing you, and let's say I did that when referencing Jake. Is that still me making fun of that guy's disability, or is that something that I'm prone to do anytime I'm making fun of someone?
I never saw him do it before.
Well, he did it. So if I could show you, so just to be clear, if I could show you clips of him doing that exact reaction to people that aren't disabled, then you would admit that that's not him making fun of that person for being disabled.
No, because there will be the same thing as when Musk did the Roman salute. And people going to find clips of Democrats doing something that is very similar. Like, that's not the same thing. Respectfully, it was a gesture that was repeated twice. If he did it once, I will give you I don't, to be honest, I don't care. But no one
does.
No, but Rob, the proof that actually he did something that he shouldn't is every time I'm on these panels with these people and they say that he did nothing wrong, I says, go ahead, Rob, do it. If he didn't do nothing wrong,
my heart is out to you.
Hey.
Me too, man. Heart goes out.
Okay, now what? Now you admit you're wrong?
Hey, no. This is this is going to go for members only.
Why? I didn't do a Nazi salute. I completely disavow Nazis. I probably debated white supremacists far more than you have.
Rob,
far more successful.
I'm familiar with your work, Rob.
Okay.
Like, nobody on this conversation, I'm going to put that on you. And there's the thing, I'm not a race hustler, right? I just found like the initial statement that you made. I was really curious about it. You kind of explain whatever you have going on. So if I'll concede, okay, I'm learning here. I'll concede that you are right. Can I?
I'll take the win. You can go to another topic then if you want. That's fine.
Okay. And this one is actually more problematic in my opinion, right? And
I'm having fun, by the way. So I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
This is a great fucking. This is a good dude. You guys, I'm glad I put you all together because this is amazing. Go ahead, Fatty.
And by the way, shout out to the Untouchables. I truly appreciate you, but we're going to close the stream on our side, and everybody is going to jail. There's almost 100 people on our side. Okay, So we're going to close the stream. The link, I'm going to drop the link for Jake. Jake is being extremely nice to us, so please go ahead and come to this side. The redirect is on too. So please come to this side. I'm going to close the stream right now because this one I actually am curious about. Why did you say that?
Sure.
But you're going to explain me absolutely. So Untouchables, I appreciate you signing out. Peace.
Shout out to the Untouchable crew. Thank you so much, Fatty, for the redirection, man. I appreciate you.
And they better go over to Jake so they can hear my answer. So.
And by the way, go follow Rob too because he's pinned on my title. Go ahead and follow. He's a great debater, so it's been fun. The second part that I'm actually you said that JD Vance might be the best. Like, can you repeat that so I don't misquote you?
Yeah, I think JD Vance might be the best politician. Clearly, I'm implying for my agenda in my lifetime. He has the potential to be that. He's not there yet, but I think he has that potential. Yeah.
That part I don't understand because JD Vance is not principled. Is opportunistic. And JD Vance was a rabid Donald Trump hater. He called him a tremendous amount of names left and right. Not even like 8 years ago, it was a clearly a hater of Trump, and now, like Jake said, he became cool, become a Trump supporter. Now he can rock his head outside and he can do his thing. So he's riding the wave, and now that he's cool, all of a sudden, all the things that he said against Trump, all of a sudden, he's brushing him. Like, how can you trust a person that is so wishy-washy on a space of 6 years? He goes from, we hate Trump, he's an idiot, I'm going to be a never Trump supporter, and now he's his biggest cheerleader. How can you trust a person that looks as all the traits of an opportunistic person?
Okay, so I can answer this in two ways. Both will be quick, for me, quick at least. Number one would be, I think I buy JD Vance's explanation that he didn't understand Trump and was actually listening to a lot of the bad faith criticism of Trump. And I think he now understands that Trump actually does believe in sort of the American worker middle class that he thinks has been forgotten. And he understands that he approaches things in a non-stereotypical politician way. And he comes off as brash and has a tone and style vastly different than JD Vance. But JD Vance has admitted that he was wrong when he believed that he was this horrible person that JD Vance was talking about. That's number one. Second, let's concede, though, even if you don't believe that JD Vance is just opportunistic. I guess my answer would be name one politician that isn't.
Bernie Sanders.
Okay. You don't think...
One second, please. There's always exceptions, and I know you're going to find one thing to say. You see, he's a millionaire and he's telling tax the billionaires. But for the most part, even though nobody is perfect, Bernie Sanders is pushing the same agenda for 40 years for the most part. So I would say that he's not the flip-flop.
Okay, what's Bernie Sanders' feelings on securing the border?
He's against illegal immigration.
Is he?
Isn't he?
When he was asked on the stage, did he think it should be a crime? Did he raise his hand and said he didn't think it should be a crime? He did.
But just because no. Just because you don't think it should be a crime doesn't mean that you're not against illegal immigration. He literally said multiple times he doesn't believe in illegal immigration. Okay, that's his point.
Can you show me one policy that Bernie Sanders has pushed for to curb illegal immigration? Just one.
One policy to curb illegal immigration.
Correct.
I'll have to Google it, and I don't want to.
I could make the argument for you if I try to become you. You would say, well, he wanted to make them legal so that they wouldn't be illegal. But that's not the idea. See, Bernie Sanders back like
aren't you in favor of that?
No.
The path to citizenship?
No. I'm not.
So you're not in favor?
Let me finish. What I'm not in favor of is allowing millions upon millions across the border and then saying the solutions to make them citizens. No, I'm not in favor of that. I'm in favor of not allowing them to come in the first place, and if they did come, sending them home. By the way, that's something that Bernie Sanders. So I don't know where you are with this, but this sort of socialist, democratic socialist argument used to be what this guy like Cesar Chavez, that used to be this pro-union leader back in the day. Cesar Chavez's group used to go to the southern border there in Texas and beat the shit out of immigrants that were coming through because they thought that immigrants competed against labor, and so therefore they were harmful against labor. Now that's a position that Bernie Sanders used to have, but once it became politically expedient for the Democrats to be like, no, we're more tantamount for open borders, Bernie Sanders completely changed and no longer spoke for the voices. What's Bernie Sanders' stance on sort of big money billionaires financing politicians? What's his stance on that?
It wants to tax the rich after a certain threshold. I don't know what's the number of the threshold, but after you make, I think, 4 million or something, it wants to tax you at 90%, just like happened in the 60s.
But
That's his stance.
that's not the question.
But one
I asked.
second.
That's
But
not the question I asked, but
well,
that's fine.
why didn't you ask about?
No. I said, what's his stance on billionaires influencing politics?
Oh, okay. So I actually got there. Before you move, right? I just want to make sure that you're clear. And Jake, please pin these so we can go back there so I don't be disingenuous.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You, Rob, you are against a legal path for immigration. You don't like, you want to close the borders and we are here. The people that are here already. The people that are not, it is what it is. It's just to make sure.
I think as a short-term metric, we should probably halt legal immigration, except for very rare, talented circumstances right now. I think as a general principle, I am for having legal immigration to this country under the criteria that the only criteria that matters is that we say that it is beneficial to the American citizens. So if we think that bringing in a particular person would be of benefit to the United States, then we could do that. If they're going to be a drain on the United States, taking welfare, not producing the job that we thought that they'd be able to produce, then they should be sent back. We should not.
So
we should not be giving those people pathway to citizenship. But this is a red herring, because what I really believe, what you're really talking about, what I'm talking about with Bernie Sanders is we let like 12 million in under Biden. Should we have done that?
Absolutely. Illegals, no. But
okay, would you be in favor of just snapping your finger and saying, okay, they're all legal
now? No.
Would you send them home?
No. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, Bernie wouldn't.
Yes, no, absolutely. Like there's a asylum seekers. We're talking about, not talking about refugees. We're talking about immigrants, right? The thing is, and I understand why they are at your door. You are going to go start a fight or destabilize some country, and then these people get afraid, and then they go to the next safest country that they deem safe, right? I understand it, but if I was an American citizen, I would want checks and balances to see who is going to go in and who is going to go out. The thing is, I just want to understand this, right? Because the way that you're talking, it seems like qualified. Like Elon Musk is an immigrant.
Yes,
like, it is.
Okay.
He is an immigrant,
yeah.
And you are in favor. Like Elon Musk was not always Elon Musk,
sure,
right? He was just a kid of a rich dude, somewhere,
sure.
right? Would you be against Elon Musk doing the right path to citizenship like he did, and now he's the second person in the government telling people what to do? You are against that?
No, in fact, I don't even have to take Elon Musk. The guys that own the convenience store down the street, I think both of them are from India. They're two of the greatest Americans I've ever met. Like, they give a shit about the country. They're hardworking. They care about the history of the country. They care about the Constitution. They care about the principles. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that sort of legal immigration. I don't have a problem with it. What I'm saying is the problem has been exacerbated so much that we need to secure the border before we allow people in now. That's the argument that I'm making. Now, I want to real quick, in the spirit of the quid pro quo, you said that actually you would be for sending all of the 12 million illegals back. Can you show me one time Bernie Sanders ever suggesting that?
No, but Bernie Sanders is not in power.
Okay, but your argument, what I'm telling you is formerly he was against people like that coming in, and now he's for allowing those people to stay. Formerly, he was against billionaires in government. Then, when the billionaires were going more for the Democratic Party, circa 2016, or circa 2020 to 2024, all of a sudden he was pretty quiet on the question. He was he said in the 80s, one last thing, he said in the 80s that it was immoral to have any senators that were millionaires. Now, since he's became a senator that's a millionaire, the very thing that he criticized, he now changed that from millions to billions. And if he ever becomes a billionaire, he'll change the language to trillion, I assure you.
That's called inflation, right? Things cost more than it cost on the 70s. And that's why you go from tax the millionaires to tax the billionaires, because on the 70s, having a million was a lot of money. In 2025, having a million buys you 5 years into it.
Okay, give me an estimation.
Let me 1 second. Let me finish, because you said the Indians. Oh, the Indians they were the best. Like those I don't know if they are Indians or they're people from India. Those people had the chance to actually establish nationality, to establish citizenship, to become the best people and the best Americans that you know. If you're going to close it out, and if you're going to make sure that you don't interview, you don't vet them, those people that you call the best Americans that you know will never have the chance to do it. So when I say Bernie Sanders is in favor of that, the people are going to knock at your door. You are going to say who you are, what are you going to do, and what is your plan, and how much money you have, and they're going to make the triage between the people that actually fit the model and the people that don't. If he's loose, I will change my mind and says, you know what, Rob, you were right. He was loose with this policy, and he allowed the bottom of the barrel people, and now these people are here. But if he doesn't, and if he actually makes the due process, which is very important, and he allows these people, like the people that you say are the best Americans inside of the country, I would be okay with that.
And I don't understand why you're putting it as a hypothetical. The proof is in the pudding. Would you acknowledge that many of the people that came in under Biden are a drain on the country? They take more welfare than they put in.
Every year.
Can you show me? Then can you show me one time Bernie suggesting kicking those people out? Just once.
I can't
because he never did.
And no, Rob.
Now I want to get back now to get back to my question.
No, Rob. Let me just answer. Rob.
Rob,
1 second. We're getting each other. I have to explain myself. It's 5 seconds. No, it's 5 seconds.
Okay,
Rob.
Yeah, go ahead, Fatty. You're good.
Rob, I support Bernie Sanders because of his policies for Americans. The border, in my opinion, is an issue that both sides kind of agree with. They kind of pretend they don't, but for the most part, Obama is the deporter in chief. Biden deported a bunch of people. Trump deported a bunch of people. They kind of pretend that they don't agree, but they kind of agree. Once again, I believe in Bernie Sanders not because of the migrants that come from your border. I believe in Bernie Sanders because what he actually wants the regular American to like the socialism and the things that have on other country that you have in Canada, Europe, like universal health care, affordable college, and all that. I support him because of that, not because his policies against the border, because probably I barely know them. You can get the microphone again.
That was the longest 5 seconds I've ever heard. Number one. Number two.
That was 55.
Number two, right? Like, no, what we're talking about is your criticism of me of supporting JD Vance and saying he's good because you're saying he's opportunistic, he's changed his beliefs, and me telling you that circa 1980s Bernie was pro-labor and wanted to stop huge amounts of immigration coming, and now he's against sending back the very people that you're talking about. So he's massively changed. Please let me finish. He's massively changed his position. Your answer to me pointing out that double standard of the change of his position, yeah, but I support Bernie for other reasons. Cool, then I support JD Vance for other reasons. So your criticism of my support of JD Vance is irrelevant. To get back to the question we talked about, another example, when you said that the reason that Bernie Sanders said it was immoral to be a millionaire senator whenever he said it, we'll say 1985, when he said it, the reason that it's not sort of a changing position now that he's a millionaire is because of inflation. So let's do a little exercise here briefly for a moment. Do you think, it's just some quick answers to these questions, if you don't mind. When he said millionaire, he was implying like anyone who has over $1 million that's a senator would be immoral, correct?
I don't think if he was exactly 1 million, but he was on the millionaire class.
Okay, so then let's say
and 999 millions.
Okay. So if he said a person who is a senator and has $1 million is immoral, and you're saying, well, it's changed now when Bernie Sanders is a senator because of inflation. How much has inflation gone up since 85 to now?
Jay, can you check it out, please?
Yeah, I can do that for y'all.
So let's see.
And it's not just inflation; it's the disparity between workers and CEOs too. That's why you actually want to.
Well, that would be a point. That would be a point for me, right? Right?
No,
because let me finish. Because if the disparity is even greater now, then Bernie Sanders' criticism in the 80s should be even greater now. That we don't want rich senators, correct?
Yes, it's not the rich senators, it's rich CEOs and like
no. Bernie's, don't conflate. Bernie's exact statement was, it is immoral to be a millionaire senator.
And can you give me the year, please?
It was sometime in the 80s. I'll try to find the exact year.
Okay, I'll Google it too, right?
Okay.
There shouldn't be any millionaire senators. Bernie, which year was this? Here was this. Okay, so this was in 1997. This country does not need more millionaires. We need more working class people standing up for the economic needs of the working class. This is not it. The Western. I can't even find this statement. Oh no! Okay. Bernie once said there shouldn't be billionaire senators. I don't know what once is. And I just wanted to compare the year that he said that with
1971 socialist Bernie Sanders called it immoral that half the members of the Senate were millionaires.
Okay.
Okay,
So now
let's take inflation calculator. So 1971 to 2025. I have that $1.71.
It's about 500 and something percent.
Okay,
actually,
500 something percent. How much is Bernie worth now? You would admit if he's worth more than 5 million, that would cover for inflation, and so therefore he's immoral.
No, because most of his income is on his houses that he bought long time ago.
What's it matter?
Like every no, 1 second. One thing is you actually getting money from outside sources that make you a millionaire. Another thing is you living on a house and you buy it on the 90s, and that house cost $100,000, and because of inflation, because the housing market literally is a house of cards, now your house is worth 700,000. That's not your fault. Respectfully,
that
I don't think
makes no sense. Bernie Sanders,
corruption in any level.
Bernie Sanders did not make that equivocation when he made that criticism. He didn't say, "Oh, clearly it's okay to be a millionaire senator if the reason you're a millionaire is because you purchased a house in 1940 and then that asset has appreciated to the point through inflation." Bernie didn't say that. He didn't say there are exemptions. He didn't say there are exemptions for being. The point I'm trying to make is it's clear that Bernie was being a hypocrite. He's making a point that people that are incredibly wealthy are disconnected as a socialist from the working class, and therefore they shouldn't be in positions of being in politics. And yet that's who he himself is now. This is clearly another double standard, just like the double standard we see of him being all but silent. And there's others. Like he used to be heavily critical of sort of the war foreign policy. You have admitted many times that the establishment Democratic Party, much like the establishment Republican, are corporatist, greedy, bad. You'll admit that, right?
Yes.
Bernie
Bernie's
Sanders,
not one of them.
he's capitulated to them in every major election since they screwed him out in 2016.
It does like everybody else, and it consolidates to his side of the squad.
So's JD Vance. Thanks. Next topic.
No, because JD Vance actually was not in support of him at all. You can find nowhere where Bernie Sanders is calling Hillary Clinton an idiot, saying never Hillary Clinton. You can find that. There's a straw man. Actually, hey Jake, do you know how much money $1 million in 71 will be right now in 2025?
I don't know the exact numbers, but I could look.
You want me to tell you?
Well, go ahead. Yeah.
$38 million.
You're still a millionaire though, then.
But
it's not billions.
Wait. Say
You're
it
still
again.
millions.
Whoa. Say it again. Say what you said. What would be $38 million?
$1 million in 1771. They said that it was the year that he said that would be worth approximately 38 million today, adjusted for long-term average inflation. Go ahead and look it up.
Okay, well then that actually backs up Rob's point.
I think the numbers. I don't know where
because he's still a millionaire.
No, let me talk. Okay, let me talk. Can you show that source? Because I just went to inflation. I just went to inflation calculator, and you're massively off based on their numbers. So I'd like to see the source that you have.
Absolutely.
It'd be about 8 million.
Can you send it?
Absolutely.
You can send it over.
Just
go ahead. And
you can even tell me the URL. Where are you getting it from?
Calculator.
I just want to be clear. 1 million in 1971. 38 million now.
I can be wrong all the time. Let me give you the numbers.
Okay.
Please. Okay. So, this is not the 1 million. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. In 71. Okay, this one says 8 million. You are right on this one. And
where's the one you got? Can I make a prediction? Did you just listen to someone in your chat say that?
No. Okay. I use Google and then I use ChatGPT. That's why it gave me those numbers. It was nothing.
It's not because of the chat. It's not because of the chat, Rob.
It doesn't matter if it was. I'm just saying that, like, even in my head, it sounds like inflation up 3,800% since the 70s seems like an awful lot. I'm not saying inflation hasn't been a problem, but 3,800% seems crazy.
Absolutely, and this is why I said I stand corrected. If you have more information that changes, it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not holding you to that's fine.
Now, Rob,
it sounded
just to be fair, Rob. I was looking up the numbers. According from 71 to 2025, it's gone up about 530%. Now, from 1 million to 38, that sounds about reasonable. But even then, I'm just saying Fatty's claim of as far as the morality of being a millionaire as a senator, Bernie is still a millionaire. It's not like the 38% went up to $1 billion. I'm just thinking it still backs up Rob's claim.
Do you believe in progressive taxes, Jake?
Do I believe in progressive taxes?
Yes.
No.
Okay,
Like
I do.
Etc. Yeah.
I believe that a person that earns $1 million shouldn't be taxed the same way as a person that gets $99 million.
What does that have to do with the point?
Because that's what he's actually proposing. He's not going for the man that is making $1 million at all. You can actually go ahead and check. Bernie Sanders is not against the $1 million, $2 million earner. He goes higher depending on the structure that you have when you become
you're not logically following the chain of the argument. The chain of the argument went like this. It went, how can you support JD Vance when JD Vance has been opportunistic and changed core values that he had? And I'm like, well, who do you think is a politician that doesn't do that? You say Bernie Sanders. One of the things I'm talking about where he's changed his values, he said that millionaires shouldn't be senators, and now he's a millionaire senator. That seems to be a pretty direct change in his belief. Please, let me finish. You say, that's explained away by inflation. And so therefore, and what Jake's saying there is, but he changed from saying millionaire to billionaire. So even if inflation was up 3,800%, which it's not, it's actually up about 700%, right? Is more. So 1 million is closer to 7 million as opposed to 38 million, which Bernie is now a millionaire. You're like, well, I don't care that he's changed his position because he believes in a progressive tax rate. But that still doesn't mean he didn't grotesquely change his position when it became beneficial and opportunistic. He said we shouldn't have millionaire senators when he wasn't a millionaire. Once he became a millionaire, he said, never mind, millionaire senators are cool. I just have a problem with billionaire ones.
And this is why you are actually trying to win a debate instead of actually having a comprehensive debate. If listen carefully, right? If Bernie Sanders says that the minimum wage should be $17 an hour in 2019, and let's imagine that this man is a reptile and he lives to 200, and in 100 years, in 50 years, in 30 years, he's saying the minimum wage should be $39, he's not changing his stance. He's just adapting his view to his current view, to the world that we live in. $1 million, once again, in the 70s was a lot of money. $1 million in 2025 is not. So respectfully, once again, he didn't change his position.
Yes, he did.
He didn't change his position. He just changed the amount of money because the money is not worth the same right now. So he's tormenting me.
Okay, real quick. Did Bernie think that a senator with $1 million in 1971 was immoral?
In 71.
Okay, if inflation's 700%, which it's around that number, if a senator has 7 million today, does Bernie think that's immoral?
I have to ask him. I don't know.
I would say no, because he's now saying it's immoral.
I know he wants to tax them.
Please, he would say no, because now he's changed it to saying billionaires, not double-digit millionaires. He didn't say that.
Hey, Rob.
He changed his belief.
Let me ask you something to see if you actually believe in what you say, right?
Okay.
Do you think that the person that is 30 years on the Senate earning, I don't know, I think they earn like $200,000 per year on average, something like that. Do you think that it's very probable that those people that stay there for decades, all of them will become millionaires sooner or later if they stood there long enough?
Yeah, I'll say generally. There's clearly exemption, but yeah, sure.
Now the question is, do you think that most of these people in 71 were millionaires? Do you think they were?
Most of them?
Yes.
I don't know. That's an interesting question. I actually have no clue. What do you think?
So I think they weren't. And if we can actually go, and Jake, I would actually be maybe to concede. If those senators that were in the 70s, if most of them were not millionaires, I think it's a fair statement. If all of them were millionaires, now we have a problem, right? But once again, the same way we change prices with inflation, I can literally say, hey, it did one number in the 71 because it was worth a certain amount, and now it's giving you a different number because this number is adjusted to the reality of right now. I think it's
please, Jake, please, right? Like, you're changing the question. It's a clever deflect. It is changing. It would be as simple as this. If I said anyone who's making more than $10,000 a year is immoral, and I said that in 1971, and inflation's gone up 700%, and I'm now making $70,000 a year, which would be the equivalent of $10,000 a year back then, and I say, well, I'm not immoral. right? I'm not immoral because clearly anyone that's been here for years making, this money would get raises that would lead to $70,000 a year. That's a completely different conversation. Would you acknowledge that there could have been people making, what was the salary of the Senate in 1971? You have no clue.
I don't know. That's what I asked you. I don't know.
Okay, so
we can go ahead and watch it. That's my point. I don't know. You can go ahead and watch it.
Okay.
And this time I'm not going to use my Google because I might be wrong and then use it against me. So you Google it so I can Google after you and says,
1971, the salary of senators was $42,000 a year. Okay.
Now it's over 100,000.
So now having $1 million will be actually not like you have to be at 20 years on the Senate to get that amount of money.
No, wait. This is great. This is actually going to be even worse.
This is great.
Watch. Let me explain how it's going to be worse for you. What's the salary now? It's $175,000. So basically 4 times more, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're arguing, so then if Bernie was saying people making $45,000 a year, if they're millionaires, that's immoral. So people making $175,000 a year, which is 4 times more, he would say that people that are making 4 times more than $1 million, in other words, 4 million, would also be immoral. Correct?
There's a fallacy there.
What's the fallacy?
Because right now the people that work in Senate make more money from getting money from other sides. Investing in and all that they get from their salary. Like right now,
what Bernie's criticizing.
No. Yes. If you go and look the people that have more money in the Senate, they are not just because they having wages from the Senate, is because, like for example, Nancy Pelosi, she has inside information. So every time somebody actually does some market manipulation, she's in front of the line. It has nothing to do with their salaries. It has to do with the connection that she does with these big companies. And then she actually flourished.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the salary.
Okay. Now, wait a minute. Now apply that logic to 1971. What Bernie was really saying is, wow, we only make $45,000 a year. So if you're worth $1 million, that means that you're making a large amount of money from outside your salary. And that's immoral because that leads to sort of fraud and corruption, etc. Now apply that same logic today when I'm like, okay, so now we make 4 times as much. So the inflation number doesn't even matter. Now it's 4 times as much. So then the logic would be, if Bernie's being logically consistent, then people that make 4 times more than $1 million, in other words, they're worth $4 million, that they would be immoral. You're like, oh, no. Let me finish. You're like, oh, no. Because they're making money from outside, like Nancy Pelosi, like being corrupt lobbyists. Right. And so the very same criticism would apply. If we said being worth $1 million in 1971 when the salary was around $50,000 meant you were immoral because you were getting money from far more outside sources, the same logic would apply today to someone that's worth more than like $5 million.
You just checkmated yourself.
No, I didn't. I literally.
Yeah, you know why you did it?
I'm going to listen to you screw up and try to say
because on the progressive text that is actually telling people to do, which you text 90%, is above $4 million, which is literally connected to the amount of money that you're doing.
Have to do with anything we're talking about? Sir, what does that have to do with anything?
No, let's walk. I walk with you. You walk with me.
Okay,
right?
Let's do it.
You are saying that having $1 million at that time will be the same thing as having $4 million. You said that you will be immoral. He said that you will be immoral for a senator to earn $1 million, to have $1 million. That's immoral.
So Bernie said,
if he actually wants to tax the rich over $4 million, that still means that he still wants to tax these people, because the same people that were getting $1 million right now will be getting $5 million and still he wants to tax them. So he's still against them. What is the point?
You completely are changing the equation. So listen to me.
AJ, can you Google that? AJ.
Please, let me finish. I know you think you're onto something, and I'm actually starting to think that unfortunately you believe it, which I'm sorry to say doesn't speak well of your comprehension of the conversation. What does that progress? What I'm telling you is
I can't hear you, bro.
The progressive tax rate. I'll say Bernie Sanders wants to progressively tax people over $400 million at 500,000%. So that proves he doesn't like millionaires. What does that have to do with the conversation? Please, let me finish. The point is, he didn't say in 1971, people that are millionaire senators are immoral unless they favor a progressive tax rate and they would want to tax themselves at a higher rate. Then those people would be moral. He said, if you're a millionaire and you're a senator, it's immoral. That's what he said. The implication of why he was saying that was implying that you've gotten your money through using your connections to be powerful to get that money. He didn't say, but that's okay as long as you favor a progressive tax rate. Now, when he falls into the same criticism that he levied, even under your logic of increasing the value or the income by 4 times, when he falls basically into that category, he says, oh, no. It's not that I'm immoral. I'm not held to the same logic because I want a progressive tax rate. The progressive tax rate and what he believes is irrelevant to whether or not you are immoral if you're worth $4 million and a senator, which using the inflation scale of their income is what that number would be. What they want, just like he didn't give people grace in 1971 when he said you're only immoral if you're against a progressive tax rate. So his beliefs on the progressive tax rate mean nothing. Similarly, I could take the same criticism that you made about J.D. Vance of Donald Trump and say, when he was talking about Donald Trump and the problems of Donald Trump, he was only assuming that Trump wouldn't advocate for tax cuts or assuming that Trump wouldn't advocate for de-escalation in Ukraine.
Or he thinks he's Hitler.
Right. Yeah. So now that I don't, things have changed. You would say, oh, no. He made a very clear moral declarative statement that Trump was immoral, that Trump was really bad. And so therefore, he's an opportunistic person for changing that. That's exactly my criticism of Bernie Sanders. He made a moral proclamation on people that were millionaires in the Senate, and he basically falls into that same category now, as does most of the people that he pals around with in the Senate. And so he changed his position because he's opportunistic.
I love how you inserted your version of immorality to actually make a point, which was hilarious, right? Immoral doesn't mean that I will grab you and send you to a gulag. Immoral doesn't mean that I'm going to exterminate you and put you in jail. Immoral is the amount of money that you're doing is immoral compared with the average worker because you don't work that much. So just like I want to tax the CEO that gets way more money than the operator, same I want to ask, like I'm going to tax the senator that's getting way more money than the person, the regular person.
Where did he say
and
that?
One second, just 1 second. If my definition of immoral means I will tax the shit out of them, is still on par with that. He thinks that having 1 million right now compared to inflation 4 million is immoral, so he wants to tax the shit out of them. What do you mean by immoral? What is your definition of immoral? What do you think he wants to do to these people that actually are getting more than $4 million and up? Do you think he wants to delete them? Like, what is immoral? He's not charging them. He's not making them pay their fair share of taxes.
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Because if he says that he's immoral in the 70s to have $1 million and he wants to tax the shit out of them, he would say that he's immoral right now to have $4 million according to inflation. So he's still going to tax the shit out of them.
Okay.
The logic is still the same. And if Jake can actually go and pull out the progressive tax, who is going to be
what
charged?
Does that have to do with anything? Listen, he's saying
that's crazy.
Well, I don't understand. Like I'm so
wrong.
I'm so confused.
Let me explain you, Rob.
It would be like if I said this: people that drive a diesel truck that get less than 10 to the gallon are immoral, right? And then 40 years, but people that do that, I think we should tax the shit out of $20,000 tax. And then 20 years later, I get a diesel truck that drives over and I say, you sure tax the shit out of me more. That doesn't matter because I'm still saying it's immoral. I would still be an immoral person, right? The problem is in 1971, Bernie Sanders did not make this statement. He did not say, I think it is immoral for people to be millionaires and senators that are against a progressive tax bracket. That's not what he said. He said, I think it's immoral to be a millionaire senator. He didn't carve out exceptions of, but it's totally moral as long as you favor a progressive tax bracket. So then when he becomes a millionaire, right, and you're like, that's not a contradiction on his part that now he's saying billionaire instead of millionaire because he's for a progressive tax rate. His criticism was never, it's immoral to be a millionaire senator and not favor a progressive tax rate. His criticism was, it's immoral to be a millionaire senator. He now meets that criteria. So why is that not a change in position when he's now saying billionaire?
Because he's a disingenuous statement. Once again, when we were, hey, Rob, you said that you are, you are 40, right? Let's imagine that you are 80. When you were younger, having a long life expectancy was way lower than right now. A tall person probably will be a 5'9" person will be a tall person. The numbers have changed. As human beings grew taller, you have to say, I said before 50 years ago that the person that is 5'7" is tall, but now I'm saying the person that is 6'2" is tall because human beings got so large on the last 50 years by what they're eating and the comfort and all that I have to adjust my number. It's like that, Rob. What is immoral? What do you mean? Like, for example, I think billionaires shouldn't exist, right? I don't want to delete them. I don't. I just think that if you are doing $1 billion per year on the 1,000,000,001, you should take the shit out of you because there's no reason you're living on a tower with $1,000,000 and there's homeless in front of your tower just sleeping on a tent. I think that is immoral. What is your definition of immoral, Rob? I just want to know that before we move on.
My definition of moral is something that is not moral, something that's not virtuous, or something that's sinful. That's my definition of immoral. Okay, okay. Now that we're
walk with me.
Let's go back to the example you just gave.
No, walk with me. It was just for you to send me a doll. Let me dunk it, right? So I pass you the ball and you pass back. So you think that immorality is like something that is not right? Do you believe that a CEO earning 400 times more than the average worker on his company, when in the 70s and 60s they were very close to each other, the wages stagnated for the person that is doing the job, and the CEO skyrocketed 500,000, I don't know how many percent? Do you think that's immoral?
No.
I do, and this is why we disagree.
What does this have anything to? What does this have anything to do with? Now, let's take that example. Let's say that there's a factory in 1971, and the average wage a year.
And Rob, give me just 1 second. I'm hearing you, but I have to take a twinkle. I'm hearing you though. So don't stop talking.
Okay. I'm gonna take a twinkle as well, just with you, Fatty. All right.
I'm not gonna.
Howard, you didn't want to stop the debate, Jake. That's crazy.
I mean, I don't want to, but I'm just saying. I'll be back really quick, gentlemen.
It's surreal to sort of have these sorts of conversations. Like, it's like two ships passing. I don't understand how it's not clear what I'm saying. I'm going to try to explain this one more time using the analogy that he just gave and see if we could get some sort of concession. The argument I'm making is that Bernie Sanders says one thing, and then once that thing would negatively impact his personal actions, he changes the criteria when he's talking about morality. My definition of immorality is irrelevant. We're talking about Bernie Sanders' definition of immorality. He said something was immoral. A category of people was immoral. Now he meets that category of people and he's like, no, never mind. That's no longer immoral. The excuse that Fatty is giving is, that's because of inflation, or that's because he favors a progressive tax rate. But that was never part of Bernie Sanders' original argument. His original argument was never, if you're a millionaire but you believe in the progressive tax scale, then it's not immoral. So when Fatty gets back here, when I can see that he's on camera, I will make my argument using the analogy he gave, talking about a CEO making a greater percentage than the average person that was working there. He's conflating sort of what would we do with someone that's immoral? What should we have billionaires? All of this is irrelevant to the central question and his criticism of me, which is that JD Vance has changed positions from being opportunistic. Therefore, he favors Bernie Sanders, who I'm arguing is opportunistic. He keeps changing and saying, but shouldn't we tax billionaires? That's irrelevant. Okay, Fatty, you ready for the argument? You listening?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that Jake came back faster because he didn't wash his hands.
He's in his own house.
You know what? He was W on that, bro.
I see you, Jake.
But listen, he doesn't use his pants. He just flops his hands. He just flops it out and flops it back in. So, okay.
I'm just trying to get back here, dude.
Let's go. So your argument is, if there's a CEO that makes 400% more than the on-the-line worker right now, that's immoral. And that's what Bernie's talking about.
I want you to actually, because you said that. You said, my opinion about immorality doesn't matter. Your opinion about morality doesn't matter. I want you to tell me, what did Bernie...
I'll repeat the question. I don't know if you didn't hear. Your argument, I'm trying to steel man to make sure that I'm arguing what you're actually saying.
Yes, sir.
You're saying today, there's a CEO. That CEO makes 400% more than the average worker at that company. That's immoral.
Not 400.
How much?
Well,
there's
1,000% more. 4,000% more. What's the number?
It's an average. Like, this is the math that I'm going to do because I don't know the concrete number. You see the cost of 1 second. You see the cost of living. You put inflation. You put the salary of a person, and now it evolved. And you put the salary of a CEO compared to it, and I can give you exactly a number. Actually, I can Google it.
Well, okay, hold on,
Wait,
Fatty.
wait. Why is everyone stepping on my argument here? I don't get to make
Here's the thing, Fatty. I got a question for you. Okay, you're saying a CEO makes more money now than he did in 1971, right?
Can I make the argument, please?
Okay,
because
I
you're
just
going
want
to
to
make
move
my
on.
argument that I would like to make the argument. Here's what I'll say since he's not being honest. Let's say that we have this magical calculation and we say at some point it becomes immoral for a CEO to make a certain percentage more than the average person working there. It may be 400%, it may be 4,000%, it may be 40,000%. So right now, if the average worker at GM makes $50,000 a year, but the CEO makes $10 million, that's immoral. That's sort of the argument you're talking about, Fatty?
No, you're missing my point. No, you're missing my point. That's not my point. My point is, if CEOs got the X percent of increase on their salary, the worker salary shouldn't be stagnant. The worker salary should actually correlate to, like, say, if he got 7,000% of an increase, the worker should have a 7,000 or very close percent of increase.
Okay,
I
so
think,
I
think you, one second. I think you spiking the CEOs. You spiking everybody that is in position of power is making way more money than this counterpart as a worker, and you see that those wages are stagnant. I think this is immoral. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to regret this. I'm going to ask one more quick question that you're going to ramble on and not answer for 7 minutes about. But I'll try. So if I start a company tomorrow, it doesn't matter how much more I make than the on-the-line workers because our wages haven't had time to increase. So if I'm paying my employees $2 an hour and I'm making $500 million a year, you would say that's not immoral because your wages haven't increased compared to theirs because that's where you started.
No, that's immoral because you're pocketing 99% of the profit.
Okay, so then it's not just about the increase in wages. There is a certain amount of money that if a CEO is making more than the people on the line, that in its own right is immoral.
I'm sorry, I was distracted now. Somebody, hey, Rob, you have to understand. Somebody messaged me now.
Okay.
Can you repeat it again?
So then you're admitting that it's not just about wage growth. There is in itself a certain amount of money, a percentage more that a CEO can make than the on-the-line worker that is immoral on its own right.
I don't understand the question.
Let's try it this way. I start a company. I'm the CEO. I make $100 million. You two are my on-the-line workers. You make $10,000. Is that immoral?
No.
It's not. You just said if I'm making 99% of the profit, that's immoral. In that example, that would literally be the case.
No, because once again, I will repeat it, please, Rob. These companies are not new companies. You are literally putting the average salary of a CEO and the average salary of the worker. It's not just me and Jake. Me and Jake can be one case in a million. I make $10,000 on
the average. What?
Go ahead.
Okay, I have to argue. I have to just make my point without your input. I'm sorry to do that. The argument that I think he's trying to make that he's doing an incredibly bad job of articulating, either because he doesn't understand it or because he's trying to debate bro this, is as follows. There is a certain point that what Bernie is saying is that the people on the top are making much more than the people on the bottom. It doesn't mean, well, last year, for example, if you take his it's just about wage growth argument, this is how ridiculous it would be. If you had a company where the CEO this year is making $100 million and the average worker is making $10,000, and then the value of that company doubles, and all of a sudden he's paying the average on the line people $30,000, so their wages have tripled, but his wages doubles to $200 million. That would still be immoral because Bernie would say he's making $200 million and the people on the ground are only making $30,000. That's what Bernie would say. He wouldn't say, oh, the CEO only took 100% increase, but the people that were making dirt wages before got a 200% increase. Therefore, it's not immoral. The reason this is important is as follows. If we go back to the 1971 argument, he's trying to make excuses for why Bernie Sanders obviously changed his position, right? And so he's saying, well, it has to do with this more complicated thing. Just because he was saying millionaire senators back then, it's more about how much they're making compared to the average person. Okay, then if we look at a company back then and you had a CEO that was making 1,000 or 10,000% more than the on-the-line workers, let's say at GM, and that's been commiserate to today, they're still making 10,000 more than the online workers, and it's immoral today, then it would have been immoral back then. The percentages didn't change. That's the argument I'm making about being a senator. He just keeps making this same inflation argument, which is, if it was immoral for a senator to be a millionaire in 1971, it's because that puts them in such a wealth bracket that they're bigger than the average person and therefore not representative of them. Similarly, if we take inflation, that wages for senators have gone up 4 times, then it would make sense that the logically consistent position for Bernie Sanders would be, okay, now it's immoral to be a senator that's 4 times worth that million, which would be 4 million. He says no, because of some magical, well, wages have gone up and wealth disparity. All of that is irrelevant. If it was immoral for senators to be making X percentage of money, to be in the X percentage of the stratosphere of what their wealth was compared to the average Americans back then, to be in that top percentile still would be immoral today. He has no answer for this. He just keeps conflate things and not understand.
I just want to get to a conclusion, because I'm kind of understanding. So you are saying we shouldn't trust, like, this is a question, okay? And answer the question. Should we trust Bernie Sanders since he's changed his number from millionaires to billionaires?
Should we trust him?
Yes or no?
Him? I have no problem with people. I have no problem with people changing their stance. It's not my argument. My argument is,
whoa, you have no problem with people changing their stance at all?
Not most of the time.
Do you have a problem? Do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders changing this stance?
I think that it speaks to him being personally, once he personally made enough money. I think Bernie Sanders has a proclivity to say anyone with $1 more than him's immoral, but once he enters that class that he used to criticize, it's okay when he does it.
So he's a liar. So you think he's a liar? So you think no. Based on your definition, you think he's opportunist?
Yes.
You said, okay. Do you think J.D. Vance is an opportunist?
Yes.
You think J.D. Vance is an opportunist?
Yes.
That's crazy, Rob.
I start this up saying, name me one politician that isn't?
No, Rob. But there's not. No, the Rob. Respectfully, because we went to the Bernie side. So you think that the man that you are deeming an opportunist and that changes positions on recent years, flip-flop on the position that he has towards the president that he serves, you think this man is going to be as the opportunity to be the best politician we ever had?
Yes, in my lifetime. You just conceded that Bernie Sanders an opportunist. Name me one politician that's not opportunistic.
I didn't concede he's an opportunist at all.
Well, you could argue against it. It's clear by the nature of our argument that he is, not just on him being a millionaire, but on the border, on sort of his silence when it comes to billionaires in politics, when it helped the Democrats, on the fact that he called Democrats warmongers and corporatists, but then supported them almost wholeheartedly in 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024. So in many ways, he himself is an opportunist, which I don't put that as a unique criticism of Bernie Sanders, because I literally think it is the nature of politics for 99.999999% of them to be opportunists. That's how you win.
So you are okay with him being an opportunist and a flip-flopper in actually, let me change it. Why do you have so much trust on him since he changed his opinion about the president? Why do you trust that he's going to keep his word? You might believe on whatever he has to say right now. How do you actually have so much confidence that he's going to implement what he's saying right now, when 6 years ago he was talking shit about the same thing that he's supporting now? Why are you so confident about that?
He wasn't talking shit on the things he's supporting now. He was talking shit on a person. I believe his explanation that he thought that his character read of Donald Trump was incorrect. His policies have been remarkably similar, more so than the average politician. I think that almost all politicians change to be opportunistic, so I'm not going to uniquely hold that against J.D. Vance when that's done by almost everyone. I think that the reason that I have so much optimism for J.D. Vance is as follows. One, he's an incredible articulate person. Second, he is a very smart person. Third, he happens to share values I have, coming from sort of rural America and understanding the hollowing out of these places and the hollowing out of manufacturing. Fourth, he understands the problem with the United States being the reserve currency and sort of the massive inflation of printing money. And he understands that this needs to be changed, or the United States will quickly lose its status as a hegemon in the world. For those reasons, I think he'll be the most effective politician if he gets a chance. Now, anything could happen. He could die. He could change positions. Do I have 100% confidence in him? No, I don't have 100% confidence in any human being, only Jesus Christ. So
So my question to you is, was he lying then or is he lying now?
I think he is mistaken then, but in the correct that if you can say he was lying, I think it would be a little bit of both. I think that he probably glazes Trump more now than he actually feels, and he was probably more detrimental to Trump back then than he actually felt, just like every politician. Was Kamala Harris lying when she was critical of Joe Biden in the primaries, or was she lying
She was running against him. This sir
Oh, so
never.
it's okay to
No,
be
no, 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 no.
opportunistic.
Stop. So it's a false equivalency. J.D. Vance never run against Trump.
Well, wait. J.D. Vance was supporting people that ran against Trump, and nonetheless,
No,
please let me finish. Let me finish.
That's crazy.
Please let me finish. So you're saying it's okay to be opportunistic and lie if you're directly running against the person?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then what's your question about?
Donald Trump supported Kamala Harris locally in 2011 and ran against her in the election in 2024. Once again, you are doing what you do. You are debate broing. You are trying to prove a point there's no point to make. What I'm telling you is this. No. Listen carefully. You have to admit either that he was a liar then or he's a liar now. You don't think he's lying? You think he was just confused and he didn't have enough information to actually give a fair assessment on the president?
What? Okay, two things. One, I don't have to admit he was a liar then or now. I could think that he was mistaken or changed his beliefs, and he's sincere in both of those. And second, even if I do think he was being opportunistic, I think that all politicians do that. You keep saying I'm debate broing. I'm remarkably consistent. I keep saying every politician's opportunistic. You're the one making excuses of, but when my guy does it, it's okay because he was running against him. When my guy does it, it's okay because he was talking about inflation. And the only person that's being remarkably consistent here is me. Let me explain it to you again. I think that every major national politician is opportunistic. I think when they are supporting people that are running against other people, they talk shit on them. When they're working for those people in their administration, they talk more favorably of them. I think that's true of Trump. I think that's true of Vance. I think that's true of Bernie. I think that's true of Biden. I think that's true of Kamala Harris. I think that's true of literally every politician you could think of. We see this all the time. The only person making equivocations and delineations is like, well, if you're directly running against them in a primary, then it's okay to be opportunistic. Or if you're talking about inflation or you believe a progressive tax rate, then it's okay to be opportunistic. You are the only person that's doing that. So the only person debate broing based on your own logic is you. I'm being consistent.
No. You are actually doing what he did. You are respectfully being willing, I don't know the word in English, but willful ignorant and saying, we don't have enough evidence to say this man is lying. You are being immoral and you are actually flip-flopping. Because you know what morality, you know what morality is? Acknowledging past mistakes. And if you can say that this man either was lying then or is lying now, you are proving that again, you are going to march with the team no matter what they do, because if I can prove that he's lying, he's not a liar. But when it comes to Bernie, when it comes to Obama, when it comes to all the Democrats, all of a sudden there's no nuance, they add the public statement there and they add the private statement on the other side. We don't do that, Rob. If Hillary Clinton comes around and says, I have a private position and a public position, you know what I do? She is morally wrong. There's a fact. You can have a public position in one day and a private position the other day that shows that you are a crook. So if this man has a public position in 2018 and in 2024 he has a completely different position, not just that he moved and grew like to the opposite side of the aisle, you as a moral person should say, this is clearly wrong and this is clearly a lie. Before you go, hey,
no,
Jake,
I'm going to respond to that before I leave.
I just want to say something to Jake. After you respond, can you play these like after that, like a 1 minute clip?
It's been in the backstage. Yeah, it's been in the backstage.
After he replies, go ahead.
Okay.
Rob,
okay. Right. So then using the same logic, did you not just say that if you admit a past mistake, then that's something virtuous, that's something good?
Absolutely.
But you're saying when J.D. Vance says, I admitted that I was wrong there, that he's lying. Similarly, at one point here, you said that the inflation rate was 3,800% from 1971 to now. When I proved that that was wrong, you said, hey, I get it wrong. I think you're a liar. I think that the mere fact that you're claiming that you virtuously changed your position, you're lying. That's immoral. That's disgusting. Now prove that you're not.
You can prove a negative.
Right. So then when you say that you absolutely
What are you doing wrong?
let me finish. So then when you say you absolutely, that's what you're asking me to do, to prove a negative, to prove that JD Vance isn't lying when he said he changed his point. Now you just gave the rationale that it's impossible to prove a negative.
Bro,
so for you, let me finish. So for you, you want the good grace of us when you say, I'm a good person because I'll admit when I was wrong. And that's virtuous. But then when it comes to JD Vance saying I was wrong, you're like, no. He had to be lying. He has to be lying. And you're bad faith if you accept him at his word that he says he was wrong. But when it comes to me saying I was wrong, then I think that you should give me the grace to say, yes, clearly he admitted that he was wrong. Similarly, you have supported, you're going to play like, let me guess what you're going to do. You're going to have Jake play a clip of JD Vance saying bad things about Trump. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So when I dig up clips of Bernie Sanders saying bad things about Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, you'll admit that he's immoral and he's lying when he knows.
You are going to tell me where is this inconsistency, and I'm going to actually talk with you.
I just asked you.
No, it's fine. No, we are going to do this, right? You are going to dig up those clips. And once you presented it, I'm going to put it in the context. I'm going to say this. No. Listen carefully. This is what I'm going to say. No, because this is not funny at all.
You're proving your own criticism.
No, I'm not proving, because Bernie Sanders, once again, he thinks that Hillary Clinton is a part of the establishment Democrats. He didn't change that opinion. He consolidated on the person that is running blue. That's all. Bernie Sanders never said, I am going to run this populist platform, and if I lose, I'm not supporting Hillary at all. Bernie Sanders thinks that you have to change the system from the inside. So he was clearly, as what he was going to do, I'm going to run against these people, and if I lose, I will consolidate to the Democratic nominee, because that's what I've been doing. And everybody does that on the other side too. The thing is, please stop. They don't go from one side of the aisle to the other. They don't say Hillary Clinton is crooked and she's a hoe and she's a bitch, and then on the next day she's a beautiful person and she's very intelligent and she's the nicest person in the planet. That's what Mr. JD Vance did with Trump. He went from you are the scourge of the earth, you are a loser, you are this, you are an idiot, to glazing his motherfucking nuts, because now it's populist. It's not the same thing. You are making a
It is absolutely the same thing. The only one making you're doing exactly what you criticize me of, which you say, you're equivocating, you're changing. My position has been all the while that when it comes to operating within the system, that people will change their mind and be opportunistic. JD Vance certainly would do that. So would Bernie Sanders. If I bring up clips of Bernie Sanders saying Joe Biden represents the old guard, he was a millionaire in 1971 when he was in the Senate, he represents corporate, then surely while he was working with Joe Biden while he was in the Senate from the years of 2021 to 2024, he would still have been making those criticisms, right? He would work with them, but still. Okay, can you show me one time?
There's a policy.
Real quick. Find me one quote of Bernie Sanders criticizing Joe Biden like that from 2021 to 2024. You do that, I'll shut my mouth. Go for it.
No. It's a fallacy, because corporate Democrats means that you are getting subsidized by big pharma, like that's what he means.
Sure.
Bernie Sanders not getting money from this type of.
What does that have to do with anything? If he's criticizing, it's so frustrating because it's like, I don't think you understand your own arguments, or you're just like doing what you're accusing me of a debate. Again, listen, let me be real quick. I say, he said Biden was a corporatist. You say, yes, but he didn't glaze Biden. He would have continued that sort of criticism even while he's working within the system. I say, okay, then cool. We know that happened. It's not hypothetical. We know that Bernie worked with Joe Biden. We know that Joe Biden was in power in 2021 to 2024.
Yes.
So can you show me any comments during that time of Bernie Sanders criticizing Joe Biden like that? Your response is, But wait a minute. Bernie doesn't take money from big pharma. What the fuck does that have to do with criticizing Joe Biden?
Hey, you know what? And this is why I think now you're doing a conversation in bad faith to do the debate bro shit, right? No. Hey, Jake, think about this, right? Donald Trump talked shit about Kim Jong-un. For years, he threatened him. And no. He threatened him. He did a bunch of shit.
But he's not part of the Republican Party.
No. One second.
Okay.
He threatened him. He says the little man. He talked a bunch of shit. Said he's going to all that. And then a few years later, oh, we are very good friends. We fell in love. We changed letters with each other, and da 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 da. I will repeat it again. You do deals with the people that disagree with you. You don't do deals with people that agree with you. Donald Trump and Marco Rubio are a clear example of people that didn't see eye to eye and now are working with each other. The difference is, once again, Mr. Bernie Sanders were not praising Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton on their policies at all. He was saying,
so I'm not going to, you're saying I won't be able to find one praising of Joe Biden in 2021 or Bernie Sanders 2021 to 2024 praising Joe Biden.
You are going to find it. You are going to find it. No. I'm not going to see. No. Also, okay. So, hey, Jake, are you going to find a statement of Bernie Sanders actually giving compliments on Trump about his immigration policy made?
No, probably not.
Are you sure?
I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so.
Wouldn't that prove that even though he has his own stance and his own idealisms and doesn't like Trump at all, doesn't it prove that, hey, if this man is doing a good job or if this man has to do something, I'm going to actually give him praise? Go ahead and Google
change
it.
that though from the 70s to now, Fatty. Hold on, really quick, Fatty. Let's play the clip. Let's play the clip really quick. You brought up because I wanna play the clip for you guys. Look, again, I
never liked him.
I'm sorry.
It makes you think that at a fundamental level, this is sort of a he said, she said, right? And at the end of the day, do you believe Donald Trump, who always tells the truth? Just kidding. Or do you believe that woman on that tape?
No, I cannot stand Trump because I think he's a fraud. Well, I think he's a total fraud that is exploiting these people who is a total fraud.
Like I said, I agree with you on Trump because I don't think that he's the person. I don't think he actually cares about folks.
There is definitely an element of Donald Trump support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia. I think there's a chance, if I feel like Trump has a really good chance of winning, that I might have to hold my nose and vote for Hillary Clinton. I think that I'm going to vote for. I'm going to vote third party because I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
Okay, we cool? Great. Can I respond? Sure. He was mistaken about what he thought a Trump presidency would be. Once he saw 4 years of Donald Trump, even during it, he realized that it wasn't taking the white working class to a dark place, that he wasn't the things that he thought about. Now, notice so we'll talk about two things that Fatty did here. One was, notice how when I make the point that like we're talking about, J.D. Vance has changed his position. I can't say this enough. I've clearly said this the entire point. Every politician is opportunistic. They will heavily criticize a politician, including on their side when they think it benefits them and their side at that point. And then if that person wins and they think there's an advantage to working with that person, then they'll do so, thus being opportunistic. That's true of J.D. Vance. That's true of Bernie Sanders and everyone in between. He's the only person that's saying, no, the politicians he like aren't opportunistic in that way. Now, notice once I proved that his asinine point, so just see where we went here. I was like, oh, so you're saying that Bernie Sanders, who criticized Joe Biden as a corporatist, et cetera, then if he wouldn't be opportunistic and stop that criticism if all of a sudden Joe Biden got power and he had to work with Joe Biden. And his response to that was, but Bernie Sanders doesn't take money from pharmaceutical companies. When I point out, let me finish. When I point out the absurdity of that, his response to that is saying, but Donald Trump used to say Kim Jong-un was bad and now says he's good. What does that have to do with anything? Yes, let me repeat. Donald Trump is opportunistic. When Donald Trump thinks that he could glaze a foreign leader like Kim Jong-un or Vladimir Putin and then be aggressive to them, so say nice words but be aggressive because he thinks they're egomaniacs and that will lead to better outcomes for the United States, yes, he says that. When he thinks going against our allies and saying harsh things about our allies but still being allies with them in action is beneficial, yes, that's what he'll do. How is that contradictory to anything I've said throughout this entire debate that I think all politicians are opportunistic? You literally, every time that you make a point, right, you'll be like, oh, well, the reason Bernie Sanders isn't opportunistic for formerly saying in 71 that millionaires shouldn't be in the Senate, it was immoral, to now is because inflation. When we go through the numbers and prove, okay, even using those numbers, his position's asinine and he meets that position, you just completely change it. Yeah, but progressive tax rate. When I show that, okay, based on your own logic, Bernie wasn't criticizing Joe Biden in the same way he was when he was running against him or before he was running against him as when Biden was in office, your answer is, yeah, but Bernie doesn't take money from pharmaceuticals. These are non-sequiturs. You're getting blown out. You don't understand how an argument segues, and you're an absolute fool of yourself.
No, I know. I forgot where I was, right? I actually forgot where I was. Remember, right? I'm a regular season. I'm not a debate bro.
I
I'm
don't
not
believe you.
doing
I
this.
think you're
No,
lying.
no, no.
How about that?
No, no,
That's what
no,
you say to JD Vance. I just assume
no,
you're lying.
no.
And it's unethical for anyone to believe you now.
No, because I have footage of me actually doing debates. Like first, I can say, like I have literally videotape of me saying 6 months ago, this is my first debate. I can literally can prove it, right? But this is the difference between me and you. You are from the space of debates, so you are going to try to not contradict yourself. That's your mission. You don't care about trust. You don't care about right or wrong. You care about saying something on minute 1 and saying the same thing on minute 37, so you don't contradict yourself, and that's how you win debates, right? And I forgot I was talking with a person like this, because when I ask you, did he lie? You didn't say he didn't lie because you don't think he's lying, and this is my opinion. You said it because you don't want to contradict yourself. So my question was a good faith question. 1 second, my question was a good faith question. My question was, if this man flip-flops so much, how can you trust him? How can the American people trust him? And you said, I don't think he was lying. I think, but you still think he's an opportunistic, which means, which one is it? Can the American people trust somebody that you call him an opportunist, and a person that flip-flop on the last 5-6 years from one side to the other? Can they trust him? Can you answer that categorically?
I've done a lot of debates on the online space in collegiate debate. I've done a ton of debates. This is the first time that I've been criticized for logical consistency. That is amazing.
Wow.
The problem with you as a debate bro is that you're consistent through your whole conversation. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please, you have your chance to respond.
Guys, hold on. Rob has a claim. This is the first time that he's been criticized on this. I'm just curious on this here. Really quick. Fatty, you'll get the next response. Go ahead, Rob.
Go ahead, you got it.
So that's interesting. Again, I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself. JD Vance is an opportunist. Bernie Sanders is an opportunist. Donald Trump is an opportunist. Jake, real quick, give me the name of a politician.
AOC.
Opportunist. Go ahead, try another one. Go ahead, Fatty, give me a name of a politician.
Nelson Mandela.
Opportunist. Right? How many times do I have to do it? We could sit here for the next 8 hours. You could name politicians and I'll say opportunists. Like, I said that clearly the whole time. You're the person that's trying to imply that there are politicians that are opportunists when they're on the other side, and when they say things that clearly reek of opportunism, you're like, no, there's excuses for that. When you asked me if I think JD Vance was lying on this thing, two things could be true at the same time. I don't know if JD Vance was lying, but I 100% know that JD Vance is an opportunist.
Okay. Did you answer my question?
So your question again is, do I think that JD Vance
the American people trust JD Vance since he's flip-flopping so quickly to extreme?
No. That wasn't your question originally. Was,
no, I'll rephrase it. It comes from my mouth. I can rephrase my question.
So now, yes, the American people should trust a man who said that I formerly didn't trust the character of Donald Trump and thought he'd be bad for the working class people. But after I saw him for 4 years in office, I realized I was mistaken. Yes, that's different than radically changing policies like we've seen Democrats. For example, we saw Democrats like Joe Biden that for years were against things like the Hyde Amendment because he seemed to be more pro-life, and then overnight he said he had a call with Alyssa Milano and he changed his position on that. That's different than Bernie Sanders that used to be pro-tariff, who is now anti-tariff just because Donald Trump. That's different than someone like Kamala Harris, who said that Joe Biden was racist on stage for being against forced busing, and then the next day came out and said, oh, by the way, I'm against forced busing because she saw that the polling was different. So I don't understand what your position is. I again ask you, if your argument is, well, JD Vance once said he doesn't like Donald Trump and now he works for Donald Trump, how could we trust him? I say to you that same thing is true of almost every politician that's been critical of a politician on their side. Bernie Sanders spoke heavily against how he hated corporatist Democrats, which Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton were part of. And yet he worked with them and talked positively of them when they were in positions of powers, and he saw an opportunity to get the policies and the things that he wanted to
Should we trust him?
We should trust him as much as any other politician.
Do you see what I'm talking about? This is what you do.
What are you talking about?
No, sir. You don't want to lose. You don't want to break your logical consistency. And you are going to answer. And once again, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't do the debate bro tactics and actually be linear on your train of thought so you don't interrupt the laws of logic and all that. I'm saying that you're being phony. Because the reality is, there's some politicians that have better track record than others. There's some politicians that are more consistent than others. Their votes prove it. Their actions prove it. So even though they might be all opportunistic, the American people are going to vote to the person that is least opportunistic. Is that fair? Says, oh, all of them are liars. We know politicians lie.
Well, then
but
Trump's the least opportunistic. He won.
1 second. But I will choose this person that actually has a better track record and is not caught on blatant lies and blatant flip-flops. Would you agree with me?
No. Trump's the least opportunistic. He won.
How?
You said that the American people will vote for the person that they trust most that's the least opportunistic. Trump won the popular vote.
No, that's not what I said. They are going to choose what they think. What you think about something is not what the person really is. Because people thought Obama was going to change and he didn't change shit. So just because you voted on something doesn't mean that the person actually is consistent. Donald Trump flip-flops left and right. What are you talking about?
Two things, right? One, so then the American people thought that Donald Trump would be less opportunistic, and seeing as how Bernie's never even sniffed the White House, they clearly don't think that he's trustworthy at all. That's number one. Secondly, I will directly answer your question. Yes, I 100% trust Bernie Sanders will do all the disastrous socialist policies that he advocates for if he was president. Yes, I trust him.
So he does trust them both.
So you defeat your own argument because Barack Obama is a winner. He never was defeated. Donald Trump was defeated once.
What are you talking about? What is that?
That's your statement was this man is a winner because he won, right?
No,
he's won. So no, 1 second. You said,
you have trouble with that. That's not my argument. That's your argument.
No, sir. You said it. You said this comes from your statement.
I said based on your logic that the people will vote for the people that are the least opportunistic, then that would mean this time it was Trump. That's not my belief. That's yours.
No, do you believe? 1 second. Do you believe in that?
No.
No. Please let me actually say what I said. No. Let me actually say what I actually said. I said if we say that all politicians are liars, right? Which is, I think, is a fair statement. People are going to vote on the person they think is actually telling the most true, even though he might be a liar.
That might be one part of it, but no.
So people don't say Donald Trump, I voted on him because he tells you like it is, and
that's one argument, but that's not the only reason that people vote a certain way. In fact, the majority of people vote for people based purely on party ID. So I just want to be clear. Do you think Donald Trump's a liar?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you think that, and do you think Kamala Harris was someone who is more truthful than him? And if it's true that people will just vote for the people that tell the truth, right? If everyone agreed with you, are you saying that something like 95% of Republicans would have voted for Kamala Harris?
No, because they think she's a liar too.
Okay, but it's not just that. They might take her at her word.
It's a bunch of is more things. I'll agree with you. Is identity.
So for example, I might be someone that works in the fracking industry in Pennsylvania, and I 100% believed her when she said we're going to end fracking. It wasn't that I thought she's a liar. I believe her. And I don't like that policy. So I will vote against that policy. The number one reason that people vote, the majority of voters, is based on party affiliation. So it has nothing to do if they think that that particular candidate is more truthful than the other. Certainly that has a factor in, but things like competency, the specific policies, the specific party, all of these things play, if not an equal, sometimes a greater role than just trustworthiness. There's been many times that polling have suggested that one candidate's leading on trustworthiness and doesn't win that election, whether it be at the national level, the state level, or even the local level. So your argument that no, people just vote for they find who's more trustworthy is irrelevant. So when I say if your argument was true, then clearly they think Trump's more trustworthy because he won. That's not me making the argument. That's your argument. Taking your argument. So you saying that like somehow. Now, the other thing that I want to say, right? Like when we're talking about sort of what we were talking about, sort of trustworthiness. Remember, I said I 100% believe Bernie, again, that he would want to do these socialist things that he's talking about. Trump's done most of the things. Most of the criticisms people have of Trump right now, like, for example, did Trump run on he was going to do tariffs?
He literally was the one that negotiated these tariffs.
Okay, so he told the truth about that, right?
No. He negotiated something, and then he pretended he didn't negotiate something, and he now
he did. He ran on tariffs. Did he do tariffs?
No, he said these tariffs are unbelievable. I don't know who did these tariffs. congratulations, sir.
Which one?
It was yourself.
Which one? What did he?
After-
Show me the quote. Which one?
After NAFTA, he did the tariffs on steel with China. He literally started to implement tariffs, and there was a trade war, I think, in 2018. And then he came around and he says, I can't believe we negotiated these tariffs with China. We have to change these. He put the tariffs himself in place. So
Trump
he is
ran.
actually,
Trump. I'm not saying that Trump's never done something and then came out and said, I don't remember doing that, or that he wasn't even lying. What I'm saying is the things that he ran on, we're like, we're going to do tariffs. We're going to kick people out. We're going to deport people, right? We're going to probably stop funding Ukraine as much, right? Like all this stuff he ran on.
What
was
about
actually
Israel?
very transparent. The stuff.
Okay, what about bringing jobs back? What about Israel?
Well, these are things that like that's a different type of thing, right?
No.
Israel's different. Like the jobs thing. Israel's different. Listen. Biden said he was going to cure cancer. Did he? Biden said he was going to cure cancer. Did he?
No, he didn't.
He lied.
He's a liar.
He lied.
Sir, no, sir. Respectfully, Joe Biden is a big liar. See, I know how to concede.
The point
Respect.
is,
No, one
I'm
second,
going to
please.
finish
One
this
second.
thought,
Rob,
and then you can have a chance. I'm going to finish this thought. Saying
Go ahead,
something
Rob.
like, we think I will make the economy the greatest, and then the policies coming forward and the economy not being the greatest, that's not a lie. Right? Saying I'm going to do tariffs and then not doing tariffs, that's a lie. Saying read my lips, no new taxes, and then passing new taxes, that's a lie. Saying I will make the United States the safest country in the world, if it's not the safest country in the world, that's not a lie. There's a difference between saying a specific policy that you're going to do and saying a specific outcome. The world will be the healthiest if I'm president. Oh, the world wasn't the healthiest. You're a liar. Those are different types of comments. Who said what?
Who said it?
Who said
Who
what?
said all these? Who said all these things?
There's different people that said different versions of those. Some were just hypotheticals that I was coming up with.
So it's just hypotheticals, right? So for
do you
example,
want me to come up with examples
No,
of
no, no,
every
no, no,
president
no,
promising
Rob,
something
no,
that
hey,
didn't come?
Rob, I know because I'm not fixated in winning this debate. You are saying that
I'm glad you're not doing a good job.
No, listen carefully. No, you know why I'm not fixated?
What?
Because do you notice how everything that JD Vance said, you says, oh, I can prove that is a lie. I can prove it. I can prove
think
it that
you're
is a
lying
lie.
about me saying that.
And now all of us. Now all of a sudden, wait.
Show the
Did
timestamp.
JD
Where did
No,
I
what?
say? You're saying in this debate, I said I can prove that everything JD Vance is saying is a lie.
No. What you said it was your opinion that JD Vance didn't lie. Is that correct?
I said I don't think he's lying.
Okay. And now all of a sudden, everything that these people are saying is a clear lie because they said something and they didn't do it, or they did
No,
another
I'm
thing
saying
that
there are different types of things. Some I would consider lies and some not. For example, if you say, read my lips, no new taxes like George H.W. Bush, and then you put taxes, that was a lie. If you say, if you like your insurance carrier, you could keep it, and then you can't, that's a lie. If you say it'll be the greatest economy ever, or we're going to cure cancer, and it doesn't happen, that's not the same type of lie. That's, you can make a good faith effort. If I say, for example, I'm going to win the next debate tournament I'm in, and I don't, would you say I'm a liar? Or would you say, well, Rob was wrong about that conclusion?
No, you are a liar if you're not even close to being the top
That's
debate.
not
It's like
true
you
at
being
I don't
it's,
think
it's
so.
like you being no. It's like you being a shitty chess player and go play against the number one chess player and says, I'm going to win. You know you're not going to win. That's not a lie. No, sir. Just because you put it out there, and respectfully, this is what we're talking about the logical consistency. We have, fortunately, a thinking brain. You can say what is actually a fair assessment, an educated guess, and what is clearly fabricated and wishful thinking, right? If I run a populist platform on wishful thinking, Portugal is going to be the number one country in the world. I'm lying because Portugal is not even close to being the number one country in the world. I would wish that Portugal was that. But
are you from Portugal? Are you from
Yes,
Portugal?
yes.
I don't care. It's just for the example.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Jake heard me saying this, Jake would say clearly, Fatty is lying because Portugal has nowhere.
I would say you're overconfident.
Right.
That's all.
But
You're overconfident.
So I just want to be clear.
Exaggerated.
I just want to be clear. If a president runs, or do they have prime minister, president? I'll complain.
This is the prime minister.
Okay,
Yes.
If the prime minister runs on the promise, I'm going to make Portugal one of the greatest countries in the world, you'd say, I can't vote for that guy. He's a liar. That's what you would say.
you broke for a second.
I said,
What
if
was
a
it?
person ran for prime minister of Portugal and said,
Mhm.
I'm going to make Portugal one of the greatest countries in the world, you would say, I can't vote for that guy. He's a liar.
Yes, I would say there's a liar because there's not a realistic standard. You are not even top. No. Hey, Rob, there's 180 something countries, 200 whatever countries in the world. Portugal is not even ranked top 15 in Europe. In Europe, you making that declarative statement means that you are a populist and you are a liar because you are promising things to your people that you know you're not going to make it. You don't have the economy, you don't have the structure, you don't have the population. So even though you can prove me that I'm lying, I'm clearly lying to get the populist vote, and this is what we're talking about.
I guess I just don't care. Then I guess even if I accept your definition of the term lies, I would say there are lies that are direct lies, and there are lies that are lies of optimism. And the one is far worse than the other. So I don't give a shit that you want to technically call it a lie. What does that have anything to do with the fact that then every politician lies? Every politician's opportunistic. Your criticism of JD Vance isn't unique to him. The very politician that you support, Bernie Sanders, has been opportunistic, as we've shown over and over. You constantly backtrack and make excuses for that opportunism when you deny when I'm talking about. Yes, you have constantly.
No, I don't.
You deny when I say that it could very well be that JD Vance has changed his opinion on Trump. For some reason with JD Vance, you give no charitability whatsoever. You're like, no, he's 100% a liar. We can never trust him because he used to say he hates Trump, but now after seeing 4 years of Trump, he says he likes Trump. But that's not the same amount of criticism that we should give to people like Bernie Sanders. I think that the only person that's changing their standard here is you. I'm admitting that they're all opportunists.
No.
I gave the unique reasons why I favor JD Vance. You can't follow a logic consistent argument chain. You're all over the place and your arguments make no sense whatsoever. And it makes it me look poor because I'm trying to degrade myself down to your argumentation. It's not going well for either of us because of that.
It's because you're making a false equivalency. Like I told you, I wasn't criticizing for you to having a logical pattern. I was criticizing for actually not siding with the truth. And that's what you're doing.
The
you
truth
are
in
siding,
your opinion.
Yes, according to my opinion. This is what I told you.
Shit.
No,
that's my
Rob,
opinion.
And Rob, and thank you very much for this, because a lot of times I forget about it. I use terms as trust, there's right. There's no trust, there's no right. Are you being logical or you're not? Are you actually following those paths, or are you saying something that contradicts something that you said before? So to establish truth, right? And then we'll go to terrorism, and then we move on, okay, Jay? Because it's been fun. But
I do have a question for you, Fatty, but I don't want to derail.
No, it's fine. Ask the question before we go.
No, okay, just really quick, because here's the thing that's you stated that, let's say, because Rob's example saying that if a guy says that he's going to make Portugal the greatest country in the world,
yes,
and then you're saying no, he's a liar because according to statistics, that's statistically impossible, right? I want to bring up a just an example with Tom Brady. Tom Brady, when he was first drafted by the New England Patriots in the sixth round. Totally, dude, he wasn't even considered anything, nothing, right? Nothing. The Patriots drafted him. He said to the Bill Belichick that if you don't start me and you don't do any of these things, you're gonna regret it, right? That they were actually considering trading him, and he said if you do that, it's gonna be the biggest mistake in your life. Statistically, that would actually be wrong. He would be lying, right? He would be lying. Now, Now, of course, that didn't happen. Tom Brady ended up being the greatest quarterback in NFL history. Was Tom Brady lying at that point, even though it became true?
No. Can I expound? Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question back?
If you want to, yeah.
My name is Claudio. That's my real name, right? I'm 35 years old. I was a basketball player and a soccer player. I never touched football, American football, ever in my life, ever. Every time I go to the United States, I go and watch the games. I can't even follow where the ball is. I just see a bunch of guys, and then the ball disappears and magically appears on, because I don't have the training eye. I have to go to the screen to see where it's going. If I told you right now that I'm going to be an NFL player, am I lying or am I extremely optimistic?
You're extremely optimistic,
and this is the difference between what the way that we view the
okay,
world.
So then
you concede you're wrong.
One second, Jake. Technically, you are right because you can prove it. You can prove that I'm lying, right?
But you said he was lying, though, so that's why it kind of confused me, because we see this examples in sports where they say, "Hey, I'm going to be the best." Look, even Cam Ward, he's projected to go number one.
I said it about me, Jake.
If the Titans pass up on him, he will make them regret it.
It was a football player. He had probably the height, the skill set, he had the experience.
No,
This
but
is
Tom
not
Brady didn't have any of that.
No, no.
Like
So
odds are
Tom
that
Brady
he
got
would've been-
picked up. Tom Brady got picked off of the street and became the GOAT. No, he was a football player. He was 6'4". He had a good arm. He comes from a family of football players. Like it's not just
Well, we can even look at like during the I think it was like the 1980s where they got people off the streets to play for the Eagles. Remember?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay, and they actually made it all the way to the championship. Fatty, like he got people off the streets. There's a whole story on that. It was like a miracle. Now people would say, oh, if they were saying, hey, we have a chance to fucking make an impact here, they did it. The odds are that even you look at the miracle. There's several examples in sports of this, Fatty. So I'm just saying, like.
That's it. Can I say something? Can I jump in here real quick? I think you're making a good point here, Jake. But notice what happened. Like this is more oftentimes what happens is the meta conversation is more interesting than the specifics we're talking about. I think in these debates. So, Jake, did you notice what just happened here? Right, you go through this example, and he's like finally comes to the stinger. Would you say that person's? Would you say I'm lying or I'm extremely optimistic? And you're like, I would say you're optimistic. In other words, you're giving the answer that's contradictory to what his claim was, that a liar, right? No. And he says, yes, exactly. Right? He completely changes. Like, that's what this whole conversation's been. He'll outline something. We go through a logical chain that's like, wait a minute, here's why you're wrong. And then he's like, yes, exactly. That's why I'm right.
No, Rob.
That's the whole debate.
No, Rob. This is why, for example, when Jake said, Ferry, do you want to do this? I said, Rob is going to kick my ass. We don't talk the same language.
Well, I didn't say that.
I said it. Yeah, no, you said that. I said it. I was the one that said it.
Yeah,
you did. We don't talk the same language. That's, for example, I want to have a bunch of these until I get to Andrew Wilson and all those guys because they talk a different language with me. What I'm saying is this. This is a clear assessment. Y'all talk about what is logical. But if I go to your channel, if I go to Andrew Wilson, if I go to Jim Bob, I can hear y'all for hours and hours doing educated assessments about shit that people said. You can clearly say, hey, Kamala is lying. This person is lying. Obama is lying. You can make a clear assessment. Every time I see your content, you do definitive statements. And then as soon as we come to these platforms, we can prove that he's a lie. Because you can read his mind and we don't have the foresight to know if he's true or not. Y'all make definitive assessments about opinions about these people. And then when it comes to debate, you take all of that off the window. And what you are focused on is not contradicting yourself and making sure you're following the correct path so you can win the debates. That's all I'm saying. And it's fine. I'm not protesting.
I can't believe that it's like you speak a different language because you're worried about being logically consistent. And then like you jump the shark. You're like, well, I've listened to you guys and you'll talk about you know people's opinions and stuff. Listen, show me once ever saying when Kamala Harris said, we're going to win this thing that I said, you're a liar. Show me once saying that. Now, all the polling, their internal polling even showed that they were behind. So was she lying when she said she was going to win? And the problem is, I'll ask you this and you'll go, well, no, it's a difference because theoretically, as one of only two people running, she had a chance to win, and therefore it was a lie, even though she ended up not winning. And like, you can't speak to what their thought was. If a person was, statistically speaking, any 8-year-old that I talk to that plays Little League, anyone that says I'm going to be the greatest home run hitter of all time is lying, according to your logic, is lying because there are hundreds of thousands of kids that play Little League, and that's every year. And so when you compound that over year after year after year after year, the chances of them surpassing Barry Bonds makes it statistically a lie for a kid to say that. I would say I wouldn't use the language lie. I would say that kid's an optimist, and that probably won't come true. Similarly, I would say that if a president said, a candidate for prime minister said, I'm going to make Portugal one of the greatest countries in the world, I wouldn't say that guy's a fucking liar. He knows there's zero chance. I want someone running for president of my country that says our country will continue to be average to shit. That's the person I want to run for. This is, and furthermore, I'll just say, not only is this argument completely like, I don't understand the importance of, is this technically a lie or not, as I said earlier, but the fact that all throughout the debate, it's just this constant, like right there, I just make the point. I'm like, Jake, did you notice what he did was, you went through a logical chain, you came to the answer of like, so you're wrong. I wouldn't say he's lying. I would say that Tom Brady was an optimist, or I would say you're an optimist. He goes, that proves my point. And then when I'm like, you see, he did it again. You just go to a complete non sequitur. Well, I've heard you and Jim Bob say about people's opinions. What the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about?
You are literally missing the complete point. I am not telling that it's your fault. It's my fault because I'm not playing the game how we should play the game. It's my fault. Listen, it's my fault. But what I'm saying is this. If Bob says today, I'm going to be Mr. Olympia, I'm going to call you a liar. Not because I can predict the future and see the future. You are going to get me on a technicality because my brain is configured to probabilities over possibilities. Is it possible that Rob is going to be a Mr. Olympian? Absolutely not. Is it possible? Absolutely. So Rob is going to win the debate because Rob is going to say, how can you prove that I'm a liar? I can't. I don't have foresight. So we are debating two different things because tomorrow, Rob, I will see you talk on a 2-hour monologue and you are going to call Black Lives Matter liars. You are going to make definitive statements about lefties. You are going to say these people are going to take the world to shit. And you make a definitive statement when I can clearly say, you know what, Rob? How can you prove that? You can prove that, Rob. You can prove that these people are doing bad for the world in 2039 because you don't have the foresight. But I can tell you this, sir. And let's go back to the conversation and you can get the debate bro thing. We're going to just make sure we get the tariffs thing and then we have going on. We push forward. Just for us to establish a baseline. For example, if you are convicted in court, right? For example, the Stormy Daniels, the Stormy Daniels situation. Would you consider that a lie that he says, I didn't pay her, I didn't pay nothing? No. Would you consider it as a lie?
No.
Why?
Because do you think there's ever such a thing as a false conviction?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then ask your question again and see if you can give what answer you think I'll get.
No, it's fair. I just want to make it, like I said, I want to establish a baseline. What proves that the person lied? What proves?
You use the best available evidence that you have and you come to the conclusion that's best. Or if you could find definitive evidence of them admitting they're lying or evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that would show it.
And you think on that case there was not concrete evidence that he actually paid it off?
That he actually paid Stormy Daniels off?
Yeah, or people that represent Donald Trump actually paid it off. Do you think that was a lie?
In court that they didn't? I don't remember that. Right? I would say that if Donald Trump ever said me or no one connected to me ever paid Stormy Daniels any amount of money, that was a lie. Can you show me him saying that?
No, and that's what I'm talking about.
So then, what the fuck's the argument?
That's actually perfect. We
can get to the tariffs in a second.
Rob.
But I'm gonna give another take on this. This sort of argument that it's like, but you're a debate bro and blah blah blah. No, the difference is what we're doing here is right. You keep saying I'll make declarative statements. Yes, I say declarative things all the time. I'll say obviously this person's lying. That's my opinion on that. Right. What you're criticizing is you're saying that somehow me being logically consistent. Saying it is entirely in the realm of possibility that J.D. Vance wasn't lying when he said, I used to hate Trump, but now after getting to know him and seeing him for 4 years, I don't hate him. You're the one that's saying that's obviously a lie. And I'm saying I disagree. You're saying, how could you support someone who's opportunistic? I'm saying, well, I think all politicians are opportunistic. You're making the argument, but when you point out opportunism on my side, I'm saying, no, that's not real opportunism, right? That's what you're saying. So the only person that's sort of equivocating is you. You then somehow saying that there's tension between me saying, I don't know. I don't personally think that Vance lied, but I don't know that there's somehow tension between that because tomorrow you're going to watch me and I'm going to say like, Hunter Biden lied when he said that he wasn't working as a
he's a crackhead. Yes. Even though I never saw him with the needle, but I assume that the people that reported.
Show me once of me ever talking about him smoking about crack in a derogatory way. It's never happened.
He's talking about Hunter, I think.
No. Hunter Biden is a son of a bitch. Right? Absolutely. We kind of agree on that.
But I thought, but I think you meant Hunter Biden is the
yeah. But
no, Fatty was probably thinking Hunter Biden.
Yeah, me too. That's what I meant. I must have said.
Okay.
I meant Hunter. I meant Hunter.
Yeah.
Like the point I'm trying to make is there's a difference between me saying this is the world as I see it. I think that a guy that says I didn't work for a foreign lobbyist, that we could see all this evidence, I think I could prove he did. You're not really offering proof than just saying, no, I know. You're like, JD Vance, give me any proof that you have. Give me the evidence that you have that JD Vance isn't sincere when he says, his explanation is, I used to dislike Donald Trump. I believe some of the terrible things that we're saying. When I saw him in 4 years in office and got to know him, I've changed my opinion. Give me your evidence that that's a lie.
No, that's actually is fair, Rob. I don't have no evidence. That's why I told you. You think I don't think this personal, Rob. I'm actually learning. Jay can actually tell you I'm learning right now because the tactics I have to understand them. I will
not a
ask you.
tactic,
No,
though.
no, no. One second. I will ask you a different question. When Donald Trump said Mexico will pay for the wall, did he lie?
No, I'll explain why. Yes, that's not true. And every one of us knew that that didn't literally mean that Mexico was going to cut a check. What Trump was saying was that there would be policies, taxation, tariffs, etc., that would be Mexico paying for that. That's
And
what
he
meant.
actually did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so when he said COVID-19 is just like the flu, was he lying?
No. Would you admit that Dr. Fauci is someone who had no reason to carry water for Trump? Would you admit that? Doesn't seem like Fauci likes Trump very much.
He doesn't.
Would you admit that, Fanny?
I don't think that's political at all.
Fauci said that he thought that the comments that Trump was making publicly were consistent with what his advisors were saying behind the scenes. Now, is it true that it turned out that COVID was different than the flu? Sure. But I don't think that Trump was intentionally saying, like, going out there and saying something in a nefarious way. Now, is it true that maybe Dr. Fauci and company were saying, look, this is going to be pretty bad, but we need to calm people down. And so go out there and downplay this. That might be true. And you might say that that's some sort of lie, and that may be the case. But I don't think it's a definitive lie. Trump may have very well thought, look, this is going to run its course in like a month. Yeah, some people will die more than the average flu, but it's going to be like the flu. Now, as it was, I think that sometimes lying's not necessarily the worst thing. For example, if you're in a foxhole, right, do you want your commander saying, by the way, 95% of you are going to die when we go try to take that hill? Probably not, because the chances of you taking that hill are very low then. So at some points, maybe sometimes lying or things like that may be good. But in general, morally, we should try to avoid lying. And I will fully concede to you that Donald Trump has lied many, 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 many times, as is you, me, and every other politician and human being on earth.
So only when it comes from his mouth directly, or you have concrete, like for example, if JD Vance said, I create stories to get media attention. Like if he said something like that, would you say, okay, he's a liar. He's somebody that actually goes out of his way to do it? Like, would you concede? Would you say, oh,
Well,
the man is a liar?
Like, hypothetically, do you mean, do I think he's lying about saying I create
No,
media
no,
stories for attention?
If JD Vance came around, or Casio Cortez came around and says, I create lies for media attention, would you consider that she's a liar?
I would say that she's probably admitted that she's a liar. Now, unfortunately for you, you once more fell for a Democratic hoax, because J.D. Vance did not say, I created a story and lied. What J.D. Vance said, and if you follow, we can pull up the clip if you want. If you go to the whole interview, right, what J.D. Vance said in that interview was, this is the stories we're hearing from people on the streets in Springfield, Ohio, and the media won't pay attention to it. So we had to make the story for them to pay attention. He's not saying that he lied and created a story. He's saying that this is what's being told, but it wasn't a national story until we made it a national story. That's what he's saying.
So it was not a fabrication. It was just I'm pointing out these things so everybody can.
It was only a story when we, like, for example, if someone says, let's say, what's that guy's name? Simon Cowell. He used to be the host of American Idol. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If Simon Cowell said, I made Christina Aguilera, right? Does that mean he literally is her father? No, what he's saying is she was a singer, right? But I made her career by making her big and getting her out there. So no, it's not him saying, oh, I created her. Same thing here. You saying I made the story that got big isn't you admitting that you lied and you created something out of whole cloth. JD Vance is saying that entire interview, these are the stories we're hearing on the ground. So no, I don't think that's proof of him lying.
So he would not cover up for people that he likes.
I'm sorry?
So he would not cover up for people that he likes.
Oh, I think 100% he would, just like every single other human being.
And now is that out? So that's crazy.
And you name me, would you cover up for people you like?
It depends.
Well, right, but as a general principle, you would.
On politics, absolutely not.
That's bullshit. I don't believe
you. Absolutely not.
I don't believe you. That's my opinion. I think that you were absolutely wrong. If you thought that there was a political campaign that would be incredibly beneficial to your ideology and your people, right, and that the opponent would be devastating and possibly lead to the end of your country, I don't think that you'd be like, you know what, I'm unwilling to say I really like this guy when actually I only kind of like him compared to. I think you're full of shit.
I'm not loyal to people. I'm loyal.
I think you're full of shit. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not loyal to. I'm loyal to policies. I'm loyal to what you think. I'm not loyal to a person.
I
will
think
literally-
so. So, for example, you're a socialist. So, what you're telling me 100% is if somehow we could see in a crystal ball, and you
Yes.
personally didn't like Bernie Sanders, like maybe he cheated on his
Yes.
wife or he did something that you didn't like, and the election was going to hinge on whether or not you said, "Yeah, I think he's good," you would still say, even though we're finally going to get the socialist dream that I want, if I just say this is good, I would never do that.
No, I would actually not lie.
I don't.
It happens with it happens with Martin Luther King all the time. All the allegation that he cheated on his wife doesn't discredit from his work that he did. Like if Donald Trump tomorrow, if Donald Trump tomorrow got all the Bernie proposals and he started to do it, I would not say Bernie. I wouldn't say Trump is bad. You have the policies, you go get it.
So when Bernie, you support Bernie Sanders, presumably when he said he was for tariffs, so you support Trump's tariffs.
Yes, not on the way that they are implemented. Because
okay, which ones did, so then which tariffs do you support? Forget about the implementation. Which ones?
No. I for example, I was hearing you. You say that like you want the trade deficit to completely disappear, something like that, right? I would say that if I believe in reciprocal tariffs. I believe that if a country is charging you 7% or something, you actually should charge them 7% on something. I believe in fairness.
Do you think Bernie Sanders believes it?
I think he believes in a more balanced tariffs. Because, for example, when Bernie and like the video that is going around about Nancy Pelosi talking about, China was outside of the World Trade Organization. So they had tariffs that were way bigger. I think it was 30-something% of the United States, while the United States had 3% tariffs on China. I believe on a more level playing field, and I think it was in 2018 or 2019, the tariffs between the United States and China were very close to each other. They were very similar.
It's not just tariff, there's other trade barriers, but nonetheless, like I think then like you would believe that Bernie Sanders would still support, quote, reciprocal tariffs?
It depends on the reason.
Wait, you believe that he at one point supported reciprocal tariffs?
Yes, the world changed. Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
It's
now,
the same thing.
Wait. So explain to me what changed that in 1990 something you support reciprocal tariffs, but now you don't.
So the reasons that they were against tariffs was performative reasons. It was just not about the economy. It was about, oh my God, the children.
Who's that?
Oh my God. They, Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats, the people that were actually
what about Bernie?
talking about the reasons, right? The reasons that
wait, please. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but we're talking about Bernie, not Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can be on offense all the time, Rob. You can be on offense all the time. Every time I mention, no, Rob, listen, respectfully. Every time I mention something about Trump, you say, "What about Bernie? What about Bernie? What about Bernie? What about Bernie?" I know
you're saying that that's the guy you support,
but there's the thing. Did we talk about what Donald Trump was doing in the tariffs? Wasn't I the one that was deciding the top? No. Because you have to stop there. Because again, this is the debate, bro, tactic again. We are going to talk about tariffs, and you know what Rob does? Let's talk about what Bernie Sanders said in 1997. It's always the same shit. You like to be on offense.
You didn't even bring up tariffs. I did.
You like to be on offense when people catch you, and when people catch you, like right now, you are going to say, "Oh my God, that's what I said." What does that matter? What does it matter?
I want you to find the timestamp when you said, "Okay, right now we're going to talk about tariffs." Rob, what do you think about Trump's tariffs? Show me the timestamp.
Yeah, and there's a thing. Tell me what you think about Trump tariffs has to do with Bernie Sanders.
You never asked that. You never asked it. I brought up tariffs.
Okay. So you know what? I'm going to clarify. Let's talk about the tariffs right now. 2024.
Before you do, I'm going to finish my thought of what we were talking about.
Go ahead and do it. What about Sanders?
Okay, the next topic is tariffs.
How is it whataboutism to talk about the thing we're talking about and you bitching, but you didn't let me set the top? We're talking about what you wanted to talk about. The point I'm trying to make is, like, you're saying, I support people that are logically consistent. What I'm trying to get to is, then if it was just about not supporting people, but supporting policies, the guy you support, Bernie Sanders, if he favors ideologically Trump's idea of reciprocal tariffs, then you would admit that it would be pretty unethical of him if he's not out there right now saying, actually, Trump's right that we should have reciprocal tariffs. I just think he's implementing them wrong. If you believe that Bernie Sanders really believes in reciprocal tariffs, but he's unwilling to praise it right now because it's Trump and just saying, I don't like the way he's implementing, that would seem to be unethical. Yes or no? That's it.
Yes, there will be unethical if the premise was correct. The premise is not correct.
Why is it not correct?
Because the tariffs that they had when they were proposing tariffs, and like you actually can see it, and you actually can go and see it, the number was completely different from the number that it is right now. If you look at the numbers when Nancy Pelosi was very young and Bernie Sanders were very young and they were talking about tariffs, there was a 30% difference in tariff from the percentage that the United States get and Nancy Pelosi get. If you go and look at the tariffs, when Donald Trump actually signed those deals with Canada, with Mexico, with China, the tariffs are very close to each other. So it's very fair for me to say, hey, I was promoting tariffs when this thing was completely not level, but now that the things are way more closer to it, I'm not promoting tariffs that is going to disrupt a whole country and the whole world just because I want to be petty. Would that be a fair assessment, Rob?
No, it wouldn't be, because the principle would stay the same. If your principle is you're for reciprocal tariffs, so let's say when you said, or when Bernie said I'm for reciprocal tariffs, that the United States tariffs were 10% and Canada's were 90%. And now
That's
it's
correct.
the United States tariffs are 30%, but Canada is 60%. You saying, well, therefore I'm no longer for reciprocal tariffs. No, that doesn't logically make sense.
So if you are for raising tariffs, if you are for net zero tariffs, right? And you push that and you reach the goal, are you contradicting yourself when you say I don't want more tariffs anymore?
No, absolutely not.
So that's what they're doing.
No, it's the reciprocal tariffs right now,
Very close to it.
but that's not reciprocal, is it?
No, sir, nothing is 100. The United States is the biggest. One second, please. The United States is the biggest economy in the planet. Nothing is going to be completely reciprocal because the other countries actually, for example, the China has more manufacturing, so they're going to target you in way more goods. And the United States, because he has a bigger wallet, is not going to find a reciprocal partner because there's nobody as powerful in the United States. Just because you promoted zero tariffs and then you get to zero tariffs and you say, you know what, I'm good. We already got the goal. I'm against tariffs right now. That doesn't mean that you change your position. That means that you achieved your goal.
I don't think you know what reciprocal tariff means. It doesn't mean zero tariffs. Reciprocal tariff means
you send one there and it comes one here. Let me actually ask you something, so we can complement. So we can complement there, right? If I am tariffing, I'm in Portugal. If Portugal puts 80% of tariffs on the United States, and the United States have a 17.8% of tariffs on Portugal, would you consider that reciprocal? Or you say, no, because math is math, and those 0.2% are very important, so it's not reciprocal, even though it's 0.2%. Would you consider that reciprocal?
I would say within the target of like colloquialism, that's basically reciprocal. That has nothing of a reflection on what the status quo was before Trump. You're trying to make the argument. Let me finish. So once more, you're arguing from a false premise. I would agree with you. If I'm nitpicking because it's like, well, right now it's basically United States has 1% tariff and the rest of the world has 2% tariff. Rob's just nitpicking. That's not even close to what's going on. There are countries, including our European allies, that are tariffing the shit out of the United States. We can bring up the data if you want. You're trying to gloss over that by saying, I formerly was for reciprocal tariffs. So was Bernie. But now that Trump's suggesting reciprocal tariffs, but going further, right, I'm not for that. You have every right to do that. I don't have, in fact, there's some things that Trump's doing with the tariffs that I don't like at all. So saying, actually, he's going too far, completely legitimate argument. But to say I'm no longer for reciprocal tariffs because I think that now things are equal enough is asinine, because we're nowhere near the status quo before Trump's tariffs of reciprocal tariffs. So what's changed that you used to be for reciprocal tariffs and now you're not? Barring taking away the argument, but I don't like that Trump's doing it. Completely giving you that. Completely. But what's changed that you used to be for reciprocal tariffs and now you're not?
We got either close to the goal or we did it. That's
with every country. Okay, let's look it up. Fine, we'll go to the data.
No problem. He's not with every country. What are you talking about?
Okay, no problem.
So that's correct. You see, you keep pushing. And once again, listen, go ahead. What are the overall tariffs between China and the United States in 2018 when Trump was in office? Go ahead and Google it, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You're saying that it's close. It's like 1% or 2%.
Go ahead and please Google it.
I'm asking you before I look it up. You're saying that it was basically equal, correct?
I'm making the claim and you are saying I'm wrong. Go ahead and Google it, please.
But Fatty, just to clarify, you are saying that it's more or less the same.
The percentage is the same. The thing is the trade deficit because the United States buy way more things from China. So the number is completely disparate because the United States has more money and imports more things. So instead of going and saying the percentage of tariffs, they're talking about the trade deficit.
Okay.
That's literally what it is. They're talking about the trade deficit. How are we sending 250 billions and we are getting only 7 billions in return? Because you buy way more than you export.
How is it that the top 90% pays the top 90?
It's difficult to find. I'm having a different. In 2018, the United States are trying to engage in tariff increases, but it's not talking about what the tariffs are. In addition, when we're talking about, I'll still look for this, I will. But when we're talking about reciprocal tariffs, it's not just, you understand, you're not just saying the tariffs. It would also be other trade barriers. Like, for example, if it's a tariff to say, we're going to put a 100% tariff on your automobiles, to just say we will allow 0 of your automobiles, that's not a tariff, but that would still be a trade barrier that would fall in line with reciprocal tariffs, right?
Okay.
Would you? I'm just asking. Would you consider that?
Yeah, I'll consider that. Yes.
Okay.
There's the tariffs are not just a one little thing. There are a tremendous amount of things that are put together to make sure that the trades actually are fair. Even if I concede to that, right, Rob? Let me ask you something. While you are googling, do you think the jobs are coming back?
I think that a lot of manufacturing jobs can go back. Yes.
So because this was a promising, right? That it was going to bring the jobs back. Why don't you think Elon Musk is not leading by example and bringing his factories back to the United States?
I don't know. It sounds like a prick. What's that have anything to do with anything? Where's Tesla's built?
Most of it in China, in Beijing.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
I think that sounds like bullshit.
So
most Tesla vehicles are built in Beijing.
It will be a technicality if you say most or if you say 33%. Do they have factories in China?
I don't know.
So you don't know that Tesla has factories in China?
Wait. So now your argument is you said where are the cars, and now you're saying, well, yeah, 75% of the United States.
And again, it's the debate, bro. Shit.
What are you talking about?
Listen carefully. If I promise I am going to bring these companies back. I'm going to bring the jobs back. I'm going to make sure that these factories that are all around the world, especially in China and Asia, are coming back, right? My follow-up question was, if that was the case, why is Elon Musk not leading by example and closing his factories in China and bringing the production to the United States?
I think that a lot of production of Tesla, I think the bulk of it's in the United States. I don't know that it's not irrelevant. So if just to be clear, if 99.9% of all Teslas are made in the United States, but one part's made in China, you say that proves that their argument's bullshit. That one part should be made in the United States. That's your argument.
Like I said, I'm not a Neanderthal. If he's very close to 100%, I will concede you that he's not close to 100%.
I'll make 2 arguments. One, I think that Tesla and Elon Musk companies, at least with Tesla, I think does better than average of putting their money where their mouth is and having a lot of their production in the United States, which is better than a lot of other places. But second, I will fully concede that people are fucking greedy pricks and trying to make a buck, and Elon Musk isn't outside of that. What does that have to do with whether or not manufacturing jobs can come back to the United States?
Biggest Tesla factories in the world. Shanghai, number 1.
No, you're right on that. You're right on that.
Austin, Texas, Germany. You have a bunch. You have a bunch of them.
Fatty, you're 100% right on that. But Rob is saying that how's that relevant to the argument? Like you're right on the thing. I looked it up as well.
Because he shows bad faith. You are preaching and you are telling other people to actually suffer and go ahead and every single company and yell that they're buying from China and are buying from these countries. Go ahead.
When the tariffs affect Elon Musk though, because it's coming from China, so he would have to pay more on the tariffs.
Once again, that was not the point. Was let's bring the jobs. Let's bring the jobs back to local, and so people can buy local. If you have multiple factories around the planet and you are asking other people to buy local while you still go ahead and import things that you make in Germany and China and all that, I think that's a bad faith. I think you are, again, rules for thee, but not for me. You are telling to the regular pop and mom shop to go ahead and to stop buying from China, while you're literally right man and that is cutting every motherfucking shit on the government as the biggest factory of Tesla in China.
Okay,
Wouldn't
couple
that
things
be
to say.
the-
So we got three things to say in this. First,
Mhm.
just quickly looking at this, Tesla vehicles have a significant percentage made of domestic content. Over 80% of their parts in the United States. Tesla Model 3, 87.5 domestic. Model 3 Performance and Model Y, 85% domestic. Model S and Model X have 80% domestic. However, Tesla does not disclose the exact percentage of parts made by them, but it's estimated to be around 40%. 30 to 40, including parts such as the electric motor, battery pack, and charger. Additionally, 20 to 25% of the components from Tesla cars were imported. 60 to 75% were made in the US or Canada. So and again, it seems like that's better than almost any
Well,
other automobile.
No,
Number
it's
two,
not. It's
number
not about being better. You literally
number-
said USA and you literally said USA and Canada and United States
Okay.
in its great war
Do
with
you
Canada
want me
right
to
now.
find out? Do you want me to find out? So if it turns out that more than
Yes.
50% is the United States, what does that matter? 80% of the parts are manufactured in the US.
Rob,
Secondly, I've already conceded
That's
that Elon's
crazy.
a greedy prick like every other human being that's involved in politics. And
Hey,
I'm not here
okay.
to kiss Elon Musk's ass. Third, but if we're going to talk about politicians that we're saying are moral person, the only
Here we
person that's
go.
made proclamations that a politician is moral is you about Bernie Sanders. Does Bernie
Here we
Sanders, two questions real quick. Does Bernie Sanders
No,
agree?
no,
Yeah, okay,
Nope.
okay. The debate's over then. If you're
no.
unwilling to engage in good
It
faith
does-
back
it
and
does-
forth
it does-
discussion,
Bernie
if you're
Sanders-
unwilling to
Bernie
engage in,
Sanders doesn't have a factory in China.
it does have nothing to do with that. We were talking.
He's not talking about.
If you- I have literally answered every
you
red
being that
herring.
fight.
I have literally answered and talked about every red herring that you've talked about. You
No,
said that
absolutely
Bernie
not.
Sanders was moral because he believed in a progressive tax
That's
rate.
not what I.
Or
That's not what I
if you're
said.
unwilling, Jake, closing statements, I'm out. If he's unwilling
Oh.
to engage in a part of the debate, then
What
I'm
about
unwilling to
Bernie?
engage with
What
him.
Okay.
about
Sorry.
Bernie?
Okay. Look, Fatty. He brought up some stats there. Like
No.
China, they have
No, I'm good.
They have parts-
I'm not going to engage in a
No,
debate with
hey,
Steve.
Okay.
hey, Rob, nice
I'm
to
not
meet
gonna-
you, but no,
Okay,
you can't
guys,
do
I'm
that.
gentlemen,
not going to engage. I'm not
gentlemen,
going to engage.
gentlemen.
What I'm going to do is I'll just sit here and let him talk, and then I'm going to talk about what I want. If he's
No,
unwilling, it's clearly been a good
I'm going
faith
to-
conversation back and forth that both of us have been talking about things. If he's unwilling to talk about it because he knows he's a
Yeah.
hypocrite that can't defend his position, and so he has to rely on the fact that I will only talk about the hyper specific thing that I want to talk about, and I won't defend my logical inconsistencies, then I have no interest in continuing the conversation. So if
Okay.
I'm asking him right now, Jake, and if you don't make him answer this question, thank you both so much for being here, but I'm not obligated to participate in someone that's unwilling to defend their logical consistency. So ask him right here. Are
During-
you saying that you won't answer this question that I'm saying?
during
Can,
the-
can,
the-
can you hold on, gentlemen? Rob,
Go,
can you
go,
please-
go,
hold
go
on.
ahead and
Fatty,
flip
Fatty,
it.
Fatty.
No, it's fine.
Fatty.
No, it's fine. No, hey, Jake, I respect your show more than I trying to win. So go ahead. I will reply to it. What about Bernie? Go ahead.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on. I
2
want to know
points.
the question. Hold on, Rob. Could you please give the question out before he answers it?
Right.
Just
One,
find out
are
the-
you saying that Bernie's moral because he favors his progressive tax rate? And second, the fact that he takes every tax loophole that he can, which we've seen from his tax that have been made public, would you say that that also proves he's a liar and doesn't believe in a progressive tax rate because he personally uses loopholes?
Absolutely not. That doesn't prove it.
Okay, then how does Elon Musk saying we want to increase manufacturing in the United States, but it's advantageous for him financially to produce some of it in China, prove that he's immoral and doesn't believe that we should manufacture in the United States?
I didn't call him immoral. You did.
No,
I did call.
you said that it. Okay,
No, I
take the word. What was the exact term you used?
No,
you
I,
said
no,
that-
I didn't.
Okay,
No, I didn't. So let
perhaps
me
I'm
explain to
mistaken.
you.
You
Let me
didn't
explain
use
to
the
you.
word.
Again,
What was the
you
word
are
you
so
used?
eager.
What was the
You are
word you
so,
used?
you
What
are
was the
so
word-
eager to be. You are so eager to be on office and to talk
was
about
the
Bernie
word
that
you
you are not
used?
even listening.
I
What
retract
I
that you
said,
said
what-
immoral. What was the word you
what
used?
I said. What I
Fatty.
said. Let. Jake, I got you. Don't worry.
Okay,
I got
okay.
you. I'm back in control.
I
man.
just want to calm shit down here. I just
No,
want to
no,
calm
no,
shit down.
because I'm calm. What I said was this. I'm going to refer my statement so we can understand, right? I said this. Donald Trump wants to bring jobs back, and he's telling people that he wants for us to buy American. He wants American people to buy American. And what I said was, why are you putting pressure to all those mom and pop shops, to all these companies that are outsourcing their production from China and are getting products from China, when your literally right-hand man, Elon Musk, has a factory in China that he could lead by example? And then what I asked was, Rob, why is not Elon Musk leading by example and saying, I support the president, so I'm going to close my factories in Germany, New Mexico, Canada, and China, and I'm going to bring them to the United States so people see that I'm actually a good faith person, and we are going to apply this to everybody, and it's not rules for me and not for thee, or the opposite. You see what I'm saying? How
Yes.
is that this
Cool. Allow me to retort. I will say that it's because he wants to do things that financially benefit himself, much like you don't think that Bernie Sanders, who says, I believe in a progressive tax rate, that people that pay more should pay a higher rate, but then personally, instead of leading by example, takes every tax loophole possible, doesn't mean that he doesn't really believe in a high progressive tax rate. You agree that the fact that he doesn't lead by example and takes those loopholes doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in a higher progressive tax rate, and that's the exact same argument I'll make with Elon Musk.
Okay, I will concede, right? Yes, he's a crook. Bernie Sanders is a crook. You
Cool.
got me.
Wow.
No, he's a crook. He's inconsistent.
Cool.
Is Donald Trump a crook and inconsistent by allowing his best friend billionaire buddies to play this game while he's telling other people to not play the game and to bring the production home?
I wouldn't say he's a crook, but I would say that there's logical inconsistency if you're supporting someone that does. How does that make him a crook? What's crook mean? Someone who illegally steals. That's how I define crook.
Yeah, so someone that manipulates the market and then the next day says, you made 1 billion, you made 700 million, you made the million. It sounds like inside trading, to be honest. But you know what? I can
That's a
prove it
completely
because
different. That's a completely different
I
argument than
can
what you
prove it
posed to
because
me.
I was on the room. No.
Sounds
this
like
what I'm-
Nancy Pelosi. But
you know what? Hey, Jake, Nancy Pelosi does inside trading.
Yes, she
She
does.
is a crook. Rob, do you have any indication that Donald Trump is doing inside trading by manipulating the market while his friends are making a tremendous amount of money? Like nothing?
No, I don't think that that's proof of insider trading. In fact, I think Trump's one of the only presidents I could ever think of that's net worth went down when he was president.
Did his affiliations and his power went up because the money is made after office, is not inside office? George W. Bush actually lost money by being the president, and you know what he got? A bunch of oil contracts for his family, and now he's.
I don't think
I
will not use the word crook to say that because Bernie Sanders claims to be for a progressive tax rate but takes tax loopholes, he's a crook. You're saying he is a crook. I think that's ridiculous. And you say that also means Trump's a crook because he has Elon Musk who makes cars in China, but then you completely change and you're like, now you're not making that point. You're like, because he manipulated the market to do X, Y, and Z. Do you have proof? Do you have proof that Elon made a bunch of money in these recent moves?
No, Musk lost money, but all these billionaires,
tariffs, right?
No, sir, but he didn't lost money because the market swings. He lost money because he started to acting crazy, and the stock market, for the most part, is speculation. So people started to actually.
But you seem to be making a specific claim that you can't prove it, which is fair. But it is your opinion that because Trump used tariffs and then the market went down, that he let Elon in on a little secret, so Elon made money in this recent dip. Then what is the whole point? What is the whole point? What did you say?
That's not what I said.
What did you say then?
That's not what I said because he didn't refer to Elon Musk. He was talking with billionaires that were on the Oval Office, and he said, "Hey, you guys are talking. You made $1 billion. You made 700 million. You made this. You made it. You can actually go ahead and Google it."
So he publicly said, "Hey, people made money when the market went up." That's your argument?
Yes. No. He said you made $1 million today. You made this. You made that today. That's actually like. Do you think that?
Okay. So I just want to be clear.
Go ahead,
if I'm president and you make $1 million and I say, "Hey, Fatty made $1 million today," that's proof that I've engaged in insider trading with you.
If you manipulate the market every single 2 weeks and people are now timing the market and you are buddies with them and they're on the Oval Office, I think just like Nancy Pelosi is a very high chance that you're doing inside trading, because once again, nobody caught Nancy Pelosi clicking on the buttons and said, here is 100, here is 200. But we kind of know that she's manipulating the market because people call her before they sell their.
I guess I'm all for seeing one scintilla of proof that you have that Donald Trump was in private telling people, "Hey, tomorrow here's what I'm going to do with tariffs, so you know what to do." You show me any proof of that, I'll be willing to criticize it. Go for it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay, then what's your argument? He just said you made money.
It's the burden of proof is always on the opponent. But then when we ask, is there proof that Bernie did this and this and this? Yes. I don't know.
What are
I
you
don't
saying?
know.
Where's one time I said that? Do you want me to provide proof that Bernie Sanders takes tax loopholes? Is that what you're saying? I can provide the proof, no problem.
Like, how is our tax loopholes? I'm not even
They're
going to
legal?
go there. No. I'm not even going to go there. Oh,
Right.
but insider trading is not. It's not the same thing.
Right. Who's saying that? Right. I agree. Insider
No,
trading is
you
not
guys-
legal. Okay.
You see, I'm talking about crimes, and then you go, what about Bernie and
No.
tax
You
loopholes?
said what?
That's what you're
oh my
doing.
God. No, this is what happened. You're like,
Huh?
you keep saying like it's so difficult because you can't follow a logical chain. You're like, oh, when it comes to your accusations of Bernie, you pretend you have proof, and I'm like, yes, I made I specifically said, I'm not saying Bernie committed a crime. I'm not calling him a crook. You are. I said, when you say I don't have proof of the accusations I'm making of Bernie, I said, sure, I can provide
Is
evidence.
Bernie inconsistent?
What's
Is
that?
he inconsistent? Is he inconsistent, Bernie?
Yes.
Is Trump inconsistent? Because
Yes.
He's already conceded.
I don't understand what, like,
No,
the point is, the point I'm
that's-
trying to say is, your argument's this. You're like, this is constantly what you do. You're like, here's this thing. Vance has lied. And I'm like, okay, all politicians lie. And you're like, aha, why won't you admit that Vance lied? And I'll be like, well,
No.
I'm saying that Vance has lied. Then you're like, well, how about this? It's Trump being inconsistent by being buddies with Elon Musk, and Elon doesn't make every product that he has in the United States. And I'm like, sure, that would be a level of inconsistency. But if that's something to reject, would you also admit then Bernie Sanders is inconsistent for pushing for a progressive tax rate when he himself takes loopholes? And you're like, no, that's different. And I'm like, why? And you're like, okay, for the sake of argument, I'll say he's a crook. Now will you say Trump's inconsistent? I'm like, right, I already said Trump was inconsistent.
Is
the
Bernie Sanders pushing to win the loopholes?
I don't know.
He is.
Okay, so what?
So
but
he's
what you're-
consistent.
That's not consistent.
If I
Is
say
Elon Musk pushing to
That's
bring
crazy.
manufacturing back to the United States?
he's the right arm of the president.
Oh, is he pushing to bring manufacturing back to the United States?
Absolutely not, because he doesn't benefit from it. But he's on the.
Wait.
He's
You
see what I'm talking?
He's publicly
That's
saying
crazy.
that that's what he's doing. Those are the policies that he's pushing for.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
He's
So
the
your
eh,
argument is Elon Musk is saying one thing. He's promoting
Yes.
policies that he claims would bring manufacturing back to the United States. But I don't believe him, because when it comes to his own wealth, he builds factories outside the United States. I say, okay, but wait a minute. You believe Bernie Sanders wants a progressive tax rate. But when it comes to Bernie's own wealth, he actually takes advantage of tax policy to make himself more money. And you're like, yeah, but he really wants the loophole closed. And I'm like, well, maybe Elon really wants the factories brought back. And your answer to that is, but no, because he's building overseas. And I'm like, right. Just like Bernie is taking advantage of the loopholes. But Bernie taking advantage of the loopholes, you're like, yeah, but he's still advocating to end the loopholes. Right. Like Elon Musk is advocating to bring manufacturing. And you're like, but no, because he's still manufacturing overseas. Do you see the circular nature of this? Either you say, when it comes to people's personal financial decisions, if they're not willing to put their money when their mouth is, then I don't believe them, or you don't. What you're instead doing, saying with Bernie Sanders, when he does one thing with his money and then advocates for a different thing policy, I believe him and think that makes him a moral person. But when Elon Musk says one policy but does another thing with his money, I think that proves that he's a hypocrite and inconsistent.
And you again, we don't agree on the premise. That's why you keep talking. We don't agree on the premise.
What
Once
premise
again,
do we disagree on?
the premise is saying he's taking advantage of loopholes. Do
Correct.
you have any proof?
Yes. I'll bring it up.
With
Right.
Bernie Sanders. Okay, so this is Bernie Sanders taking advantage of the system here. Correct?
Right.
That's
So, for
Right.
example, if Bernie Sanders says everyone that makes over $1 million should have that money taxed at 20%, we're now going to find out what the percentage of taxes Bernie said. If that isn't over,
that was in this. See, what I'm talking about is the bad faith. That was in
What are
the
you talking about?
70s. That was not in 2025. That was in the 70s. But let me guess.
what are you
He
talking
came.
about?
When did he say that?
When did he? It's your argument. Your argument is right now.
Sir,
Bernie
sir, you
Sanders
leave
wants
it-
a progressive tax rate, correct?
And the progressive tax is over what?
Well, I
4
think
million.
no. I don't think. I think you're
No, sir,
no. I think you're
I'll re-
factually wrong. By the
I'll
way,
repeat it again, and you can Google it. You are going to be taxed regularly from $1 to 4 million, something like that, and after you get to that mark, now you're going to be taxed 90% of $1 on it. Is not just I'm going to tax you. Go ahead and Google it, please.
Okay.
Because I don't think Bernie Sanders is getting $4 million per year. But if you think about that, you go ahead and do it. You got it. And let me guess, he made it very strategic.
So wait. It's over 4 million. It's what? What percent?
He is probably 90% or very close to it.
Okay, so for just the first result that comes up shows that you're wildly inaccurate. He suggested a potential marginal tax rate of 52% on income above 10 million. You said 90% over 4 million.
When was this?
This is just the first answer I get from Bernie's tax plan.
And he is that corporations or people?
Okay, so you said anyone under what amount would pay what percent of tax? Go ahead.
Yes, listen, corporations, okay? Corporations.
No,
That are 4 million, right? You said
no. Because now Rob actually got me confused because he planted the seed of doubt, and now I have to go ahead. No, it's Rob. Because
okay. All right, Rob.
That was your claim. I'm going to look it for you, and then we go from there. While you're doing it, don't remember that you said that you had proof that Bernie Sanders was using loopholes. So go ahead and search for that, please.
I want you to tell me, you said, you could look it up and say, okay, I was talking out my ass, I don't know. But you said people under 4 million would pay what percent of taxes? That's all I'm asking for. What did you say?
Absolutely. Yes, that's what I said.
That's what I'm asking.
No. 1 second. This is what I said. Above $4 million, every penny was 90%. I might be confused, but we're going to look for it.
But
you
said under 4 million they will pay.
No, they pay their regular tax margin.
So his plan is. What I'm saying is where we are disagreeing. I was like, no, I think the progressive tax isn't just once you reach 4 million. I think that it's stratified. Like people that make more than 50,000 pay this. People that make more than 80,000 pay this. People that make
progressive.
Right. That's my argument. So let me finish. So my argument, you're like, well, Bernie doesn't make more than 4 million, and so therefore he wouldn't fall to that. But what I'm saying is, but it's stratified. That's what a progressive tax rate means. It's not just everyone pays one rate and people that make more than 4 million pay another. It's that as you climb the ladder, you pay more and more. My argument is the rate that Bernie is suggesting is nowhere near the rate that Bernie is paying when it comes to his taxes. And actually, Bernie is taking advantage of the current tax system to have every tax break that he can. If he was really putting, because like, for example, if it says you could write off computers that you buy, if it says, if you have certain, like if you donate so much money to this, you could write that off. Have you ever done, you're in Portugal, you might not know this. If you do taxes, there's all sorts of things you could do to mitigate write-offs that you could do. Bernie Sanders actually paid a lower tax rate than Donald Trump.
That's not a loophole. That's not a loophole.
That is a loophole.
No, it's no
loophole, but yes.
No, it's now we're gonna
Rob.
So when it comes to tax season, all these people that get money back from the American government are using loopholes, or
yes. Now you're getting it. Yes.
So everything in law is a loophole.
No, what I'm saying, you could quibble over the word loophole. The argument that I'm making, it's clear what I'm saying. Bernie Sanders is saying the tax rate should be this.
Nope.
Then he's in that bracket and he's paying far less than what he's saying it should be. And he's taking write-offs and deductions, etc. Where if he really wanted to put his money where his mouth is, he'd say, even though my tax rate isn't law right now, I will pay the tax rate that I say is moral to do. He is unwilling to do that.
But how is that a loophole? If I, for example, have stocks and I don't close positions, so I don't have no gains, I don't have no marginal gains. That's not a loophole. I'm actually using the regular law. Loopholes is when you hire a bunch of lawyers and a bunch of accountants to do every motherfucking single trick in the book.
I mean, I guess I'll say this. I will retract the word loophole and say every write-off.
Yeah, write-off.
How about that? I retract the word loophole.
Okay,
I was wrong to say loophole.
And before you go to Donald Trump, I just want for Bernie Sanders to actually mean what he says and says what he means, he should never lawyer an accountant that makes sure that his money is going to the right places.
If the
and he can
argument,
get-
the logically
right?
consistent argument is this: if the argument is that the policies that particular people push for are disingenuous and inconsistent, if they themselves, when it comes to their money, don't follow the logical extensions of that argument, therefore, Donald Trump saying we want manufacturing back home, but he employs Elon Musk, who has factories overseas, proves that that's inconsistent. That same logic would indicate if Bernie Sanders says people like me should pay a 30% tax rate, but he's only paying a 10% tax rate, then that would fall to the same logical inconsistency.
I will give you this, Rob. If you find out that Bernie Sanders has an offshore account on the Maldives, I will give you that. Yes.
What does that have anything to do with
No,
what I said?
because that's explicit, right? That's explicit. You are getting your money and put it on the tax haven so you can keep as much as possible. I think that is sensible. But once again, I'm not here I'm going to win the debate. But if you are telling me that a man hiring a lawyer, a senator hiring a lawyer, hiring an accountant and says, hey guys, this is the fair share of taxes that I'm going to pay. Go ahead. This is what we're going to do. That's him proving that he's a hypocrite and he's not consistent with him wanting to tax in the rich. How is that possible?
Okay, can you do me a favor and try your best to just answer very short the following questions I'm going to ask?
Absolutely.
Okay, if there is a guy who says, I think all manufacturing should be in the United States, but he has a factory outside of the United States because it makes him more money, is that inconsistent?
Is inconsistent? Yes, if you are the right arm man of the person that says, I want every job to be brought back.
If you are a politician that says people that make as much money as me should be taxed at a 30% rate, and yet you yourself are only paying a 10% tax rate, is that inconsistent?
That's inconsistent. That's consistent.
What we're talking about.
No, that's consistent because, like we had the conversation on the beginning of the show, $1 million in the 70s is not the same thing as $1 million in 2025.
Okay, so for example, if I find Bernie's taxation policy from 2009 and it says people in his income bracket should pay 30%, and we look at his tax return in 2009 and see that he only paid 15%. Now we're not talking about inflation from 1971.
On his tax bracket, absolutely.
Okay, so Bernie's tax plan circa 2019. We know that he made $175,000 from the Senate, correct? People that make a income bracket of $165,000 to $315,000, his plan in 2019 was 24%. That's what that should be taxed at.
You are changing the argument. You are changing the argument.
I'm not changing the argument.
Hey, Jake, wasn't he fixated on the loopholes? Meaning these people these people are paying the taxes and they're finding the ways on deductibles to get the money back.
That is my argument.
He did say that. You're right.
My argument is that he said, where are you saying that
So if a baby mama of 3 gets tax money on January because she that's what happened. She's using the loopholes to get money, or that's exactly how the law was made. I already said
the fact that you're quibbling with the term loophole, I will change because you don't like that word. It is clear. The thrust of what I was saying is he recommends. Let me finish. He recommends one tax rate and he pays one that's far lower. I said if you're uncomfortable with the word loophole, fine. I will concede that was a bad word to use and instead use the word write-off. Now, because you can't win the argument and you realize that your 1971 inflation argument is nonsensical, you're defaulting to, but you said loophole. We've moved past that. I'm not talking about loopholes in what you're considering it. I'm talking about write-offs. Bernie Sanders says that people that make his income bracket should pay one rate. He is unwilling to voluntarily do that. When it comes to his money, he chooses to pay a lesser rate to maximize the amount of money he has.
Yes. So this is the
which is the write-off.
This is the difference between, like, you think people can change positions, you think people can evolve on positions, you think people can change policy, but it can change numbers. The same policy, the same thing, Rob, the same thing. Imagine me saying in 2024, I wish YouTube didn't take 30% out of my paycheck. And then tomorrow, or 3 years from now, I say, I wish YouTube didn't take 20% of my paycheck. Oh, there's a you move the number. No, I move the number because once again, it's adjusted to the reality of the time. It's not because once again
talking about the same time period, 2019.
No, we're not.
Yes, he has. I could go to his website right now from when he was running for office in
prove it.
2009.
No, prove it. No, you have the burden of proof, right? Prove
Okay.
it. Prove that you use the loopholes. Go ahead, you got
Okay, so number one, here is the, I can share the link if you want, but if you go to bernietax.com, it's from 2019. His progressive tax rate that he says suggests 24% from people making 165 to 315,000. Okay?
How much money did he pay? Because once again, see how you literally are mixing both?
What are you talking about?
Listen, he proposed, mean that the law is not actually in. Because I caught you there. If you propose something, that doesn't mean that you are going to pay something. If I'm proposing a law that is 30% and my current rate of paying is 20%, I will pay the 20%. That doesn't show hypocrisy because once again, the law wasn't passed.
It shows up, but listen to how ridiculous you're into. Holy shit. Okay.
No. Address that.
Listen.
Address that.
Okay, is there a law that says that Elon Musk can't have a factory overseas?
There's no, we're not talking about
A yes
laws
or no will suffice.
No,
is there a law
there's
law
no.
that says Elon Musk can't have a
There's a
factory
no.
overseas?
There's a no. I answered. There's a no.
Okay, so therefore there's no hypocrisy because he didn't break any law.
So it's not hypocritical to say every single American and company to come back to the United States to close their factories in Vietnam, Indonesia, and China, while your best buddy, best friend Elon Musk has his biggest company in Beijing, in Germany, and you don't tell him, hey, publicly, Mr. Musk, we are going to lead by example. Let's close these all factories, and that's not hypocritical.
I can't believe I have to redo this.
Answer the question.
I am going to do
That's not hypocritical.
Yes, I think there are inconsistencies with that. Just like I think there are inconsistencies if you say people in my tax bracket should pay 40%, but because it benefits you financially, you're only paying 24%. Your argument is, let me finish. Your argument is, no, that's not hypocritical because the law says that he's allowed to pay the 24%. And I'm like, okay, then if we use that logic, as long as the law says that Elon Musk could build factories overseas, that wouldn't be hypocritical. And you say, well, wait a minute, it's still hypocritical because just because the law says he's voluntarily choosing to make more money by building cars overseas. And I'm like, you're right, that is inconsistent, just like it's inconsistent for Bernie. And you're like, no, but there's no law that says, Bernie, you're on one hand, when it comes to Elon Musk's personal wealth, you're saying he's a hypocrite if he says, I want manufacturing in the United States, but not 100% of his factories are in the United States. On the other hand, with Bernie Sanders, when I say, if Bernie Sanders suggests a high tax rate and he's not willing to personally pay that tax rate himself, then that shows he's hypocritical. You say, no, he's just doing what's legal. Do you see the stupidity here?
No. I didn't say that he was doing what was legal. I said that you are leveraging what he proposed about the laws that actually were in place. Hypocritical means you say something and then you go against what you said. He's not against raising those things. He's not against paying those taxes. Let me actually give you an example.
Then why didn't he? What prevented him?
Because once again, the people that are in power, the Democrats and Republicans, are against taxing the rich because they work for them. This is what I'm talking about.
Is Bernie rich?
No. For American standards, absolutely. For
anything,
$5 million, by the
did
way.
anything prevent him from paying more in taxes?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then what's the argument here?
No, the argument
he chose not to.
The argument is you saying, once again, and remember the conversation that we had before, right? You said this, just because I promised something, that doesn't mean that I'm lying when I'm not able to do it. You said this when we're talking about JD Vance.
Okay, just because Elon Musk promised he wanted manufacturing in the United States doesn't mean he's lying when he has manufacturing overseas.
Hypocritical will be this, and I'm going to be very slow. Hypocritical will mean we have to tax the rich, the laws will pass, and then he'll turn around and says, nah, I don't like this because I'm rich too. Hypocritical will be, we are going to bring the jobs back. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, somebody asked, hey, Mr. Trump, wouldn't it be fair that your right arm, Mr. Elon Musk, that there's factories all around the world, like, isn't it fair for him to bring it back? And he says, no, he can keep those factories there. What I'm telling you once again is, you play on this gray area where is inconsistent, but it matters for some people and don't matter for other people. Let me give you a clear example.
Now you've talked enough. I'll now interject. Your own example proves how fallacious you're being here. If you say Well, it's hypocritical for Trump to say we want manufacturing in the United States, but his right-hand man doesn't have all of his manufacturing in the United States.
Not all.
Like, okay, what? Not 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%. What is the percentage that makes it inconsistent? Go ahead.
Three of your 5 top companies are in Canada, Germany, and China.
We'll take that argument, which is bullshit anyways, because it's
bring them back.
Okay, so 60% of his top factories aren't in the United States, therefore it's hypocritical. The philosophical premise of what you're saying here is you're suggesting that something would be a moral good for the country. We should have manufacturing in the United States, but
it's not about morality. It's about
then what's it about?
It's about meaning what you say and say what you mean. Lead by example.
So then it's about being truthful, which I would say is an extension of morality. So if you mean what you say, you would put your money where your mouth is. So if you say manufacturing should be in the United States, then you shouldn't have 60% of your manufacturing overseas. Correct?
I don't know the percentage, but I'm talking about.
You shouldn't have a portion of substance of your factories overseas.
I would say not your top factories, absolutely not.
Okay. Now, with Bernie Sanders, how wouldn't the same logic apply? If you suggest a 40% tax rate for people in your bracket, but you only paid a near half of that, of 24%, you're not putting your money where your mouth is and you're not being consistent. You say, no, that's different with him because that's just the law that he proposed. But he's proposing that law because he thinks it will be a moral and practical good for the United States. Then why is he proposing a progressive tax bracket?
Because he believes in a more equal society. It means that the people that
why
get more money
isn't he contributing to that in the way that he's demanding that other people?
Because he evolved in his position because of the inflation and because of actually the price of the Jake, why are you doing that?
I'm sorry, because
this is so circular.
This is the conversation in bad faith, because if the cost of living goes up, if inflation goes up, $1 million will never be $1 million. You guys can No. We're going to do this, right? Okay. Let me show what hypocrisy is, right? We are the party of law and order, Constitution, my Second Amendment, Constitution, and then he's flirting with the third term. Wouldn't that
what the fuck does this have to do with the? Okay, now look, real quick. What was the inflation rate between 2018 and 2019?
I don't know, sir. You have in front of you. Go ahead.
I don't have it in front of me. I'm asking you because because here's what's happening. I'm having difficulty finding Bernie Sanders' 2019 tax returns.
You said that you had two.
Please, let me finish. I found the 2018 tax returns, and I have Bernie Sanders' official policy from 2019. Now, when I read the discrepancy in what Bernie Sanders paid by versus what he recommended people in his income tax pay, you're going to say, yeah, but that's because of inflation between 2018 and 2019. Yes. That's your argument.
Was that?
You're going. So just for example, if
Bernie, you say that you could prove it, where is Bernie?
I will prove it, but
where is Bernie Sanders' tax return? Let's go ahead and do it.
I'm setting the stage because you're going to weasel out of it. So for example, if Bernie says people in my income tax bracket should pay 95%, but we find out the year before that he only paid 5%, is your argument going to be, well, the reason for that discrepancy is because inflation between 2018 and 2019?
No, my reasoning will be, if the law is in place and he goes back to saying I don't want this anymore, he is being inconsistent. That's literally what I'm saying.
You literally just got done saying, well, the reasons.
Please, let me finish.
Point? No, you can't make your own. You can't make your own point. It's clear because you keep contradicting yourself over and over.
Please, Rob? You were weaseling out of every single question by not committing to nothing or committing to things just to get a point. And now all of a sudden you want me to commit on something that I don't believe in. Why can't I do that, Rob? Why are you being frustrated?
Gentlemen, look. I just kind of want to. I just kind of redo things here. Rob Noor is just stating when it comes to Bernie Sanders, a different tax, especially from the 1970s. You're calling Donald Trump a hypocrite, or I'm sorry, Elon Musk a hypocrite for having his situations over there in China, right? We already had that. But Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, when you say that Bernie Sanders, when he recommended a particular percentage of a tax bracket, he's not paying that in 2024, right? You're saying it's because of inflation.
No,
Now-
no, there's no.
Well, you
Well,
did state that. Rob is just saying.
you
as
can
far-
pay something
look,
that is not in logic. You can pay just because I'm suggesting
Rob,
something
Rob.
doesn't mean that I like this not in place.
Rob, I'm just trying to compare the two here. I'm just trying to compare the two. If you're going to call Elon Musk a hypocrite, then you would have to call Bernie Sanders a hypocrite, because Rob Noor has already said that Elon Musk is also in it for the money. Like he has his own agenda. But wouldn't you acknowledge that so does Bernie Sanders, right?
Okay, so
And
Jake,
even though
didn't we say that?
Rob,
Didn't we say that?
hold on. You criticized Rob for saying that. Oh, dude, you're only a Trump guy. You can't criticize the guy. He's criticized. He's criticized JD Vance and Donald Trump and Elon Musk on multiple occasions here during this entire debate.
And
So-
there's the thing, and there's
So
the
where's
point.
the hypocrite?
But you won't do it for Bernie.
No. It's because every time this debate actually we start talking, he stays 1 second on defense, and then he says, "What about Bernie?" Jake, didn't this man say verbatim, "I will find proof that he's paying a certain amount
Sure.
of tax"?
Here we
and
go. All
that?
right. Fair enough. You
didn't.
asked for the proof. Bernie Sanders from BernieTax.com. His proposed tax rate from people making $500,000 to $1 million is 40%.
Proposed.
40%. Okay.
Proposed. Again,
Bernie
proposed.
Sanders,
Hold
please,
on, Patty.
please.
Hold on, Patty.
I'm sorry to say this. I hate to say this. You are very low IQ. You
No,
are
that's-
exhibiting.
no,
You are
that's fi-
exhibiting
that's
that you are a
fine.
very dumb
Hey,
person.
Rob,
So please be
that's
quiet.
totally fine.
So the proof is, in 2018, Bernie Sanders' gross income was $561,293. That puts him in his own proposed tax bracket of paying 40% tax. The effective rate that Bernie Sanders paid was 26%.
Mhm.
So that means that Bernie Sanders chose to be a hypocrite by not paying the legally allowed amount that he was allowed to pay of 40%, which he said was the ethical thing that people in his tax bracket should do. And instead, he paid the much lower rate of 26%, a rate
And
that is
one-
14%. Now, you asked for the proof. Now, here's the sort of things that's going.
You see, you keep talking.
Yeah, right. I will keep talking. I'll
Hold on,
explain to
you
the
did ask
audience.
for the proof, Patty.
I'll explain to the audiences what's occurring here, right?
Hey, put
He
the
simply,
yes.
if you're joining late, here's what's occurring. He says, look, Trump's unserious about his tariff plans because he's buddies with Elon Musk, and Elon Musk has some factories overseas. And so that proves, if he really believed, he would say, go pound sand, Elon, all of your factories or the vast bulk of your factories should be here. And because he didn't, that shows some inconsistency. I admit on the part of Elon Musk that, yes, Elon Musk is going to be inconsistent when it comes to making himself money, like almost every political figure in this country. Now, he has previously praised Bernie Sanders as someone, though, despite saying that millionaire senators would be immoral, now that he's a millionaire, it shouldn't apply because inflation, and even if it still keeps up with inflation, because he supports a progressive tax bracket. So now I'm using the exact same logic to contest the logical consistency. I've already criticized Elon Musk. I've said, yes, he's greedy. A lot of this has to do, he's going to build factories where he thinks he can personally make the most amount of money. And if he thinks he could make more building it in Canada or Europe, he's probably going to do that. I've criticized. The point that I'm trying to make is to say that this means that Trump doesn't really believe in make America great or manufacturing in the United States is nonsensical. But if you're going to extend that logic to, well, if you're not putting your money where your mouth is and you're building factories overseas, or in this case, his ally, why wouldn't we make that same criticism of Bernie Sanders? Bernie Sanders has proposed that people in his income bracket pay 40% tax rate. He himself, in almost the same year, has paid a 24% tax rate. So I'm making the logical apples to apples argument, saying, well, if it's inconsistent because when it comes to personal money, Elon Musk is taking and going overseas to make more money, then it also shows that an inconsistency on Bernie Sanders' point, and that if we say that we can't trust Musk or Trump, that they won't build in America because of this inconsistency, then why would we trust Bernie Sanders when it comes to his money, he's taking tax write-offs and paying a much lower rate? Fatty's proceeded to make, I guess, try to scramble through two arguments. One is he keeps saying something about inflation. It makes no sense. I have no idea. We're literally talking about the years between the proposed tax rate of Bernie Sanders in 2019 versus the actual rate he paid in 2018. I have no idea why inflation would explain a 14% difference in what Bernie wanted people to pay versus what he actually did. The second argument he's making is sort of like, but it was just what he wanted. It's just the proposed law. It wasn't the law into effect. Well, the same argument could be made of Elon Musk then. Yes, Musk wants a more favorable environment so that factories will be built in the United States. But the fact that factories aren't going to be built overnight, and he's, because of what he sees as unfair trade and hostile situations to manufacturing in the United States, he's proceeded to have built factories overseas, doesn't prove that he doesn't believe his agenda. And yet Fatty's unwilling. Then he starts saying, well, this is whataboutism, and you're going on the offense. Previously, he criticized me because it's unfair. I'm doing that debate bro thing where I'm, quote, logically consistent. This whole conversation is confusing. And I feel like we're doing a disservice, although I bet it's humorous. I feel like we're doing a disservice to the audience because, frankly, I don't think you're in my league. I don't even think you're close.
Hey, Rob, you know, it's funny. Your attitude before the Crucible crew got here and the previously on Dragon Ball Z. And now you are this WWE character when you're being extra nice and all that. And now you're doing the IQ and all that. Show that once again, you don't value what you have in front of, like you have over here. You value what people like. I know. Yeah. I know. Yeah, you're being more performative now, right? Oh, the Crucible.
Hold on, no.
Hold on. I've been making this argument for an hour.
No, hey, Jake, no, this fine is once again, you're going to get there, Rob. I trust you. I think you are one of the best debaters. He's a little bit disingenuous, but actually, instead of calling you low IQ, I'm saying that you are actually a great debater. You know exactly what you're doing, right? So I will retract and push it a little bit back, and please don't do what about Bernie, right? I'm going to ask you an opinion because I can prove it. Rob, Donald Trump said multiple times that he believes in the Constitution. Is that fair?
I'm sure he said that.
Do you believe if somebody offered him a way of doing a third term, do you think he would accept it?
I think it depends, but he may. Why is that a bad answer? This is what I'm talking about. I'm remarkably...
No, Rob, because you know he will. Rob, you know
I
he
don't know that.
So you don't know?
No, I do not know that.
Rob, so Rob, if Donald Trump has a clear way of changing the Constitution to make sure he can serve a third president instead of J.D. Vance, you think he's not going to take it?
I don't know. He may not. For example, let me give you a hypothetical.
No, you got it. No, you got it afterwards. And this is once again the difference between me and you.
That's not true.
That's the difference. You are having a conversation. 1 second, please. 1 second. I'll pass you the microphone. I'm having a conversation in good faith, and I will say that Biden is a crook, Hillary is a crook, Obama did this and all did that. Every time I catch you on an obvious contradiction because this man clearly flirted with the third term, I don't know. We can prove that. That's why you are going to win this debate, because once again, you're not having a conversation in bad faith, and you shouldn't. This is the debate, bro, shit that I'm talking about. So go ahead and say why you think you wouldn't take a third term when literally last week you would say, there's ways to do it. I think people who love that. I think people who love to see it. Right? Go ahead. You got this.
Before I start, can you show me where I said this is why I don't think he would accept a third term? Can you show me where I said that?
You said, I don't know.
I did say I don't know. So will you admit that you were wrong when I said I don't think he would take a third term?
Yes, semantics.
Okay,
yes,
you're wrong. It's not semantics. What I said was, I don't want to
put words in your mouth. I will actually retract it. You said, I don't know.
Right. So what I said was, I don't know. It's the honest answer. I don't know. For example, there are many situations in which Donald Trump, even if all Republicans and Democrats tomorrow said, you know what, we're passing an amendment, 100 in the Senate vote for it, that say, yep, you could have a third term. There are absolutely scenarios that Trump would say, no, I don't want a third term. Number one, he could feel that he accomplished everything that he wanted, and the person that's coming in after him, maybe it's Don Jr., maybe it's Eric Trump, maybe it's J.D. Vance, he thinks that they'll do a great job, and he would have more influence running a social media empire in the background. Number two, maybe he'll have poor health, and he'll think that he's not up to that, and therefore he wouldn't be able to accomplish the things that he otherwise would want, and thinks that someone that would be a successor would have a better chance to do that. Number three, maybe he's tired of assassination attempts and being persona non grata, and he thinks it would be bad for his health and decide that he wouldn't want to do it. Those are three things off the top of my head I could come up with. Are you here to tell me that all three of those are an impossibility?
No. What I said, and I'll repeat it again, and this is why you're having a conversation in bad faith, and I caught you multiple times. You assume the worst scenario. Is he in shape? Is he in health? Does he have the right conditions? I'm saying if it was today, I'll reframe it so you actually can do it. If today was the last day of his motherfucking term and he had an opportunity to go and come and get more 4 years, would you be inclined to say you would take it right about now? Or would you say, No, because he believes in the Constitution, and the Constitution says we can go more than 2 terms. What would you say, Mr. Rob?
I'll talk like you, and maybe you understand it better because
That's actually funny. That's actually funny. I'll give you that,
So,
Rob.
what I'll say is it depends on the mechanism that would go through it. I think that
It
almost
depends.
I think that almost every politician, can you name me one politician that had 2 terms of president if they said, hey, everyone totally agrees this would be legal for you to do, and you would win hands down, will you take a 3rd term? Can you name me one that wouldn't?
What about this? He's not going
It's
to
not
say
what
it.
about is what I'm saying is
Yeah,
you're
so
making what you're doing is
again,
the devil is in the detail.
You are used to do
Right?
this
So
shit.
here's what the devil's in the
See what I'm
details. So what
saying?
you're saying is, hey, if everyone just agreed that he could have a 3rd term and it wasn't extenuating factors like his health or anything, and
He
right
talked about it.
now he could have a 3rd term, would he do a 3rd term? Yes, I suppose it's more likely than not if there weren't extenuating factors and Republicans and Democrats all agreed, absolutely 100%. None of us have a problem. We'll sign an amendment saying you could have a 3rd term. He probably most likely, because he's just into his term now, would accept that. So would Barack Obama. So would Joe Biden.
Yeah,
so would
what
every
about
other
this?
president.
Yes,
It's not what
does it-
aboutism. You're making, if the argument is, well, if he thought he could engage in a military coup and do it, then no, I don't think he would do that. So the devil is in the details of how you suggest. Yes, I think that Donald Trump, in an action that would have no plausible immoral connotations whatsoever, if they changed the Constitution to say he could serve a 3rd term, would be amenable to operating for a 3rd term. Just like almost every other politician. Can you explain to me why it would be immoral if Republicans and Democrats 100% voted to amend the Constitution to allow presidents to have a 3rd term? It would be immoral for Trump to do so.
You keep doing the immoral shit. I never said that it's
Okay,
immoral. Let me say what I said. I said this once again is a proof of actually somebody that is inconsistent, flip-flopper, to use the Constitution to preach all the things that he wants to push, and then when it comes to a 3rd term, which is clearly unconstitutional, we can amend this right here, and we can actually go ahead.
Can you show me the section in the Constitution that, if amended, would be unconstitutional for him to have a 3rd term? Can you show me that?
No, oh my God! Do you see what you're doing again?
No, I don't see what I'm doing.
Hey, Rob. Let me ask you something, right? And this is totally fair. If you say this is my 2nd Amendment. This is my 2nd Amendment right. This is my 2nd Amendment right?
Yeah.
And then you go around and you say, I have guns because this is in the this is the Constitution, and I truly believe in the Constitution.
Yes.
And then you would come around and says, you know what? Women shouldn't vote. Repeal that from the Constitution. Take that from the Constitution.
Okay.
Are you being hypocritical and doing rules for me, do rules for thee, but not for me? I'm using the Constitution to actually keep my rights while I'm literally willing to take the rights of other people that are on the Constitution. Am I being hypocritical?
No, 2 reasons. One, because the Bill of Rights is different than the rest of the amendments, because the founding fathers intended those as sort of inalienable rights. So the right to free speech, the right to self-defense, the right to privacy, these are more inalienable rights. But secondly, even beyond that,
no, Rob, change it.
Shush. Secondly,
Rob, change it.
If you listen to me, you
another technicality.
Gentlemen, Patty,
another technicality, because I said the woman vote
constitutional to be for an amendment to the Constitution. So, for example, when you talked about women's rights to vote, why do women have the right to vote? Where in the Constitution does it say women have the right to vote?
I will concede. I will take that out of the table, and I will substitute that with First Amendment rights.
Okay, now so you acknowledge that the very rationale you
give. Rob?
Let me finish. So you acknowledge the very example you give proves why you're wrong. Because originally the Constitution didn't say the women had the right to vote. So we passed an amendment. So I'll ask you, was it anti-constitutional to push for the 19th Amendment?
Here we go. The debate.
I asked you a question.
Hey, Jake, did I took back what I said or not?
Took back what you said, specifically what?
If I said the woman vote, and Rob corrected me and said, no, because these ones are the ones that actually were made by the Constitution. These ones are not. And I said, I take that back.
Yes.
Let's change the vote for the freedom of speech, right? Rob, does he show that I'm a hypocrite by defending my right to own a gun, by saying I'm a constitutionalist and I believe in the Constitution, while I'm trying to take your freedom of speech that is still in the Constitution?
But you still don't believe women should vote, right, Patty?
Listen,
we're in agreement with that.
Let me.
I know both of us agree that women should vote.
It's getting very difficult for you. Let me break this down very slow. I don't think that pushing for an amendment that goes through the legal process, no matter what that amendment would say, would make you an anti-constitutionalist, because the very document itself says that you're allowed to push for amendments that the Constitution doesn't imply. The reason I bring up the 19th Amendment is, do you think pushing for that amendment was anti-constitutional?
I will use the same thing that you said. Oh, that's different because there wasn't on the original document.
You can't. So you can't answer. The answer is
no. I'm using your
that is not
argument.
what
I learned
said.
something.
Show me where I said that.
Rob,
Show me where I said that. Show me
Rob,
where I said that. You
no,
just
no,
said you were
Rob.
using my argument. Where did I make the argument? That's different because it wasn't in the original document. Where did I make that?
Okay, Rob, can you clarify what you say?
Yes. Was it anti-constitutional to push for the 19th Amendment and women's right to vote?
No, there's not. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that you said you can use the 19th Amendment. What did you say about that?
I don't understand what you're talking
about. When I used the example the first time and I used the woman right to vote, you said, no, this is not the same because this was not what the founding fathers put there. Can you repeat that?
Yes. What I was saying is the Bill of Rights were clearly intended rights that the founding fathers had, but even so it's different than just the 19th Amendment. But secondly, even then, it is not being against the Constitution if you push for an amendment. Even if it was an amendment to end, if I push for an amendment to end the First Amendment, that doesn't make me an anti-constitutionalist. It means that I'm violating the spirit of one of the rights that the founding fathers thought were important, but advocating for the legal recommended process within the Constitution to amend the Constitution does not make me an anti-constitutionalist.
So what is an anti-constitutionalist?
An anti-constitutionalist would be someone that says, like, the Second Amendment says you have a right to bear arms, but I'm going to take away your arms without amending the Constitution.
So if you are constitutionalist and you try to change everything that is in the Constitution, are you considered still a constitutionalist?
Not if you're trying to do it through the legally offered method within the Constitution.
So if I'm the next president and I come in on my first term and I say I will change the first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth amendment of the Constitution, I can be called a constitutionalist?
If you say, I think that we should pass amendments to remove the first, second, third, and fourth, then yes, it would not be fair to call you an anti-constitutionalist. It would be fair to say that it means that you're against the spirit of what the people that created the founding father or the Constitution said, but it wouldn't make you an anti-constitutionalist.
So what if I remove those constitutions? I'm still constitutionalist?
If you remove those through a process that wasn't the legal process, then no, that would be against the Constitution. Why is this hard?
No, it's because you are playing semantics.
It's not semantics.
No, it's absolutely is. If I come into term and I remove all the amendments legally, I don't believe in the Constitution.
What is the Constitution? When you say believe in the Constitution, what do you mean? Define what you mean by that.
I'm talking about believing in the rules that are stipulated there.
Okay, one of the rules says, do the rules allow for an amendment?
No, absolutely.
Do the rules allow for amendments that rescind prior amendments?
Absolutely.
Okay, so explain to me why it would be anti-constitutionalist to go for the rules?
Because once again, you said you are constitutionalist, but you are turning around and making removing them from the Constitution. You don't believe in the Constitution. You actually believe in whatever you believe. No, you can come around. You can come around and say, I have the Second Amendment in my right to actually own guns, and then turn around and say, you know what? I will take the right of that person. That is not my amendment, so I will take it away legally. You are not a constitutionalist. You don't believe in the Constitution. You are changing what is there.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. I know that you're incapable of answering questions. I'll try again and watch you deflect and not answer. Yeah. So because the Constitution didn't give the women the right to vote, the 19th Amendment's anti-constitutionalist. You can't answer. You can't answer.
Repeat it again. No, I'll do it.
Because the Constitution did not give women the right to vote. In fact, it expressly outlines who's allowed to vote, and women aren't included. And the 19th Amendment changed what the Constitution said. The advocates of the 19th Amendment were anti-constitutionalists.
It was something that was added or something that was taken?
It was something that was added.
Okay. What if I take, like, that's fair. I'll give you that. That's constitutional, right? I will say that you are. What if I take your amendments? What if I go ahead on the legal process and I say no freedom of speech, no, I'll take everything? Am I a constitutionalist?
So just to be clear, yes, And I would say then your argument is that the people that passed the 21st Amendment were anti-constitutionalist.
What is the 21st Amendment?
The 19th Amendment, or I'm sorry, I think it was the 15th Amendment. Let me look it up.
Mhm.
The 18th Amendment, I'm sorry, was prohibition. Was that constitutionalist or not? Prohibition of alcohol? Is that taking away people's right to drink alcohol? Is that
you literally use this argument? There's not the same thing as the ones that the founding fathers put there.
What are you
and
talking
now you're
about?
using.
We're going off your train of thought. You said that. I'm sorry. You just said that an
And
amendment.
I conceded. Hey, Jake, you see this? I literally conceded. I said, you know what?
You did not
Let's
concede.
No, sir. You said the 19 is not the same thing as the original ones. And I said, you know what, Rob? I will concede it. And now you are literally giving me one that is not one of the original ones. Why?
Let me rephrase, because again, I'll talk very, very slow this time.
Yes,
Although
please.
I think that the spirit of the founding fathers in the Bill of Rights means that those amendments are different. Despite that, now listen, this is the important part. You ready? Despite that, if you go through the legal process and pass an amendment to revoke one of those original 10 amendments, then you are not an anti-constitutionalist. Do you understand that? You said your argument was, well, if you pass an amendment that revokes something, then that's anti-constitutionalist. But if you pass an amendment that adds something, then that is not anti-constitutionalist. I said, okay, fine. The 18th Amendment is prohibition. It took away people's rights to drink alcohol. Is that anti-constitutionalist?
No, because according to Rob, is not one of the original ones.
There's no need to continue this conversation.
No, you are using
idiot. You are a fucking idiot. Let me talk even slower.
No.
Yes, the bill. Listen. I'm gonna say 5 words, and then I'm gonna ask you: did you understand all of the words I said there? You ready? The original Bill of Rights were the things that the founding fathers thought were special to creation. You understand those words?
Yes.
That makes them different than the other amendments.
Yes.
Despite that.
I already. Why are you repeating now?
Please let me finish. Please, you're going to say already. You don't understand.
Go ahead.
Despite that, if you go through an amendment procedure to revoke one of those, that does not make you an anti-constitutionalist. Do you understand that? Okay.
What?
The argument aside from that is you're saying that there's not something we're all in agreement that despite the fact that I think those first 10 are special in that they're what the founding fathers agreed upon in order to ratify the Constitution. But despite that, you're understanding I'm saying they're not special in the sense that you're not an anti-constitutionalist for proposing an amendment to revoke them. You understand that?
Yes.
So therefore, if I talk about the 11th Amendment, the 12th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, and say, do you think that's anti-constitutionalist? It is not an argument for you to say, no, because they're not one of the first 10. Because we already said those first 10 aren't special when it comes to the process of whether or not it's anti-constitutionalist to revoke.
That was my... Okay. I understood that. What about the first one? What about freedom of speech?
Right, freedom of speech. We've argued that's the First Amendment, and we've already said
would that be
no. It would not be anti. No, it would not be anti-constitutionalist to propose a legal amendment to revoke the First Amendment. You want to do the second?
No. AJ, can you read the definition of constitutional, please? Like constitutionally.
Wait, the definition of constitution?
Yeah. Can you? No, constitutionalist. Can you read the definition?
Why don't you tell me your definition?
No, we have a moderator. You guys.
Why don't you tell me your definition?
Because
you're arguing this and you don't have it.
My definition is my definition is
you're arguing this and
we have the sir.
Wait a minute.
We have the Oxford Dictionary. I don't need
to.
I don't need
just want to be clear. Your argument is you don't even know what the definition of the term.
My opinion, hey, Rob, I will be willing to concede if the Oxford Dictionary definition actually goes against what I'm saying. But you have to concede to if the Oxford Dictionary is saying, you know what, Petty is right.
This is hilarious.
So, okay.
Wait, you don't like the Oxford Dictionary? That's crazy. Go ahead, Jake. You got this.
Well, look here's the thing. I just looked it up really quick just to answer Fatty. A constitutionalist is someone who adheres to or advocates for a system of government guided by the Constitution.
Okay, what's that proof?
No, there's not more, Jake.
They believe that the power of the government should be limited and defined by a written document.
Mhm.
right? Ensure the
is-
laws and the actions align
keep going.
with the Constitution's principles.
Keep
Yeah.
going. Like, did you got the part where it says constitutionalists often favor small government and strict limits on federal power? You can literally keep going. You can keep going. It's fine.
Look, this is where the definition ends as far as what
Uh-huh.
constitutionalist is. As far as the actions of that, this is just the definition. As far as the actions, it doesn't
Okay,
state that.
so-
I just want the fear definition. That's what it is.
Uh-huh.
As far
And
as the
I-
odds,
hey,
it doesn't
Jake,
say the odds.
I just want to ask one more thing and then we're done, because once again,
Okay, we'll get to closing statements
no,
after
no,
this.
no, I got you. I just want to ask you a question, because this
The
is the
appeal to the
semantic-
moderator is getting very good, by the way. If I was getting blown out and had low IQ, I'd
No,
try the
no,
same.
it's-
I'll go ahead and
it's-
respond to all this bullshit.
No, no,
when
hey,
we're
well,
done.
it's, Rob, respectfully, I give you enough time to do what you
Go
need
ahead,
to do.
Fatty. Go ahead, Fatty.
You need to Rob, Jake, if Bernie Sanders comes tomorrow into power and he
Mhm.
legally repeals the Second Amendment, right? Do you
Okay.
believe people are going to say, yes, he's a constitutionalist, he believes in the Constitution, even though he took the Second Amendment and the First Amendment? Do you think people are actually going to say that he's a constitutionalist because he did it on a legal way?
People would say, of course, Bernie Sanders is not a constitutionalist,
Mm,
and
and-
I believe that Bernie is not already. So
And-
if he were
and-
to appeal that, it kind of obliges
And-
by my already thoughts.
And
on
that
this.
was the crux of the conversation.
Okay.
Looking for a third term is unconstitutional, no matter if you change the rules or not, because once you got in there, the rules were in place, and you are changing the
Sure.
rules for your benefit. That was the whole point of the conversation.
But I
And
don't
I will
think-
say that, I will say this
Please,
about Biden.
Jake, I'll answer
I will
for
say
myself.
this about
I don't need your
Biden.
help.
I will say this
I don't
about
think
Obama.
Trump is a
Let me
constitutionalist
just-
the way you're
let me just-
describing it.
let me just land my.
Please
my
give him more
little-
time. He needs more
Let me
time.
just
for this.
let me just land my parachute.
Okay.
I would literally side with every single Republican, Trump supporter, whatever, if Joe Biden said, you know what, I did two and I'm going for the third term. I would think nobody would call him a constitutionalist, and I would say, yes, you are not a constitutionalist because you are changing the rules, because the Constitution doesn't say that. But Rob wants to go on the technicalities. If you do it legally, that doesn't make you an anti-constitutionalist. Yes, it means that you don't believe in actually the Constitution, because you are changing them for your own best interest.
Was the
Now,
18th
Rob,
Amendment constitutionalist?
you tell me.
You tell me. You're the one that's making proclamation. My definition of constitutionalist is very simple. A person who advocates following the policy and procedures in the Constitution.
Adding rights and taking rights are not the same thing, right?
Okay, so taking away the rights to drink alcohol means that it's anti-constitutionalist.
At the time, it was.
Okay, so it was anti-constitutionalist. You also said that revoking another amendment, so revoking the First Amendment, would be anti-constitutionalist, correct?
The
That's what you
First
said.
Amendment, absolutely.
Is it
Actually, let me one second, please. 1 second.
Well, you stated if Bernie took away the first and the second, it would be unconstitutional, right?
Absolutely. And
Okay,
it keeps
cool.
going to the 15 and to the 19 and to the 17. Why you don't stick
Okay,
with the first
great.
one and the second one?
Great. So,
Because
Rob,
well,
you
because
stated
the point is because you're making
Because you
several
want to win
arguments.
the
You're
debate. You
saying
want to look good.
let me
That's all.
explain. So I'm going to take a long amount of time to talk since we had to listen to your inane gibberish where you're trying to
No,
appeal
you-
to the
you said that
moderator.
you were going to do
When
closing
you
thoughts.
try to appeal to the moderator and you try to sort of argue with him because you're unable to keep up.
I'm
with
not
me.
appealing
So
to the moderator.
I'll
Nope.
explain what's going on here, right?
Mm.
My point was quite literally when we got onto this conversation, if it
Yes.
was any process that was within the amendment or within the amendment procedure, then no, it wouldn't be anti-constitutionalist for Trump to advocate for a third term.
Yes.
Now, because you've got hung up on sort of the absurdity of sort of what does constitutionalist mean, you've sort of given a red herring that gets away from the point, which is the Constitution never as written before the amendment. Can you show me where it says how many terms a president should have?
Wait, it's not in Constitution that you shouldn't, like, it's not limited to 2 terms?
No, it's
No,
not. No,
it's
not,
no, it's fine. No,
Fatty.
hey,
No,
enlighten me.
no,
I'm
it's not,
I'm
Fatty.
here to
Show me
learn.
which
Go ahead,
article
tell
is it?
me. Go ahead.
gentlemen,
article is it?
Fatty, just really quick, like in the Constitution, is there anything in the Constitution that says that you can't serve 3 terms? That's the claim here. And honestly, I don't believe there is.
So
Rob,
there's nothing in the Constitution. So if Donald Trump can go and do a 3rd term without amending the Constitution.
Okay,
Well,
so
that's
let
not
me
in
so
the
let me just be clear. You said that an amendment that takes away
Answer
people,
that.
I'm going to answer. Your position
Well-
is an amendment that takes away people's rights is
Oh, shit.
unconstitutional. Yes?
That's not what I said.
That
I
is
said
what
they
you
were
said.
different.
You said
No, that's
therefore-
not what I said. I said
therefore-
those were different.
So
I
that's
said
what-
those. I
then
said those
why
were
is- okay,
different.
why is repealing the First Amendment through an amendment unconstitutional?
No, that's not the point at
No,
all.
that is the point. You keep saying
No,
let's
no,
talk
that's
about
not.
the-
That's
It's-
you,
yes or
you
no?
keep
Oh my God. Oh my
you,
God.
you keep going and going.
is taking away as an amendment. If we pass an amendment to take away the First Amendment and it goes through the legal process, is that anti-constitutional?
Yes,
Why?
because you are anti-constitutionalist. You don't believe
Why?
in the Constitution.
Oh, wait,
No,
but why?
Because
You're
because
not
you-
giving an
because-
answer. When you say you're begging the question, when you say it's anti-constitutionalist because you don't believe in the Constitution, I'm asking, but why? What about that behavior shows that you don't believe in the Constitution?
if you have a written agreement and you don't abide by the laws of the agreement and you want to change it, you don't believe in the agreement.
So the written agreement says the First Amendment says that you have a right to free speech. And so even if you pass an amendment through a legal procedure, that's anti-constitutionalist.
Is you doing things that go against the
I'm
Constitution?
asking yes or
Absolutely.
no. Is that your argument?
No, sir. There's
Fine.
an out. Well, no. I will answer it. I will answer it because there's levels to this. There's an outright unconstitutional policy. Example: the Patriot Act. No, like that's literally invasion of privacy. That goes against, once again, you have to have.
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Yes,
Yes, we've all acknowledged that things that go against the Constitution that aren't
Yes.
through the amendment process would be anti-constitutional. No one's talking
Okay.
about that.
It's totally
I admit
fine.
the Patriot Act's terrible.
No,
I
no, no.
complain about it all
Okay,
the time.
okay.
Now,
Okay.
the argument you seem to be making is when you said this several times, you said an amendment that adds something is an anti-constitutionalist, but one that subtracts would be. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
You did say those words.
No, that's not what
That
I
is
said.
the
I
words
literally-
you could say. I said
I
that, but
said
was
it's
mistaken.
I said, hey, Jake. I said it's different. I didn't say one
Okay.
is one, and then I said it's different. They're not
Okay.
the same thing.
Okay, so
because
to
you-
continue with this
you-
conversation, to
You're
continue with this-
taking rights of people and you're giving them rights is not the same thing. One is oppressing and the other is not.
Yeah,
If I
okay,
can
but
mean-
but this is still within the Constitution, right, Fatty? Like you would say, okay, both of them would still be within the confines of the Constitution. Whether you have the rights originally, like the First Amendment, then you have an amendment to take away the First Amendment, it would still be constitutional overall, correct?
Okay, so
this is such a fucking. I'll make this as simple as possible. Was the
No.
21st Amendment that revoked the 18th Amendment? The 18th Amendment said you can't have prohibition. Okay, you got that? Or it said you can't drink alcohol. The 21st Amendment says actually we're revoking that. Is the 21st Amendment constitutional?
Because it took away the
Okay, the 22nd Amendment says you can only have 3 terms or 2 terms as president. If we pass a new amendment that says we're revoking the 22nd Amendment, is that
that's not what you said.
anti-constitutional?
That's not what you said. You said that there was nothing on the Constitution that it says that you can run 3 times.
No, what
That's-
I said was there's nothing.
That's what you said.
Let me
actually
finish.
I said that. I
And
said
what
that.
I said was I asked you where in the Constitution does it say that you can't run more than 2 terms? I asked you.
The
You
second.
didn't know.
I'll read it. The 22nd Amendment of the United States Constitution: no person shall be elected to office of president more than twice.
Okay, so now let's call it.
No, stop. No,
Don't get on your
stop.
high horse.
No,
Don't
you
get on
have
your
to
high
stop.
horse.
You have to
Listen.
stop.
You didn't
You have to
know.
stop. No,
What
you
are
have
you-
to stop.
Fatty,
have to
Fatty,
stop.
Fatty. Just
Oh,
really quick,
shit.
just to clarify,
I
I'm
have
the
to
one
ask-
that said, hold on. Just to clarify, I'm the one that said that I don't think there's anything in the Constitution.
It's totally fine,
wasn't-
Jake. I'm not talking. It's fine, Jake. So
Okay,
Rob,
it was me that said that.
Rob, with Donald Trump ignoring the 22nd Amendment to run for a 3rd term personally, would that be him breaking the amendment and doing something unconstitutional? Yes or no, Rob?
I'm going to proceed to keep talking as you keep interrupting me as you're
if
incapable,
he's
and then
not
I will
going to-
answer. And then I will answer your
No,
question.
no. Answer first, and then you do whatever you want.
If he did it
That's
through
what
an
you did to
amendment
me. No,
process-
hey, Rob.
No, okay,
Rob, that's
I'll
what you-
answer.
that's
I'll
what you-
answer, and then you're going to give me the
Rob,
dignity of leaving me
Go
finish
ahead.
my answer. The answer is no. If he did it through an amendment process, it would be no more anti-constitutionalist than when we had an 18th Amendment to revoke your right to drink alcohol, and then a 21st Amendment that revoked that. The 22nd Amendment took away people's rights to run for office for more than 2 terms. So revoking that with a new amendment would be no more anti-constitutionalist than the 21st Amendment was to revoke the 18th.
Okay.
Now, you're celebrating because You, who had no clue, you assumed the original Constitution. That's why you kept talking about the First Amendment. The reason I was talking about where in the Constitution does it say that you can only run for 2 terms was because you keep making this argument. Well, the First Amendment, it's right there that you have freedom of speech. So that's a unique one. If you repealed it, oh my God, that would be anti-constitutionalist. And why are we talking about the 18th or the 19th Amendment? That's not one of the first ones. And so it would be anti-constitutionalist if Trump decided to run for a 3rd term. But what you didn't realize was that the Constitution originally written did not say a president could only run for 2 terms. In fact, FDR ran for or was in office for 4 terms. It wasn't until after him that we passed the 22nd Amendment. So when I keep asking you, I'm trying to set up the argument and you're unwilling to fucking answer legitimately because you are exactly what you're accusing me of, debate broing. So you won't answer when I'm like, was the 18th Amendment anti-constitutional? You're like, why are we talking about that? Why not the first? The reason we're talking about it is because now we're going to talk about the 22nd Amendment. The 22nd Amendment is the amendment that you're talking about that says that you could only run for 2 terms. If we were okay in advocating for amendments to repeal the 18th Amendment, if we were okay for advocating for amendments that gave more rights as opposed to taking rights away, then why would an amendment to repeal the 22nd Amendment be anti-constitutional? Can you tell me that?
I will concede to your points, and I want you to do this, okay, Rob? Next time a Democrat or a lefty, next time there's a school shooting, right? And there's a bunch of people saying that we should pass laws to make sure we take the guns of everybody because people are not safe. I want you to say out loud, these people are constitutionalists. They believe in taking my second amendment on a legal way, so they are not infringing into my constitutional rights. You see, I am willing to concede as long as you say consistent, Rob. As long as the next time the mass shooting happens and these people come in for your guns, as long as your constitution says no, these people are just abiding law-abiding citizens. They are not going against the Constitution. I will concede to say, you know what, Rob was right because at least it's consistent. That will not find a place on the internet why you say that man trying to take your rights is unconstitutional because they're trying to do it on a legal way. Okay,
you have an unbelievable talent to talk.
No, you got it.
Okay. Right, you have an unbelievable talent to
talk. I conceded. Why you mad?
Again, you won't let me answer.
I conceded in your minute.
Okay, hold on. Patty, let him answer really quick, and then we'll get to closing.
Why are you not happy?
You have an unbelievable talent to drone on and on.
How are you a star winner?
You have an
Rob,
unbelievable.
How are you a star winner, Rob?
You have an unbelievable talent to drone on and on while contradicting your own point within the first 5 or 6 words.
I conceded. How are you mad about me conceding? Like you are a star winner?
I'm not mad. You have an unbelievable talent from droning on and on. You have an unbelievable talent from droning on and on while you contradict and answer your own position within like the first 5 or 10 words you said. In that entire spiel that you just gave, did you at one point say if they advocate passing an amendment? Or did you say when they suggest laws to take away your guns? Yes, if they suggest laws to take away my guns without repealing the Second Amendment, then yes, they would be anti-constitutionalists. If they suggest trying to pass an amendment to take away the Second Amendment, then they would be constitutionalists, though violating the spirit of what the founding fathers wanted. Got it?
Absolutely. I just want you to be consistent, Rob, and to not do these on Monday.
I wish you would be consistent. I wish you would.
Because Rob, there's like I'm actually conceding. I'm saying, you know what? If you're actually going to keep the same stance, it is what it is. But I know what is going to happen is once upon a time, and it's going to be still this year, I'm going to tune in, and you are going to talking about people trying to be unconstitutional and try to take your Second Amendment rights.
Can you show me? So would you admit that there have been plenty of Democrats that have suggested taking our guns?
Absolutely.
Can you show me one? You admit that I've been streaming for a lot of hours over the past 6 years, right?
Absolutely.
Can you show me once, or can you find anyone ever showing me once, me saying that Democrats suggesting passing an amendment to repeal the second was anti-constitutional?
I'm not talking in the past. I'm talking in the future. Can you
show me? Can you show me one Democrat that is seriously advocating repealing the Second Amendment through the amendment process? Can you show me?
Do you think they're going to do it illegally?
No, I think yes, they do it all the time. We have tons of laws on the book that restrict.
So who was the senator? Who was this person that said we're going to take people arms illegally?
Would you admit that the Second Amendment says we all?
No. Answer my question.
Okay.
I think everybody goes to the legal terms. Nobody is crazy enough.
The 96 assault weapons ban.
No. Whoa. 1 second. Isn't that a law?
That was a law. Yes.
So it's not illegal. They're
No,
not
it
going
was
to say, hey,
it was a law that was
no.
anti-constitutional.
You see, Rob, you are
Well,
tripping
well,
yourself
Patty,
again.
if it's
That's
anti-constitutional, then that would be well. Beto O'Rourke is another one in Texas that
Nope.
stated about taking away guns.
Now
and
follow Jake. Follow what he's saying to its logical
No,
consistency.
no.
Okay, okay.
No.
Then if there's not an amendment to
Ooh.
repeal the 22nd, and Republicans just quote pass a law that Trump could have the third term, that wouldn't be anti-constitutional according to him, because it would be the law.
Now, Jake, and this is what I'm talking about and the need to be right and the need to win. You made a statement. That Democrats are trying to take people guns illegally.
Yes.
I want to know who is suggesting that we go to the middle of the night to rob house and we take his gun from his closet because now it's ours without actually passing legislation.
I did not use the word illegally, though I will accept that I think it's illegal. I used the word unconstitutionally, though I will admit that I personally believe that laws that are unconstitutional are illegal. What I'm saying is the Second Amendment is quite specific that we have the right to keep and bear arms, and Democrats and even some Republicans constantly push for laws that aren't amendment to take that right away, just like they do with the First Amendment. The First Amendment says we have a right to free speech, and constantly we see pushes to censor people and have the government limit what we're allowed to say in speech. Those are anti-constitutional. Your argument now seems to be, well, that's not illegal. That's not anti-constitutional because it was a law. Okay, if we accept that, then if Trump and company, please let me finish. Then if Trump and company pass a law, if Republicans have the Congress and they pass a law and they have a Senate, and right now they pass a law that says Trump could run for a third term, is that anti-constitutional?
That's not my point. That's your point.
I'm asking you. That is your point.
You did this the whole night, Ferry. This is not my point. This is your point.
When I say
your
that,
point,
I'm right.
Your point said if he's legal, okay, he's okay.
That's not what I said. I said if they pass an amendment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then you said that Democrats were not trying to go that way. You said that they're going to try the other way, right?
Laws that weren't amendments that restrict people's First and Second Amendment.
So you are going to tell me which is the Democrat that is trying to take the laws without amending the Second Amendment?
Bernie Sanders.
Who?
Beto O'Rourke. Bernie Sanders. Pretty much every Democrat in the House and Senate have advocated for gun control laws.
Gun control is gun removal?
Yes. Gun control.
You see, and again, is the debate, bro. Shit. Gun restrictions, me saying that you can have a bazooka or an AR doesn't mean that I'm not telling you, hey, sir, you can have a handgun, you can have two handguns. That once again is not. It's not the same thing. So what are you talking about?
So your argument, as long as Democrats pass for laws that restrict guns but allow any form of gun, then it's not gun removal. And therefore, it's not anti-constitutional.
A restriction is not a ban. You have the right to all arms.
To keep and bear arms, it shall not be infringed.
Yeah, but there's a thing. Even
that's being infringed, right?
What?
Yeah. So like,
you can't have this arm. That's infringing on that right.
Is that no? There's gun control. That doesn't infringe on that right.
Yes,
they can actually. No, sir. It doesn't, because if I say people can sell drinks in this establishment, I can say you can be selling bleach. Bleach is out of bounds. You can sell Coca-Cola, iced tea, water, but me restricting you selling bleach, that doesn't mean I'm against you selling drinks. It's completely different.
I just want to be clear. So if tomorrow Bernie Sanders says we want to remove all guns except muskets, you would say that's not a violation of the Second Amendment because it still allows you to have a musket, which is a gun.
No.
Then what's the difference? Why is that
Actually, to be honest, I could take a gun of every single American without infringing the Constitution because it's a well-regulated militia, and if you're not a part of one, I can.
You just disagree.
No.
Disagree. Fine. Let's fine. I'm not even going to have this. You're not mentally capable to have this debate. Let's go to the First Amendment. Let's go to the First Amendment.
No. Is it? I have to go take a twinkle again. Is like, hey, Rob, don't you like technicalities?
No.
Technically, I can go to, if Jake doesn't show me that he's on a well-regulated militia, I can take his guns and not infringe his rights. Do you see? I can play this game too.
You don't have the intelligence to know what you're talking about. I'm not going to get into this militia debate with you. It's clear that it's going to be a red herring and go down. So we'll just move to the First Amendment, which you would admit is equally, if not more important. So does that, the logical extension of what you're saying before you change to the militia argument, which now you're going to say, no, I never said this once you realize the stupidity of your argument, is that, well, as long as you're allowed to say anything, then any restriction on your free rights, not actually anti-First Amendment, because you could still say words. Just like restricting any gun isn't a restriction or a violation of your right to keep and bear arms, because there's some gun out there you're allowed to own. It's ridiculous. Like I'm Jake, don't get me wrong, I'm having fun. I like this, but this is legitimately, I'm really having fun. And I'm not saying Fatty's an immoral person or anything like that.
No,
and it sucks to say this so brusquely, but it's only through hours of frustration. He's literally one of the dumbest people I've ever debated. He literally is. And I'm sorry to say that because he's probably a very nice guy. But it is unbelievable. And one of the things that frustrates me is when people can't follow a logically consistent argument. You don't have to be an overly intelligent person to do that. It's like, I think if someone advocates for a law, but then personally they eschew that law to make money, that makes them immoral. Cool, we could have that discussion. So when your guy does it on your side, he's like, no, that's different. Whoever said that, we're talking about
back to the conversation.
Okay,
go
First
back
Amendment.
To,
Here we go. First Amendment.
No. Go back to the conversation. When I told you to make a definitive statement, you said, I don't know. I don't believe it. Can you prove he's lying?
What does that have anything to do? What does that have to do with anything?
No, Rob. Is a debate tactic because, like I told you, tomorrow you're going to go on your monologue and you are not going to say,
what does this have to do with
anything
that we're
you
talking
are
about?
Going to say, because once again, we are doing the debate bro shit, but you guys,
we're not. No,
debate, right?
That's not what's happening at all. You're the only one who's being inconsistent. You literally criticized me for my consistency in this debate. The First Amendment, I just have a question for you. If the government says Rob can no longer criticize Israel, right? But I'm still allowed to say other words, you would acknowledge that. Then that's not a violation of my First Amendment, correct? Because I can still say other words, so I can still speak.
The First Amendment protects from the persecution of government, right?
It gives me freedom of speech.
So?
Okay.
So nobody's going to prosecute you. What's the problem with that?
What if they pass a law that says that I can't criticize Israel? Is that a violation of my First Amendment?
Yes.
Why? What's the First Amendment?
No. One second. If they say, if you talk about Israel, I'm going to arrest you, is a violation of the Constitution. Yes.
Why? Because I have a right to free speech.
Because you shouldn't be prosecuted if you do a statement. You shouldn't be. You get consequences, but nobody should arrest you.
The First Amendment says that the government's not allowed to arrest me for that, for free speech.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like
if I want to own a shotgun with 12 clips, or with a 12 clip shotgun, or I guess I'm showing my ignorance here, right? And the government arrests me for that. Have they violated my Second Amendment?
Yes.
So then an assault weapons ban would be a violation of the Second Amendment?
No.
Why? It's literally the exact same argument.
It's not the same argument at all.
So why is it that them telling me I can't own a shotgun that could hold 12 shells, why is that a violation of my Second Amendment, but an assault weapon is?
Because your words are not going to hurt nobody. It's not the same thing. It's apples and oranges.
What does words have to do with the shotgun that could hold 12 shells?
Sir, if I go to your house and arrest you because you talk shit about the president, right? It's not the same thing about me having a bazooka in my warehouse.
You just said, why are you?
No. You know what? You are actually right. I'll concede to that. I actually contradicted myself because I'm a little bit tired. Like when I say no, yes, I actually contradicted, right? So let me ask you this question, and then I'll go from there. If the government doesn't allow me to have a bazooka, does that go against my Second Amendment right?
It technically would, the way that it's written, yes. You could argue that there are reasonable limitations implied, but as written, it would go against, right? For example, you could say, the problem that you're going to find out is I could actually do this entire debate from your side so much better than you. For example, I could say, well, Rob, if you believe that the Second Amendment gives you unfettered access to firearms and that's your human right, should you be allowed to have a firearm when you're in prison? Good question, right? Well, wait, no. Clearly, it's implied that I lose some of those rights. But wait a minute. I thought it was an inalienable right given to you by God. So why should you lose your right to a firearm when you go to prison? You see how I can make your argument better than you? And then my answer to that argument would be, well, clearly there have to be reasonable restrictions where sometimes we have to give up those rights. So, for example, a better argument than a bazooka, because I think that it's pretty debatable you should be allowed to own a bazooka, but what about a biological weapon? Isn't, for example, just anthrax a logical extension of a right to defense of an arm? So why
Isn't that
shouldn't I
my
be
point?
allowed to have complicated biological agents? It's just
But that's
defense
my-
for me.
But there's
You
my,
see
but
how
there's
I'm
my,
making your argument better than
but there's,
you?
but there's my point, right?
No, you can't say that me making your
No,
argument
that's
better
my
than you.
point. Just because you
What's
can make
your
my argument, sir. Again, is this the deep, like, just because you can make my argument better than me,
right?
doesn't mean like, so I'm wrong.
Yes, you're wrong because the
How?
specifics of what you're talking about are nonsensical. So remember how we got here. We're talking
Yes.
about whether or not a legal amendment process went through the books, whether or not that would be
Uh-huh.
anti-constitutional, when actually it's just revoking the 22nd Amendment. So no, it wouldn't make you an anti-constitutionalist. Then we moved
Totally.
on. Then you somehow bizarrely moved on to like, well, so then if Democrats pass laws to take your guns away, you would say
Totally
that that's
fine.
not anti-constitutionalist. I said,
No,
no, I
I-
never
I-
said that. I said if they would pass an amendment process, I would say that that's not anti-constitutionalist, even though
Totally
it
fine.
violates the spirit of what the founding fathers intended. That's
I
how
agree.
we got here.
I agree. Totally fine. So you believe, since the Second Amendment says verbatim or kind of very close, that you have to be on a well-regulated militia to have guns. If tomorrow the United States government came around and took all the guns of individual citizens, that they will not be infringing on the Second Amendment because he means what he says and he says what he means, and he's literally saying that you have to be on a well-regulated militia.
What's that?
You would be okay. You would be okay with that, right?
What's that comma for?
Wait, we're talking about.
Wait,
In the Second Amendment, what's that comma for?
Okay, here we go.
You just said
Can
we
you-
got to read it
Oh,
technically.
no,
very
no, no,
technically,
okay,
that's what you
okay.
said,
So,
right?
it is an additional, right? It's not. It's not
Right.
encompassed.
So
Oh,
let's
come
read what
on,
it
man.
says.
That's what I'm talking
A
about.
well-regulated
crazy.
militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma,
That-
meaning
that's
in
crazy.
addition to, then it says the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. So it's
That-
first saying there's two things it's talking about. The
Oh.
right to a regulated militia, which is necessary for the security of the state,
Mhm.
and the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So no,
So-
it's not just talking about a militia.
Oh, so your interpretation is that is not exclude is not include, like it doesn't have to comply to all the things that are there. Is like an added something. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying I'm reading. You said we should be semantical and read the letters of the text as written. I'm reading them. It's clear what it says. We also know from writings of the founding fathers and the fact that the founding fathers were prolific gun owners that they clearly intended that they should be the right to have the right to have those weapons.
Hey, maybe I'm wrong.
I think you are.
Maybe I'm wrong. I just have one last question for you, sir.
Sure.
Since once again, like, for example, when Donald Trump says he wants the death penalty for all the drug dealers, and then he tries to pardon the Ulrich dude from the Silky Road that created a
Ross
market. Yeah. Do you think that goes against? Like, do you think those are contradictional positions? Do you think that's like? Do you think there's like? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think there's some contradiction there, and I think Trump's statement it's stupid that we should execute all drug dealers. For example, should we execute some 17-year-old that's sending a dime bag of weed? No, I think that's stupid. I think, as always, what happens is Trump talks hyperbolic. There's some truth to what he's saying in the spirit of, which is people that do like horrible drugs that ruin people's lives predictably, like fentanyl, maybe they should be offered the death penalty because they cause so much death and destruction. But by that same argument, if you say, okay, but the Silk Road that Russ Ulbricht had would have actually allowed the production and the sale of fentanyl to be proliferated, then why should Russ Ulbricht have ever been pardoned? I think that there's reasonable tension there, yeah.
So you are telling me to go exactly by the words that are on the Constitution and look at commas and all that, but I can go by the words of the United States president and I have to understand there's some hyperbole there? Like, why is that different?
Yes, I am telling you that. For example,
So-
I'm
so-
saying
and-
I'm saying that the text of a legal document should be taken at face value, whereas someone
I'll-
speaking off the cuff oftentimes is saying things
Yes.
they have subtext to. Yes.
Yes,
And in addition
absolutely.
to that, it's amazing
Yeah.
to me. Now, I just want to be clear for everyone listening. It is amazing to me on you've controlled every topic and we talked about all the things that you wanted. It is amazing to me over and over and over when you said, will you criticize this? Almost every time I gave you some charitability and said, absolutely there's room to
And I
criticism
concede.
there.
And I
And you
conceded.
never do the same until you're forced to at the end of every single topic to go, yeah, I concede. Every single
sir, when people,
now your argument, just to be clear, your argument to what I just
Hmm.
said, when I just said, absolutely, you have a point that there's some contradiction there, and I disagree with Trump's statement, but I think he's being hyperbolic a little. But absolutely, if you're going to make statement A, then pardoning person B would be something that's contradictory. And your point's like, oh, you're saying that we should interpret the Constitution different than someone speaking extemporaneously off the cuff? Yes,
No,
I am saying that.
Absolutely. And then when Bernie Sanders comes around and say such and such is immoral with his voice, there's nothing, once again, there's no, did you write a contract saying this is immoral and I want people to be arrested? I want these people to
no, I've
do
never
A, B, and
suggested.
C. We take everybody at face value when it comes to what they say. But when it comes to certain people, Rob, you are very clever into saying, oh, it has some wiggle room to actually be and say what it is to be. But as soon as we flip it and he's on my side, you say, yes, this is what it means, and we move along. I will say this, Rob. Oh, 1 second, Rob. I'll say this before you go, right?
Don't tell me when I go. I'll stay here all fucking night if I
No,
please.
no,
Don't
yeah,
tell me
yeah,
I
yeah.
have to go.
Absolutely. I'm going to say this, right? Because this was how the conversation started.
Why are
And
you
this-
now
this-
going on to some
No.
closing statement before I get a chance to
No,
respond
no,
to your point?
no, because it's a closing statement.
It's
This is
not.
kind
Who
of
said
like-
it was a closing statement? If you want to go
Oh.
and run, that's fine.
Oh,
right?
no,
But
no,
I would like to respond to your point.
No, it's totally fine. It's 6:13. I'll stay here.
Can I
till
respond to your
one-
point
one
before your
second.
closing statement?
I will stay here as much as you want me to
Look,
stay.
hold on.
Go ahead
Fatty,
and answer the point.
Fatty,
No,
just
it's
to
fine. No,
clarify,
Jake, you don't. It's fine.
How-
Jake, Rob, go ahead and
I
repeat
just
the
want to be
point.
respectful for your time, Fatty. How much time do you have? Like maybe or
No,
so?
no. I
Like-
don't have limited time. We've been here for
Okay,
5 hours.
it's not a-
1 second, and this is what I'm talking about. I didn't say I was going to leave. Please
Okay.
go ahead. I will stay here as much as Rob wanted to be, but that will be nice at 6:14 in the morning that I could have a little bit of a rest. I'm a big
No, Fatty,
with big dreams.
you work very hard, Fatty. You're always on the cusp of things.
Mhm.
Look, 20 minutes, something. Give us something here to where we can kind of
Hell,
end it.
he's going to reply to whatever he has to reply. We
Okay.
do final statements and we move along. Like Rob clearly won. Is the better debater. It's totally fine. There's no problem with it. Like we don't have to do the rage quit or he's not going to let
No,
me finish.
no.
Just
Yeah,
finish
of
your point, Rob, so we can do final statements. Go ahead. You got it.
It's not a matter of time. It's just a matter if you're like, here's my point, and also final statement. Like the way it normally goes is point.
I'm not a
point,
professional
point,
debater,
point,
sir.
All I
Patty,
said was,
Patty.
will you give me a chance to respond to the point you
And,
just
and
made,
I
and then
gave
we
you
can
the
do
chance to
final
respond.
statements.
I'm not a professional debater.
It is
I didn't know I had
amazing.
to
It
tell
is-
you.
Okay,
It is
Fatty. So okay, let Rob respond, and then Fatty, you can do the closing statement afterwards. Go ahead, Rob. I'll let you shoot out
This charitability argument is exactly backwards. Over and over and over, I have levied criticisms of Donald Trump, of Elon Musk, of J.D. Vance, over and over and over again. He is unwilling to offer any criticism of the people he claims to support the most, like Bernie Sanders. He's unwilling. And then his big criticism of me here
I
is,
don't agree.
oh, you say you absolutely know. Now, the truth is what he's talking about here is there are different types of statements that people could make and whether or not we should take them at face value. For example, if a person says, I'm the best golfer in the history of the world, I'm going to be the greatest president, et cetera, et cetera. We view those statements in one sort of lens because we're humans and we understand how people talk and what hyperbole is and things like that. Another example, if Trump says, hey, we don't know what was in Hillary's emails. Hopefully Russia tells us. He's not literally calling for Russia to hack her. He's saying the FBI is clearly covering up and these emails were deleted and Russia probably got access to them because they were unsecure. So the only chance we'll ever find them is if Russia tells them. And yet the Democrats consistently say, nope, that's Trump literally calling for Russia to hack. That's the same sort of thing here. So when Trump says we should execute all drug dealers, I'm saying I think he's being hyperbolic, but it's stupid and it's contradictory. I'm criticizing the statement. That's a different type of statement than Bernie. He's not saying, you keep hearing Fatty try to conflate this. When Bernie says immoral, Rob's trying to imply that he wants to lock them up. Show me once where I've ever said that. When Bernie says we shouldn't have millionaire senators, He is making a proclamation that is consistent with everything that he advocates for, that the very rich have too much power in our politics. The criticism comes when Bernie himself meets the very criteria that he was criticizing the morality of. And so you say, what's changed, Bernie? Why did it used to be immoral? If Bernie's argument wants to be, I was being hyperbolic, I didn't really think it was immoral to be a millionaire senator, I completely accept that. I don't think that Fatty thinks that Bernie was being hyperbolic and didn't believe it. I don't think Jake believes it. I don't think I believe it. And I don't think one of you in the audience believes it. I don't think one person believes that 1971 Bernie saying millionaire senators are immoral, that he was actually just like, I'm just joshing around. I don't really mean it. He meant it. You could disagree and say, I don't think he did. That's fine. But the idea that Fatty's sitting here saying like, well, if we have to take Bernie at face value when he said he believes millionaire senators are immoral, then every single thing that every person ever says we have to take complete face value. And if you're going to say that we should look at the text of the Constitution and look at the text as it's written, well, then that means that every single thing that everyone says we have to take a complete face value. It is a nonsensical, stupid argument. Lastly, I repeat the point that there's one person here, and if you get really bored with your time and want to go back through 5 hours, you could watch a logical consistency throughout this, that one of us has been willing to be critical of politicians on our side over and over and over and over and over again. And that charitability has not been reciprocated, except in facetious ways at the end of every single topic when he goes, yeah, you're a better debater, I concede. He's right to concede, and it's one of the only right things he said all night, that I am a much better debater than him.
Okay, all right, Fatty. I'll give you the last word on that. Go ahead, my friend.
I want to thank Rob for this opportunity. I learned a lot. I'm not ready to actually debate logical consistencies in detriment of the truth. I'm not. I'm an idealist on this point, right? I think I do pretty well when it comes to economics. I do pretty well when it comes to women and accepting who they are. I don't accept, but I will one day, the fact that being a good debater has nothing to do with trust, has nothing to do with right, has to do with if you can maintain a level of consistency and logically from the beginning to the end. As somebody that has very success in very short time, I truly appreciate Rob for actually making me better. And I appreciate you, Jake, for being here. Before the show, I told this several times, and this is not an excuse. Rob is a beast. Rob is going to kill me. And that's kind of what happened by the 3 hour and such. But once again, I don't think it's once again because you are on the side of the truth. I think it's because you are actually a better logical debater than me, Rob. So I hope let me just say this, Rob, Jake, and then I got it. I will activate my rematch clause in the next few years, Rob. You have my promise, and I will promise I will actually give you better pushback. And I appreciate that you show me like the showmanship once the Crucible people came around. I actually appreciate that. I appreciate the showmanship, and you become an entertainer instead of a boring debater. I actually appreciate that you are a low IQ, and I actually like that because I'm the type of person, and I will be better the next time we see us. And Jake, once again, thank you very much for having me here.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm not
really,
a star loser, but I will come back.
For sure. For sure. Now, by the way, just to tell Rob, I told Rob that your future debater that's going to come in, he's told me that, Rob Knorr, I believe that guy's actually a better debater than Andrew Wilson. It was this man that
the Crucible crowd's here. They'll like that.
And the Crucible crowd is here on Rob Knorr's that Fatty stated that Rob Knorr is actually a better debater than even Andrew Wilson himself.
I don't think Andrew will be as charitable and understanding with you as I was.
You know what? You can debate Andrew Wilson on that, Rob.
and the thing is, once again, I'm not a cloud chaser, and being number 2 is not an offense. You saying you are the silver medal because I think there's people better than you actually is not an offense. It's actually Andrew is up there. That's why I'm not in a rush to actually. I actually enjoy this because once again, I'm a very fast learner. I'm not coming on conversations never again with the trust, inconsistency, but he did this and he contradicted there. I'm going to stick with the logic, and I'm going to run away from everything that actually pins me on a point, because once again, that's how you win debates. and I have to buy the Andrew Wilson University debate so I can actually win debates, not because I'm right, but because I know how to debate. That's exactly what we're going to do. Thank you very much, Rob, once again. Thank you very much, Jake. And
Yes.
I'm still a little bit less fatter than Rob because he actually is the biggest man in the room. Thank you very much.
All right. I don't know if you're leaving, but I'll give a closing statement if that's fine with you, Jake.
I'm not fucking leaving.
Oh, okay. I just said
there
I
you
don't
go.
know if you are. The tone of it sounded kind of like, okay, I'm out. That's all. All right.
No,
So
no.
I want to answer just
Mhm.
two things that you said there, and then I'll just wrap up, right? The first, this idea that I changed my presentation when the Crucible came in. I think that anyone that goes back and watches will see that I became frustrated about 45 minutes before the Crucible came in and started saying things like you weren't intelligent enough to keep up with the conversation, etc. I did, once we went from 150 people watching to 1,000 people watching, recapped what I thought that the argument that we were on in that point was. So for that, you could say that yes, because literally 5 times bigger the audience came in that was probably confused as shit. I said, let me tell you how we got to this point. But I don't think my tone in becoming frustrated with you and talking about how I didn't think you were able to keep up with the debate changed because the Crucible was here. And I think that I have a body of record that shows that I'm pretty consistent in who I am. And I think that this debate was pretty similar to other debates that I've gotten frustrated with people that I think can't keep up with the logical consistency of a flow of argumentation. Take it or leave it. That's my honest opinion on what I'm saying there. You could agree or disagree with it. The other part that I want to talk about is you're conflating the idea that logical consistency is somehow some sort of tactic to get away from the truth. I would say the opposite is true. I would say that it is, and it's incredible. I said this halfway through the debate. Of all debates I've done, I've probably done damn near 1,000 debates when it comes to online practice debates in college, policy debates in college. I have never once ever been criticized for being logically consistent. It is surreal. And the criticism goes something like, well, you're playing this game where you're being logically consistent, and that's being used to veil the truth. So yes, you're giving this backhanded compliment. You win the debate, but that's because you're more focused on being consistent than being truthful. The opposite is the case. I think that I win the debate because, one, it's clear that I had the better argumentation and withholding of the facts, but secondly, because it was clear that I was being good faith and being willing to criticize when things were occurring on my side that you wanted and saying when you had good points. You were unwilling to do the same and often went into non sequiturs that had nothing to do with the argument you were making there. For example, when it came to the idea of Bernie Sanders not being in his own tax bracket, you bizarrely started talking about inflation since 1971. It had nothing to do with anything. And when I called it out, you were acted as if you never said it. This happened repeatedly. At one point, Jake stopped in to try to make a point where he was like, listen, it's not a lie if you say, I think I'll be the best, and then you turn out not being the best. Tom Brady at one point said, I think I'll be a champion in the best. You would have said, that's a lie. Your skill set doesn't allow that. Turns out he was the best. Therefore, we would say it's maybe overly optimistic and not a lie. And you were like, yeah, exactly. But that's literally proving your argument wrong. And it's frustrating because from a context of trying to have a debate, it's not a matter of intelligence. It's not even a matter of being a debate bro. It's just a matter of being honest and able to follow an argument through to its logical extension. You say it's immoral if you advocate for a policy, but refuse to put your money where your mouth is. I say, great. If that's how you feel, the person you support, Bernie Sanders, he advocates for a 40% tax bracket for his income, but he only pays at 24%. You're like, that's different because inflation. And it's clear that when you talk about, me saying, hey, you should be logically consistent. If you think that's about Elon Musk, you have to give me a reason why it's different, where that shouldn't apply to Bernie Sanders in this situation where he doesn't put his money where his mouth is. And instead, you just attack the idea of wanting someone to be logically consistent. Look at where debate goes if that's sort of the argument. All it is a pissing contest for saying, well, my side's morally correct. Therefore, it doesn't matter if we apply to the standards that we wish upon you, which ironically is practically the official Democrat platform. They believe in holding their opponents to standards that they're unwilling to hold themselves to. And this entire debate showed that. I was willing to criticize when I thought my side was doing something wrong. He was not. When I would draw a direct, as close as possible, apples to apples comparison, he would bizarrely bring up things that had no connection whatsoever and say that somehow I was bad faith for asking for some sort of logical consistency to be applied. Logical consistency is the root of truth, not veiling the truth. And until you learn that, I'm afraid that you won't get better at debate, because it's not some clever tactic that I'm employing. It's human nature, and it's understanding that philosophy and truth comes from being honest and having a logically consistent position, as opposed to just lying, deflecting, feigning ignorance, or just being too dumb to understand that you're not following a logical chain of argument, and you have a double standard that you apply for yourself and the people you like. Having said that, I appreciated the debate and had a lot of fun. I don't think that what I perceive as your inability to follow an argument means that you're a bad person or anything like that. I think that it's admirable that you came on here and wanted to debate me and have seen me before and know that I'm a pretty good debater. And I wish you absolutely well and be willing to debate you again, or to have you on my show for a discussion and not a debate or anything like that. I wish you no ill will whatsoever. And I thoroughly enjoyed myself. And lastly, I'll say this. I had a really fucking bad week at work, and this was exactly what I needed, coming on here and arguing with someone that I think is kind of dumb in their arguments for 5 hours.
Okay, Rob. So here's the thing. I saw your video on that, by the way.
Hey, Jake, you know what's funny? Jake, you know my type of how I move, right? I'm kind of the ruthless guy. I literally said I'm not going to ambush this man. I watched his last video, 20 minutes of him saying I had the worst week of my life, and then the worst, and then the worst. And you know what happened? I came in and I said, this man is having a tough moment, so I'm going to chill with the dominums and the dumb and all that shit, because he's actually not doing well. And you know how I started the debate? I'm not going to ambush you in old videos that you did before, because I know the contradiction. I'm going to come in and address things that you said on this show live, so I can be as prepared as you, so we can have a good faith conversation and all that. So, Rob, like I said, this is not the last time we're going to see each other, okay? And the mercy that you got today, especially with all these things, I wish that your life actually becomes the best that it can be. You prosper and are proper, and I actually see you on the other side of the road. I just wanted to make that clear, because once again, we're going to absolutely see each other, sir. And we're
Thank you for taking it easy on me. I really appreciate it.
Go ahead, Jake. You got it.
No, I was gonna say, Fatty, like, you know, in Mortal Kombat where you have like a certain thing to where you give mercy to your opponent and they give a little bit of health.
We got a friendship fatality here, yeah.
Yeah, you have the friendship, but like you have the mercy one where you give health to your opponent. Is that what you did to Rob? You gave him a little bit of health?
No, it's not even that. I think Rob clearly won, because once again he follow exactly the logic. I think
he had the best week of his life.
It's not even that. I don't believe in sympathy. Like, it's not because I'm not calling you an ad dominant that I'm going to win the debate. That doesn't mean nothing. It's just showmanship. So I don't call you dumb or a fat ass or your beard doesn't connect, because, like I said, it doesn't make me more logically sound. I left it alone. I focus on what we have to talk today. Next time, I'm actually going to be a little bit better, and I'll remember.
Good.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough on that, Fatty. I love it. And again, look, guys, I put this debate together with the mystery thing. I didn't want Rob to even know who the fuck he was debating in the first place. I've debated Fatty already. It was frustrating for me to debate Fatty
and he lost.
No, I did not lose. I destroyed your ass. But however, it lasted. It was supposed to last 2 hours. It lasted 4. We had to expand that fucking debate because, according to Fatty, I was still frustrating on this. And I'm not gonna lie, Fatty's pretty frustrating. I get it. But this is why I kind of put it together, because Fatty's been nothing but nice to me on this.
He seems like a nice guy. I do believe that. So,
dude, Fatty's been nothing but nice to me. He's put me on his panels. Fatty knows that I'm a little bit of a firecracker on his panels, especially because he has leftists on there, and he knows that, dude. And dude, here's the thing: love Fatty, dude. This is why I wanted to put Fatty on here when I had this idea that I wanted to put Noor on my show, talk to him, have an interview, have a discussion, kind of have like a bro moment with him, and then I wanted to put his fucking feet to the fire with a debate, and Fatty was the guy that I wanted to fucking do it against. And I think, Noor, I think you enjoyed it. I think Fatty enjoyed it as well. So it was a pretty good thing. It was a really good thing, man. I loved it.
I enjoyed it. I have no complaints about it. It was fun. So
and next time Andrew Wilson says to a woman that she's not going to get a 7-foot millionaire or billionaire, you have to say, hey, you can prove that she's lying. You can prove that she's lying. She might get a 7-foot billionaire, because Andrew Bynum and Lamar Odom are single and they're looking for a queen. And this is once again why I'm going to be frustrated next time I see Rob and one of the top debaters, because they go from debate mode to making assumptions about shit. And then
Oh,
I'm like, damn, who was this person I was talking to yesterday? But thank you very much once again, Jake. I appreciate you. Once again, Rob, salute to you.
Yeah.
I think you actually are a sensible dude, even for a Trump supporter. I think you never said something egregious. So I appreciate you. I appreciate
Am
you,
I
Jake.
pretty sensible too, Fatty? Come on.
No. No, you're not sensible. You are crazy, but you're cool.
Oh, okay.
You're crazy, but you're cool. And friends, if you guys want to find me, Team Fatty, tomorrow I'm going to do a very star-stirred debate tomorrow with a bunch of important content creators. So if you can find me, I don't know, Jake, at what time you're going live, but I don't want to announce it so they can come here too. Okay. I appreciate you once again, Jake.
Appreciate you, Fatty. Thank you so much, man. Love you, bro. Love you,
Thanks.
bro. Have a good one, man.
And Rob, you better not be crying next time I see
I
you.
won't. I'm worried now. So
I appreciate you. See you later.
See
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to say this. I hate to say this. You're very low IQ.